In the final great war against the brutal destroyer, this young man was merely a sacrificial pawn, whose body was completely shattered by a single blow. Yet, somehow, instead of kicking the bucket, he is reincarnated back to 15 years before the apocalypse takes place. Fortunately, he still retains his future magical knowledge and peak combat skills. However, at the current moment, those things are still just theories that have never been discovered by anyone. So, when the young man just tests out a few basic moves, everyone thinks he is using a cheat code. The famous hero mage, who was completely untouchable in his past life, has now become a junior, who constantly asks him for help with her studies. Even his former enemy did a complete U-turn to become his loyal underling, worshipping him like an idol wherever they go, though things are starting to smell a bit sus between them. It all began in the middle of a fiery battlefield. Ray gasped in pain, telling himself that finally, we have made it this far. Looking toward the enemy, he still held on to a glimmer of hope that they could defeat that thing. But suddenly a blazing red light pierced right through his body. His breath caught, and his glowing red eyes gradually lost their light. As he realized he had reached his limit, he collapsed onto the cold ground amidst the ruins and the corpses of his fallen comrades. A single fatal blow had ended it all. Ray bitterly asked himself, in the end, am I going to die without accomplishing anything? This entire tragedy began when Liquidator, the enemy of humanity with powers of unknown origin, appeared and wiped out a whole continent. To fight back against him, an organization to protect humanity was established with legendary warriors. Leading them was Brian Miller, the man dubbed the Shield of the World after surviving a meteor impact without a single scratch. Standing by his side was the great sage Bella on Bright, who possessed earth-shattering magical power equivalent to an entire division. Next was the divine archer, Jacob Bloomfield, the talented hunter who once took down a high-tier dragon with just a single arrow. And of course, the one dubbed the strongest swordsman to ever exist could not be missing, Sword Saint Army White. Alongside those legends, there was also Gray and the members of the so-called support unit. But in reality, Infantryman Gray, along with his comrades, were nothing more than sacrificial pawns. Watching the elite students from the World Alliance Academy fight, he bitterly realized that they were truly on a completely different level. He wondered if the presence of weaklings like him here even had any meaning anymore. Seeing his comrades fall one by one, Ray burst into tears of frustration. We also practiced so hard, you know. Ami's attack finally managed to hit the enemy, making Liquidator exclaim in surprise. Oh ho, you actually injured me? He coldly replied. Fine, I should. Then he suddenly released a terrifying, blazing red energy wave. A death slash swept across, wiping out everything in the blink of an eye. Liquidator hovered in midair and coldly declared, shall we stop playing around now? His mind was in complete turmoil as he realized the brutal truth. He defeated them with just a single blow. He said he had only been playing around until now. No way. His glowing red eyes gradually closed in utter helplessness. Amidst the ruined battlefield filled with corpses, all hope was completely extinguished with the thought, we never stood a chance of winning. While he was lying, defeated on the ground, he suddenly realized something was off. Wait a minute. Why am I still alive? A mysterious voice echoed, I have found you. Show yourself, possessor of the great power. Ray abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself standing in an unfamiliar land with ruined debris under the night sky. He asked himself in bewilderment, where's this? Is this the afterlife? It looks so barren. His gaze stopped at a tall, majestic figure, ruling on the throne ahead. Kronos looked down at Gray and coldly declared, you are not dead yet. Your physical wounds have been healed. Gray was in shock, recalling the moment his chest was pierced through. He asked in bewilderment, did you heal me? But the answer he received was completely unexpected. No, it wasn't me, but your own power. Ray couldn't help but feel skeptical. My own power? The mysterious god continued to explain that. Even he could not fully analyze the terrifying, main character style cheat code power locked inside him. However, he confirmed it far surpassed what Liquidator possessed as long as Ray could control it. Ray stammered, are you saying that we can win? In response was Kronos' silent gaze. I do not know. I do not hold high expectations either. But I believe Liquidator must be eliminated. He firmly commanded, now you may go. A giant, magical circle shaped like a clock glowed brightly, enveloping Gray's body. In a deep blue energy wave as Kronos declared, I shall lend you my power. Back on the ruined battlefield, Gray's hand suddenly moved and gripped his sword hilt tightly. A dark red, blazing energy surrounded the blade, leaving him astonished. Is this? Kronos' voice still echoed in his ears. It is your power. My power is not something you can see with the naked eye. Noticing the movement behind him, Liquidator exclaimed in surprise, Hey, powerful slash, carrying a blazing dark red aura rushed straight toward him. Liquidator was stunned. No way. There's still someone this strong left? Seeing the scratch on the opponent's armor, Ray realized that he seemed to be injured too. Channeling all his strength into the sword, Ray confidently thought, I could even say, my power is far superior. Backed into a corner, Liquidator roared, don't look down on me. I will acknowledge you for forcing me to use my full strength. Immediately, a beam of energy sliced his body in half. However, he never expected that with such a fatal injury, Ray still wouldn't kick the bucket. At this moment, his entire body was enveloped by a dense, dark power. Liquidator trembled and asked, what the hell is that? Are you really human? Half of Gray's face began to transform, covered with blazing red energy cracks. The two of them clashed, creating a shocking explosion across the battlefield. Ray's attack was so powerful that it shattered Liquidator's defense, leaving him terrified. The destroyer stammered once again. Are you really human? The moment those words were uttered, a fatal wound appeared on his shoulder. Ray coldly replied, that's my line to you. Even though Liquidator was panting heavily with exhaustion, he still couldn't hide his astonishment. Your power is truly not to be underestimated. Ray coldly declared, I will crush you time and time again, until you are truly dead. Then, he rushed forward with a slash carrying a powerful, dark aura. A painful, agonizing scream echoed as Liquidator was struck. He bitterly spat out, you monster. However, the destroyer was not ready to back down just yet. He suddenly released a blinding light that enveloped his entire body. His hands formed seals, preparing to activate an ultimate magic. The sky abruptly changed, and a giant blue moon appeared, filling the entire space, accompanied by a cold declaration, time's up. Ray looked up in shock. What is that? It looks as if it suddenly turned into night. Ray gritted his teeth and countered. So what? And swung his sword with all his might to meet the attack. Gray's sword collided violently with the opponent's defense, creating brilliant sparks, but he was shocked to find that his attack was completely ineffective. Liquidator mocked him in his bewilderment. But it is useless. In this realm of true twilight, nothing can harm me. Stop resisting in vain and look up at the stars. Ray stared blankly at the brilliant points of light reflecting in his eyes. Liquidator whispered triumphantly, they are beautiful, aren't they? Immediately, a giant pillar of light came down from above, swallowing Ray whole. That terrifying power created an earth-shattering explosion, seemingly wanting to completely wipe his existence out. Liquidator hovered amidst the aura, coldly declaring, if you are completely crushed into ashes, then you won't be able to revive. He was certain that it was all over. But suddenly, brilliant blue lightning began to surround him. A complete plot twist befitting a main character made Liquidator exclaim in shock, what? A giant magic circle, shaped like a clock, appeared right behind his back. Liquidator trembled as he realized the anomaly. This energy, from inside the glowing spatial portals. Kronos' voice echoed. You have gathered a massive amount of power. That is probably enough to send you back. Realizing who was interfering at the last minute, Liquidator roared in terror. No way. Kronos. Kronos manifested and commanded. Gray, can you hear me? Possessor of the great power. Channel all of my strength. I shall send you back to the past. Kronos firmly declared. That is all I can do for you. The magical clock spun violently, Roman numerals flashing past like lightning, pulling Gray into the vortex of time to return to the beginning. Kronos' voice echoed with absolute authority. I entrust the fate of this world to you. Ray slowly opened his eyes, finding himself lying in a lush green grass field under the bright sunlight. He looked around in bewilderment and exclaimed, where is this? In the distance, a peaceful village came into view, leaving Gray utterly shocked. That is Ronaldo Village, my hometown. He remembered clearly that this village shouldn't exist, as it had been wiped out 15 years ago. Kronos' words came back to his mind. I shall send you back to the past. Gray trembled in astonishment. What the hell just happened? Suddenly, a sharp pain from his arm made him cry out. Ah, it hurts. Looking at his bandaged wound, Gray gradually realized the reality. This wound. Right. Around this time, I used to be bullied by Balder. And those other guys. He gritted his teeth and told himself, I can't let myself keep getting beaten by them. But they are too strong. I can't win against them. He let out a tired sigh. It felt like defeating Liquidator just now was merely a distant dream. Ray closed his eyes, the image of the destroyer flashing through his mind. He quietly walked through the forest, telling himself, I'll figure out how to deal with them once I get a little stronger. I don't want to get hurt. Ray froze when he realized he had run right into them. Balder walked up with a smug look on his face. Resting a sword on his shoulder, he growled, I've been looking everywhere for you. You sure made things difficult for me. Balder's aura completely reeked of a B-grade villain who loves picking fights. Ray broke into a cold sweat as Balder threw a sword down at his feet and coldly commanded, pick it up. Ray was bewildered, not understanding what was going on. Seeing Ray still hesitating, Balder barked, "Stop playing dumb. Have a friendly sparring match with me." Ray tried to find an excuse to decline. "Oh, a sparring match? I'm sorry, but my wound hasn't fully healed yet." A polite refusal, but it carried the fate of someone who couldn't escape getting punched. "Thank you for inviting me, but I'm afraid I can't participate until I'm fully healed." However, the leader just sneered in response, "Don't worry. The swords have been dulled, so it's perfectly safe." Looking at the massive hunk of iron on the ground, Ray thought in fear, "But no matter how dull it is, it's still a big piece of iron. If I get hit in the wrong place..." Balder's patience quickly vanished. He roared, "Shut your damn mouth. Do you think you have the right to refuse?" He held his sword and rushed straight at him with overwhelming, murderous intent. "If you don't like swords, then bare fists work just fine." Ray shocked to realize his opponent's true intention. He plans to beat me up while I'm unarmed? What kind of friendly sparring is this? In that critical moment, the memory of a military doctor's words from his past life suddenly came back to Gray's mind. The reason your swordsmanship never improved is due to a childhood injury. He bitterly realized that perhaps right here, his failed life had begun. Ray was astonished to find that Balder's attack was actually incredibly slow. He easily sidestepped to dodge his opponent's sword swing, dodging the blow as smoothly as if in slow motion. No, that's not it, Ray told himself as he noticed his reflexes. We're on a completely different level now. Balder howled in a fury, "You bastard. Why can't I hit you?" He repeatedly swung his sword in a frenzy, but Gray still effortlessly dodged with calm, glowing red eyes. Ray realized the truth. He had become much faster. Standing outside were also dumbfounded by his transformation. The way he moves, it's like he's a completely different person. Even though his current body was no longer as powerful as in his past life, Ray still vividly remembered all the seasoned combat experience he had been through. He leaned down to pick up the dull sword just as Balder rushed forward, shouting loudly, "Take this." Ray swung his sword to counterattack, creating a powerful clash that left his opponent stunned. Ray looked at his opponent with sheer contempt, thinking to himself, just that one blow was enough to make him roll over? Should I really fight back against someone this green? He quickly cast aside his pity, recalling the brutal beatings that this trash had inflicted on him. Ray gritted his teeth and asserted, "But now, that is no longer true." He delivered a powerful, direct slash that completely shattered Balder's defense. Balder's sword flew out of his hand, and he trembled, stammering, "Damn it." Ray remarked with heavy irony that his skills were even worse than a raw recruit's. He slowly approached, gripping his sword firmly in his hand, and coldly repeated the exact words that Balder had just said. "Because you guys taught me that. As long as the blade is dulled, hitting people with it is perfectly safe, right?" Gray's glowing red eyes flashed with a deadly smile, aimed straight at the trembling guy in front of him. Ray swung his sword in a flash, giving Balder no time to react. A large wound appeared clearly on his chest. He immediately let out a painful scream and collapsed before everyone's terrified eyes. Even Ray was a bit taken aback. He wondered, wasn't this blade supposed to be dulled? He took a closer look at the sword in his hand and confirmed that it was completely blunt. Ray thought to himself, if this had been a real sharp blade, Balder would have lost his life long ago. A blazing red light flashed in his eyes. He coldly decided, then let's just keep the blade blunt, shall we? With that, he delivered another powerful blow, sending Balder flying into the distance. Looking at the trembling lackeys, Gray casually asked, "What's wrong? Why are you guys screaming so much?" Balder, at this point, could only clutch his wound, coughing up blood while looking at Gray with eyes full of terror. The situation had reversed so fast that his underlings were collectively frozen in shock. Ray flashed a haunting smile and threw their own words back at them. "You guys told me that blunt swords are safe. It was you guys, right?" Utterly humiliated and terrified, Balder howled to issue orders to his lackeys. "What the hell are you guys just standing there for? Rush him and beat him up." Despite seeing Gray suddenly become abnormally strong, the lackeys still decided to risk their lives, rushing in together to blindsided him from behind. A suicidal move typical of minor characters who won't survive 3 episodes. Ray calmly glanced at them and asked, "What's this? You guys want another round?" Despite the murderous aura emanating from him, the crowd still frantically rushed forward with a scream. "Kill him." Ray smirked meaningfully. "I was planning to let this go." But right after that came successive blows, echoing throughout the forest. In just the blink of an eye, Balder and his lackeys were forced to kneel on the ground with swollen, beaten faces, groaning in pain, unable to utter a word. Looking at the guys who used to be his worst nightmare now reduced to such a pathetic state, Gray thought to himself, to think I used to be so afraid of these guys. He coldly questioned them. "You guys are students of the Saria Swordsmanship Dojo, right?" Balder trembled and stammered in response. "Why yeah, pretty much. But we felt like we were strong enough. So we haven't been going lately." Hearing this, Ray sarcastically thought to himself, "And this is what you call strong enough?" He began to feel disappointed and told himself not to expect too much from this dojo. On second thought, however, perhaps that place still had some value left to exploit. Ray firmly commanded, "Introduce me to that dojo. You need a recommendation to get into that place, right?" Terrified, Balder tried to make an excuse. "And maybe you should ask someone else. If I tell the master that I lost, I can't even imagine what he would say." Seeing his opponent still hesitating, Ray coldly raised his sword right in front of Balder's face. "In that case, shall we pick up where we left off?" A murderous aura emanated from him, completely looking like a villain who just stole the main character's spotlight. Balder was so scared that his face turned completely pale. He hurriedly screamed, "I'll introduce you right away." The leader ran for dear life, booking it as fast as he could. "The dojo is this way." The lackeys, seeing their boss run away, also chased after him in a panic. "Hey, wait up, Balder. Don't leave us behind." The whole group walked through the town, with rows of high-rise buildings close to each other. On the way, Balder asked curiously, "But why do you want to join that dojo?" Ray didn't look at him, but just casually asked back, "This dojo has a recommendation slot for the academy, right?" When he heard Balder confirm it, Ray asserted firmly, "That's exactly why I want to join." A guy walking alongside looked at Ray with admiration, mixed with wariness, and blurted out, "I think you're already so strong that you don't even need to go to the academy." Ray looked into the distance, his heart heavy with thoughts. If only being this strong were truly enough, that would be great. He recalled the brutal reality when even the world's strongest lineup was completely helpless against Liquidator, despite fighting with every ounce of their being. Ray bitterly realized that when the enemy truly got serious, he couldn't even leave a single scratch on his armor. Ray wondered how strong he would have to become to be able to defeat that entity. However, he still saw a glimmer of hope. Ray recalled the brief moment during the battle when he actually touched and controlled the terrifying dark power hidden inside him. He suddenly remembered the days he was taught by the Sword Saint. Ray told himself that what he focused on at that time was the swordsmanship taught by the Sword Saint. Looking back at his weakness in the past, he regretted that if he had spent more time training under the same conditions as her, perhaps the outcome of that life and death battle would have taken a completely different turn. Ray believed that was exactly why Kronos sent him back to this starting point. At the Saria dojo, a woman with sharp white hair was coldly looking down at the pathetic students in front of her. An overwhelming instructor aura, just like a sub-boss about to purge the entire dojo. Resting a wooden sword on her shoulder, she growled, summarizing the situation. "So to put it briefly, what you guys are trying to tell me is that you used the swordsmanship you learned from me to bully civilians. And in the end, you got beaten to a pulp?" In front of the chief instructor of the Saria dojo, Balder, and his lackeys could only kneel, trembling in sheer terror. Balder, breaking into a cold sweat, tried to make an excuse in fear. "We didn't intend to bully him. It was just a sparring match." But that clumsy lie only made the dojo master even more furious. She swung the wooden sword forcefully down onto the floor, creating a shockwave that shook the entire room. The lackeys standing nearby trembled, their faces turning pale as she coldly questioned them. "Who gave you permission to make up excuses?" Her sharp gaze looked straight at the leader. "If you call beating an unarmed person a sparring match, then what happens right now is also just a sparring match, right?" The tip of her wooden sword pointed straight at Balder's eye, leaving him frozen, his breath caught from the terrifying pressure. She firmly ordered the expulsion of the delinquent students. "Get out and never come back." She declared a total revocation of their status. "From now on, you no longer have the right to call yourselves students of this dojo." Balder and his group could only murmur, "Yes, master," and then hurriedly fled from the place. As soon as they were out of sight, the white-haired woman sheathed her sword and turned to look at Gray with a softened gaze. "I apologize for that. It seems my former students have caused trouble for you." Gray humbly bowed his head and replied, There is no need to worry, ma'am." After the words of appreciation, the instructor got straight to the main point. "So, I heard that you want a recommendation to the academy?" Receiving a determined nod of confirmation from Gray, she walked over to the weapon rack. She explained that as an apology for the trouble Balder had caused, she sincerely wanted to write a recommendation letter for him, but she still maintained her principles. "But I must test your strength first." Ray didn't flinch. He clenched his fist and calmly replied, "I understand." Taking her position in the middle of the training hall, the white-haired woman took a defensive stance and allowed Ray to make the first move. "You may have the first move. Attack whenever you are ready." Without wasting a single second, Ray shouted, "Here I come." The sword strikes he unleashed were incredibly sharp and precise, creating powerful gusts of wind that left his opponent secretly amazed. This kid's swordsmanship is quite practical for his age. It's as if he has been through countless battles. The more they clashed, the more she noticed the maturity in each of Gray's moves, and she finally understood the reason why her former students were utterly defeated. Balder and the rest stood no chance against him. His style is mostly self-taught, but occasionally, the way he swings his sword resembles what is taught at the academy. The white-haired woman silently evaluated Gray while parrying his attacks. She wondered if anyone had ever taught him before, because although his technique was still quite unrefined, he was truly a diamond in the rough with immense potential. Realizing it was time, she decided, regrettably, it has to end here. The pace of the match suddenly skyrocketed, leaving the instructor astonished. Strange, why hasn't he lost his breath yet? Why is he still keeping up with me? She was stunned to realize that she had only intended to test him a little at first. Yet before she knew it, she was already forced to use all her strength to handle him. She questioned herself, and why am I? Looking deep into Ray's blazing red eyes filled with murderous intent. A chill ran down her spine, leaving her completely frozen. That feeling so afraid of this kid. Ray suddenly unleashed a wide swing, making the instructor feel a bit overconfident as she thought. I had a bad feeling, but turns out it was just a reckless swing. Seeing her opponent leave an opening, she immediately seized the opportunity and rushed forward. You finally showed a flaw. It ends here. But right at that decisive moment, an unimaginable turnaround took place, leaving her completely shell-shocked. She couldn't believe her eyes when she witnessed that the wooden sword in her hand had already broken. The shattered wooden pieces flew everywhere in midair. Under a terrifying amount of pressure, Ray stood frozen, feeling the familiar energy flowing through his veins. He thought to himself, this feeling. It's exactly like back then. So, I still possess that power. Ray suddenly felt an intense pain and collapsed in the middle of the arena. The instructor rushed over in a panic. What is it? Are you okay? Ray gritted his teeth, enduring the agonizing pain. He realized a harsh truth, my body. It can't keep up with the power. He tried to catch his breath, staggering as he forced himself up, leaning on his wooden sword, and replied weakly, I'm fine. Despite saying so out loud, in his heart, Gray knew very well that he was only forcing himself to stand. He reminded himself, I shouldn't use this power recklessly. No, it's best not to. Looking at the instructor's highly skeptical face, Gray knew that even if he explained, she wouldn't be able to believe it. And besides, this was still a power that he hadn't fully controlled yet. To break the tense atmosphere, Ray scratched his head and gave a forced smile. I just overdid it a little bit. The instructor silently looked at the broken wooden sword in her hand, her mind in turmoil with logical deductions. Logically speaking, it should be completely impossible to snap her sword using a dull wooden sword, and he himself knew that as well. Seeing her just standing there, staring blankly at him, Ray timidly asked, is something wrong? Looking at the seemingly goofy smile of the teenager in front of her, she sighed inwardly. He doesn't intend to speak out. The instructor closed her eyes tightly, trying to suppress her utter astonishment and questions about Ray's true strength. When Gray expressed his desire to be recommended to the academy, the sword instructor looked at him thoughtfully and then confirmed. Yes, I can. I can absolutely write a letter recommending you to the most prestigious school in the kingdom, the Royal Academy of Swordsmanship. However, her gaze suddenly turned sharp and cold as she issued a warning. But I cannot advise you to go there. You are not suited for that place. Ray fell silent, his mind in turmoil with his thoughts. I knew it. I'm still not strong enough. He bitterly realized that apart from that final burst of power, he had barely accomplished anything significant. Suddenly, the white-haired woman continued. The place you should aim for is the World Alliance Academy. That is no longer just the most prestigious school in the kingdom, but the gathering place of the most outstanding geniuses from around the globe. Ray gasped in astonishment to himself. The World Alliance Academy? Isn't that the place where the Sword Saint and the others used to study? He was skeptical whether someone like him could even be accepted into that legendary place. But the instructor poured a bucket of cold water on him. No, it's impossible. I'm sure you've realized it yourself. Your body is not suited to be a swordsman at all. A cold final blow typical of a top-tier instructor who specializes in exposing reality. She explained that if he were at the Royal Academy, Ray could use skills to pretend and deceive everyone. But at the Alliance Academy, no one can be fooled. She looked at him with great skepticism. How do you have such skills? With a body this weak? The Alliance Academy sounded like a server, filled entirely with monster-level players. Ray broke into a cold sweat. He knew very well that those who graduated from that place were absolute monsters. And with his current physical condition, he didn't stand a chance against them. Seeing Gray looking discouraged, the instructor immediately asked, why are you wanting to give up? There are still 9 months left before the entrance exam, you know. Ray was worried because he only had 9 short months to prepare, and the instructor also admitted that amount of time was indeed far too little. However, she looked straight into his eyes and asserted, but I want you to trust me. Under that high-pressure gaze, she asked in a serious tone if he was ready to endure hardships throughout the upcoming time. Even though he thought to himself that he didn't want to suffer at all, but that I don't want to suffer at all, but Gray knew he had no way back. He gripped the hem of his shirt and firmly declared, "But I will do it. Please help me for the next 9 months." Seeing the burning determination in her student's red eyes, the instructor flashed a mysterious smile. "Very well. Now, let your hell begin." She took her stance, ready to turn the training into a true nightmare to unleash his limits. The calendar pages began to flip rapidly, marking a series of harsh training days where even breathing was a chore. Ray had to carry massive boulders on his back under a pouring rain, consume a huge amount of food to build up his physical strength, and even had to swallow recovery medicines that looked absolutely terrifying. A training regimen built strictly on the ethos of, if you survive, we'll talk about the rest. It didn't stop there. He was repeatedly knocked down and endured painful blows during unyielding sparring sessions. 8 months passed in sweat and blood, turning a weak teenager into a warrior with sharp reflexes. Ray had completely transformed by this point, possessing a toned body with firm muscles, covered in scars of growth. The instructor remarked with satisfaction, "You have toughened up a lot. Now, I have nothing left to teach you." She smiled and advised him to leave with confidence. But Gray was still puzzled because the entrance exam was still a whole month away. The instructor explained that taking an exam in an unfamiliar place is never easy, so he needed to get there early, to adapt to the environment and have the best preparation. The instructor handed Gray a pouch of money and instructed, "This is enough travel money for your food and lodging for a month." Gray felt like something was off and questioned her. But isn't leaving a whole month early a bit too soon? He thought to himself that she seemed to want to kick him out. But the master just smiled and replied, "You are overthinking it." Right after that, she gravely revealed about a goblin nest that had just appeared near the village. Since the village had no guards, the situation seemed quite tense. However, the instructor still casually asserted, "But that has nothing to do with us. The support unit will arrive from the imperial capital, so there's no need to worry at all." She urged, "Gray, just set off for your exam with peace of mind." But his worried gaze showed that he didn't believe those reassuring words at all. Ray saw right through his master's mind. He knew for sure that she was lying. In his memory, this village would be wiped out, because no one would come to save it, and his master would sacrifice herself, while going alone to exterminate the monsters. Despite his aching heart, Ray remained calm and replied, "I understand. Thank you for everything." Ray firmly said his goodbyes. "I'm off." The instructor smiled, wished him luck on passing the exam, and watched him leave. Night quickly fell, a full moon hanging in the starry sky. At this time, in the dark forest, the instructor quietly entered the danger zone alone. She observed the tracks on the ground and told herself, based on the scout report, "It's over there." Just as she was about to move forward, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from above. "Where do you think you're going?" The instructor was shocked and looked up to see Gray sitting casually on a tree branch, his sharp gaze looking straight down at her. The master froze and blurted out, "Ray, why are you here? Aren't you on your way to the academy?" Ray lightly jumped down from the tree branch. He calmly replied, "I should be the one asking you that. You said the goblin nest would be handled by the army from the imperial capital." The white-haired woman only now admitted that the army couldn't make it due to an urgent matter, so she had decided to handle the monsters herself. She confidently asserted, "Anyway, I'm enough on my own. I know exactly how dangerous that nest is through the scout report." According to the information she gathered, the leader is a high-tier goblin commanding a pack of about 40 to 50. Although admitting that number is a bit troublesome, she still intends to charge into their lair, completely single-handedly. Ray silently analyzed, "A high-tier goblin, huh? The creature itself isn't that strong, but their true strength lies in their intelligence and leadership. If surrounded, it is indeed a suicide mission." Gray's gaze hardened as the memory of the old tragedy came back. He knew for certain that if his master went alone, she would never be able to return, and his entire hometown village would also be wiped out by them. "I have witnessed that future with my own eyes," Ray told himself. Then, he looked straight into his master's eyes and pleaded, "Please let me go with you." However, the white-haired woman still firmly refused. "And I already told you, I'm enough on my own." Ray still didn't give up. He pressed further. "I don't want to miss this opportunity for real combat. Or do you think I'll just be a burden?" The master looked at him with a complex gaze. She smiled and admitted that now, even in their sparring sessions, she could no longer defeat him. Even so, she was still worried due to the unpredictable nature of a real battle, especially with a monster nest that suddenly appeared like this. For something this dangerous, it's best to wait until you have more real combat experience, Ray said in a low voice. "So you're absolutely determined to go alone? In that case, I have an idea." Seeing his master's puzzled look, he coldly declared, "I will fight you. I'll knock you unconscious and handle the goblins myself." Ray's eyes glowed with intense, sharp aura. He gripped his sword hilt tightly, ready to carry out his bold plan to protect his teacher. Faced with her student's extreme determination, The master could only sigh and lower her sword, giving in. All right, I give up. She looked at Gray with eyes full of trust, but didn't forget to instruct. But promise me, no matter what happens, you must return safely. Gray casually replied, I'm intending to do just that. And don't you go dying either. Both of them advanced toward the monster's lair. The master smiled and asserted, of course. Under the dim moonlight, a deep valley came into view with flickering fires from the goblin nest located right between the steep cliffs. The master observed the treacherous terrain. Ray remarked on the terrain with no escape route. They sure are confident. To dare build a nest in a place like this. The master continued. We can't run either. The opponents are intelligent monsters, so it's better to be cautious. Failure means the whole team wipes out. Ray nodded, I know. Both hid behind a rocky outcrop. Observing the large goblins guarding below, the master whispered, I don't see the leader anywhere. It must be inside the tent. Hopefully, we can take down some of them before the leader shows its face. The master quickly divided the tasks. Ray, you take them down one by one on that side. And I'll go from this side. Ray calmly replied, got it. Receiving a satisfied nod of good from the master, both immediately launched the attack with the command, start. A goblin suddenly noticed the anomaly, but it was too late. The master rushed forward like a whirlwind, her attack speed so fast that the goblins didn't have time to process the situation. The goblins collapsed one after another in shock. Alarm screams echoed throughout the nest. The goblins frantically rushed out to surround them. Amidst the enemy's encirclement, Ray gripped his sword hilt tightly, his glowing red eyes flashing with intense murderous intent. He charged into the crowd like a phantom, each slash carrying terrifying power, leaving the monsters with no time to react and cutting them down in droves. Master and student coordinated seamlessly, forming a death pincer, wiping out all resistance. His eyes burned with determination to eliminate all monsters to protect the future of the village. Standing in the middle of the battlefield filled with monster corpses, the master couldn't help but be amazed by her student's skills, thinking, is this really your first time? Ray maintained a cold face, and he warned, Master, please be careful. Everything is only just beginning. Looking at the monsters collapsed at his feet, Ray began to feel something was amiss. Strange. They are too weak. If they were this weak, Master could definitely handle them alone. His gaze turned toward the distant darkness with skepticism. Unless, inside that tent, inside the gloomy tent, a pair of glowing red eyes was quietly observing them with a dense, murderous aura. Realizing the true danger, Ray's face turned pale and he shouted loudly, we have to run now. Run quick. The master asked back in shock. What's wrong? Ray didn't have time to explain, but only urged. Just run. Despite not understanding what was happening, both of them immediately fled. Right at that moment, a massive dark figure crashed down from above, creating an impact that made the ground shake violently. Emerging from the debris was a massive monster, fully equipped with armor and holding a giant axe. The master exclaimed in astonishment, a high-tier goblin. What an honor that the leader itself has personally appeared. However, Ray realized a truth even more terrifying than that. He screamed, no, that's not the leader. The real leader is. A giant mouth with sharp teeth suddenly closed in, followed by a series of roars from the goblins frantically rushing forward to surround them. The master blurted out in shock. What on earth is that? In front of them were no longer ordinary goblins, but a monster army radiating a gloomy aura, as if they had just stepped out of hell. Ray realized the brutal truth. A goblin general. It is the true leader of this nest. The general emerged, full of authority with glowing red eyes, and a great sword with a skull design, leading a massive army of monsters to surround the two of them. A goblin general. It is the true leader of this nest. The master gritted her teeth and ordered, take this one down, then run. Then she rushed off like a flash of lightning, unleashing a slash to clear a path straight at the giant. She was horrified to find its wound radiating a purple light and self-healing in the blink of an eye. Ray shouted a warning that all efforts were useless, because the goblin general's roar has the ability to buff strength and grant rapid regeneration to both itself and its entire army. Ray realized the situation had completely changed. No wonder everything felt off. I feel like we can't even take down a single one of them. Amidst the encirclement of the monsters, which were becoming crazier than ever, he firmly told the master to watch the rear and buy him some time. The master asked back in shock, what do you plan to do? Ray didn't answer directly. He just quietly looked toward the enemy with his glowing red eyes. In his mind right now, there was only one single choice left to turn the tables. He had to bring down the bastard standing at the very top over there. It's so annoying how they keep trying to flank me. Ray sidestepped to dodge attacks from both sides, simultaneously unleashing cyan slashes to cut down the frantically roaring monsters, continuously dodging blows as smoothly as a top F1 racer. He told himself that he needed to truly focus. to wipe out all the enemies blocking the path ahead. But right in the middle of that fierce clash, the sword in Gray's hand suddenly shattered into pieces under the terrifying pressure. He blurted out in shock, "My sword can't even withstand fighting these buff goblins." A giant monster didn't miss the opportunity and immediately swung its weapon to launch a direct attack at Gray while he was at a disadvantage. Quickly drawing his remaining backup sword, Ray realized with worry, this one will also break soon if things keep going like this. Right at the critical moment, the master from behind shouted loudly and threw her own sword to Ray. "Use my backup sword." He caught it perfectly and replied with determination, "Thank you." Now with two swords in his hands, Gray silently calculated, "Now I have two blades. Though it's not enough to wipe out all the enemies to face that goblin general and anyone else blocking the way, this is more than enough." Ray decisively rushed right into the middle of the monsters. Encirclement like a whirlwind of death. Lightning-fast sword strikes successively cut down a swarm of enemies in the blink of an eye. Despite the wound on his face bleeding, Ray flashed a proud, defiant smile, channeling all his power into a fierce clash with the largest monster. Ray gritted his teeth and clicked his tongue as he saw the monsters endlessly pouring in. He swung his swords, creating powerful slashes that swept through the crowd of goblins rushing forward like moths to a flame. The chaotic battle scene was as intense as a final late-game team fight with no way out. In the distance, the goblin general opened its mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar, its eyes glowing brightly, radiating a terrifying pressure. Ray blurted out in shock, "What?" He realized the surge of energy from that roar just now was making the goblins frantically wild and many times stronger. A monster suddenly blocked Ray's sword strike, making him groan in pain. Looking toward the leader standing and observing, Ray realized the brutal truth. "Have you already seen through my plan?" The general's roar still echoed throughout the valley, urging its minions to rush forward and tear their prey apart. Ray thought to himself while struggling to hold his ground, "So your intelligence isn't just for show after all." He continuously swung his swords, parrying the onslaught of relentless attacks, trying to find a gap to escape the tightening encirclement. Ray shouted loudly, "Get out of the way," and focused his strength to slash open a bloody path through the dense defensive line of the monsters. However, the sheer number of enemies made Ray begin to get overwhelmed. New wounds continuously appeared on his back, making him groan in pain. Ugh, he gritted his teeth in frustration, telling himself, "I don't have time to mess around with these guys." Instantly, a goblin rushed forward and tightly pinned Gray from behind to hold him down. Right at that moment, another giant monster closed in, raising its deadly axe high, aiming straight at Gray to bring it down. Ray was bombarded with relentless attacks. New wounds continuously appeared, making him realize the vicious intent of the monsters. They are trying to wear down my swords by continuously throwing away their lives. His eyes were filled with exhaustion as he saw another giant goblin swinging a ton-heavy fist, aiming straight at him. Ray mustered his last bit of strength to block the fierce attack, but the pressure was too immense, sending him flying back. He was painfully and severely injured, his breathing becoming rapid and difficult. Ray could only force himself up, weakly, in a state of complete exhaustion. Looking at the only remaining sword beside him, he bitterly asked himself, "Am I supposed to face an entire army of goblins and the general with just this one sword?" Standing before rows upon rows of monsters looming forward, Ray felt ultimate helplessness. Based on the painful experiences from his past life, he clearly understood a brutal truth. "I can't win in this critical life-or-death situation." Ray gripped his sword hilt and made his final decision. He turned back and shouted loudly, "Master, run. Run now while they are focusing on me." However, the only response to his urgent plea was a mysterious smile from the white-haired woman. She casually declared, "I'm sorry, but I can't do that," and then proudly stepped forward to directly confront the giant goblin general. Ray screamed in despair, "Are you planning to die in vain?" He tried to convince her, "I'll run right after you. Master, don't worry about me." But the white-haired woman only quietly replied, "It's not like that." She painfully uttered, "I can't run anymore." Looking down at her severely injured legs with streams of blood continuously pouring out, Ray was shocked to realize his master had reached her limit long ago. His mind was in turmoil upon realizing he was completely out of options. Watching the monsters looming forward, he bitterly thought to himself, "I traveled back through time to defeat the destroyer. Yet it's all about to end in a place like this?" Ray frantically swung his sword to fight back, but the sword in his hand once again shattered into pieces under the immense pressure. Ray roared, "No, this is not over yet." Looking at the shards falling through midair, he harbored a bold idea. "If it's the power from back then, as long as I can tap into that power." Images of the earth-shattering battle with Liquidator flashed through his mind. Ray asserted firmly. Then even this entire swarm of enemies will. Looking at the reflection of the goblins in the broken shard, he commanded himself. Remember it. Remember the sensation from that moment. Ray gripped the broken hilt tightly, channeling his entire will to awaken the destructive power slumbering inside his body. Suddenly, a glowing red eye with a slit, pupil like a monster's snapped wide open, radiating a spine-chilling murderous intent. Ray stood tall, his arm outstretched with surging, dark energy swirling around it. The master looked at her student in shock, stammering his name, Ray? Right after that was a lightning-fast sight. The monster's head was severed from its body in a single strike, so fast it was invisible to the naked eye. The master blurted out in shock, what? She couldn't believe her eyes witnessing that overwhelming power. Seizing the opportunity while the leader was severely wounded and lost control, she swung her sword and charged into the fray amidst bursting sparks. The master's eyes lit up. She realized the pressure from the opponent had decreased. It's lighter now. She gritted her teeth and told herself, you really caused me some trouble. A single sword strike carrying a deep blue spiritual energy swept across, wiping out a swarm of surrounding goblins in an instant. She coldly declared, but without the general buffing your strength, you guys are nothing. The battle ended. Under the bright moonlight, both master and student were breathing heavily from exhaustion in the middle of the ruined battlefield. The master said tremblingly, somehow, we managed. Ray looked at the broken sword fragment in his hand and spoke guiltily. I'm sorry, I broke your sword. But the white-haired woman just smiled and gently replied, I don't mind. You saved my life, after all. Ray let go, letting the broken sword fragment fall to the ground. The master curiously went to ask, by the way, Ray, that attack, just now. Before she could finish her sentence, Ray's body suddenly collapsed. The instructor screamed in a panic, Ray? The young man lay unconscious on the cold ground, completely blacked out after exhausting his very last bit of strength. Ray woke up in a dark, infinite space. He asked himself in confusion, where on earth am I? Amidst the void, a massive gate surrounded by chains appeared mysteriously. Ray was stunned. A gate. A bizarre space, heavy with the secrets of an ancient forbidden sealing technique. Immediately, blood-red streaks of light began to crack and spread across the surface of the gate. Ray recognized the familiar dark energy leaking out from it and blurted out, this is the image of a demon. I flashed in his mind, leaving him shocked. It's that exact power. Standing before the burning gate, Ray questioned himself. If I open it, will I obtain that power? He stepped forward. But instantly, a demonic figure, with a massive, glowing red skeleton appeared as if wanting to devour his soul. Ray collapsed, his hand tightly gripping his chest, which was tightening from the terrifying pressure. He bitterly realized, I don't know why, but I know one thing for certain, that if he opened this gate with his current body, he would die. Ray trembled in sheer terror. The feeling of accidentally opening a forbidden seal before the health bar is fully restored. A mysterious voice echoed, wise decision. Ray snapped awake, his breathing heavy and full of tension. After the nightmare about the mysterious gate, Master Saria frantically rushed to the bedside. Ray, you're awake. He looked around in confusion and asked, where on earth is this? She breathed a sigh of relief, explaining that this was the village infirmary and he had been unconscious for the past 5 days, making her fear that he would never wake up again. Ray was shocked to learn he had slept for 5 whole days. He told himself that he had pushed himself too hard, and perhaps his body had reached its limit. But the master immediately objected. She believed the phrase. Pushing yourself was still too mild to describe what he had done in that disastrous battle. Putting that matter aside, she looked at him with worry and asked, is your body okay? Can you move? Ray tried to move his right arm, but felt completely helpless. I can't put any strength into my right hand at all, though it could nudge slightly if he tried his absolute best. He feared he would never be able to wield a sword again in this condition. In particular, a strange black bruise like a dark mark appeared on his wrist, causing great doubt when he heard his master ask, it doesn't move very well, does it? He wondered, can't she see it? Then he honestly replied, I can't put any strength into my dominant hand. The master thoughtfully confirmed that the injury would not heal anytime soon because the entire bone structure of his right arm had shattered. Ray blurted out in shock, my bones are shattered. He was extremely surprised because even if the bones were completely shattered, he himself did not feel any pain at all. The master revealed that they had used magic medicine to treat him. Ray yelled out in shock, magic medicine? Isn't that thing extremely expensive? Saria reassured Ray that he shouldn't worry too much, because it was the village chief who had given that magic medicine to them. Ray was still skeptical. The village chief gave it? Why would he give something as precious as that to someone like me? Ray was still not used to the feeling of going from a novice village NPC to the map-saving MVP. Saria looked at him with a gentle, yet proud gaze and asserted, what are you saying? Ray, You are the hero of this village." Right at that moment, the room door burst open, and the village chief rushed in, calling Ray's name loudly. Seeing him, Ray was about to speak up to thank the chief. "Chief, thank you for the magic medicine." But he immediately interrupted and gripped his hand tightly with emotion. "We are the ones who should be thanking you." He was still in shock when recalling the fact that the one Gray had defeated was a goblin general, a monster that even the combined forces of the surrounding towns couldn't scratch, yet it targeted this tiny village. The village chief emphasized that if Gray hadn't destroyed it, the village would have definitely been completely wiped out. He firmly asserted that without him and Saria, then from this medicine, this infirmary, to the lives of all the villagers, none of it would exist anymore. Ray was a bit flustered by such great gratitude, so he replied, "Oh, you are exaggerating." But the village chief smiled and said that he should be the one who understands that best. Ray fell silent and looked down. In his mind, the image of his old village, burning in a sea of fire in his past life, reappeared. He silently admitted that perhaps the chief was right. In the world before I turned back time, this place was supposed to have been destroyed by the goblins' attack. Seeing Gray still lost in thought, the village chief declared he would thoroughly explain the importance of this achievement if he still hadn't realized it. Then he suddenly asked, "I heard that you are about to take the entrance exam for the World Alliance Academy. Is that true?" Ray suddenly froze as a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. He remembered he had gone to exterminate the monsters just 1 week before the exam, and now he had been asleep for 5 days. That meant there were only a mere 2 days left until the big moment. Meanwhile, from here to the World Alliance Academy takes 3 days on foot, even though going by horse only takes 1 day. He didn't have the money to rent one. The moment he realized the deadline was breathing down his neck, Ray frantically looked at the village chief with an urgent gaze. "I'm sorry, chief. Could you please lend me a horse?" The village chief smiled, seemingly having anticipated this. "I knew you would say that. So I've already prepared the best horse in the village for you." He asserted that with its speed, he would arrive there in the blink of an eye. Saria, standing nearby, didn't forget to tease him. "If you hadn't woken up today, we were planning to carry you there while you were still asleep." A support team, providing full backing, determined not to let the carry miss the exam. Ray could only smile wryly at everyone's thoughtful care. As soon as he opened the door and stepped outside, an unexpected scene appeared before his eyes. A large crowd of villagers had gathered along the pathway, holding bright cheering banners in their hands, leaving Gray completely stunned with astonishment. Cheers echoed loudly throughout the street. "Thank you. You must absolutely pass the exam. Thank you for saving our village." The young girls also excitedly waved goodbye to the hero who had saved their lives. A man representing the villagers stepped forward, handing Gray a heavy cloth pouch. "Gray, please accept this." He blankly received the unexpected gift and asked, "What is this?" The man explained, "That is the money that the entire village contributed together for you." They knew that the application fee for the World Alliance Academy is by no means a small amount, so they wanted to join hands to help support your future. Looking at everyone's radiant faces full of expectations, Ray called out softly with emotion, "Everyone." He flashed a smile brighter than ever, sincerely replying, "Thank you all so much." However, as he led the horse, preparing to set off, Ray couldn't help but feel the pressure and thought to himself, "If I fail the exam like this, I probably won't have the face to ever return here again." Saria stood nearby, seemingly understanding her student's thoughts. She gently reassured him that he didn't need to worry. Saria smiled with full confidence and asserted that not a single applicant applying to the World Alliance Academy could take down a goblin general like he did. Ray looked down at his bandaged arm, worrying and asking himself whether his current condition would even allow him to compete. But his master immediately reassured him, "Your left hand still works fine, doesn't it? Just got hit with a debuff, but still forced to go take the entrance exam." Ray clenched his remaining left hand, though there was still a bit of hesitation. Saria firmly stated that that much was more than enough, and that he also didn't need to use that terrifying power anymore. Standing beside the warhorse, Ray still couldn't help but worry that the entrance exam would certainly not be easy enough for him to pass with just one arm. Saria looked straight into her student's eyes, asserting that the Academy's examiners are by no means so blind as to overlook his true talent. She flashed a radiant smile and firmly guaranteed, "I guarantee it. You will definitely pass." Ray gripped the reins tightly, emotionally sending a sincere thank you to his teacher, and promised himself not to let her down. As he spurred his horse to leave, looking at the village still peaceful behind him, Ray thought to himself, "This village was supposed to have been destroyed in my past life, but now it still exists. This world has truly changed, and the future can absolutely be rewritten with this very power." With his red eyes full of determination, he decisively said, "Let's go." The sound of horse hooves echoed along the long road. Gray silently thanked the fine horse for helping him arrive on time. Amidst the vast sea and sky, a grand, circular architecture rose from the ocean with long, endless bridges leading into the center. Ray was completely stunned by the magnificence of this place. So this is the World Alliance Academy. In front of the majestic main gate, a bustling crowd of people and carriages was pouring in, opening a challenging new chapter in his journey to change destiny. Inside the vast central arena of the World Alliance Academy, thousands of applicants were gathering in crowds under the deep blue sky. A loud, clear voice echoed, announcing the start of the exam ticket distribution, while simultaneously requesting everyone to stay in their positions until this process was finished. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Ray listened to the anxious chatter about the brutal passing rate, as someone wondered if everyone here was an opponent, considering only about 20 people would be chosen. The competition rate was as intense as a high school battle royale. The surrounding applicants buzzed about how the number of accepted students changed every year. Sometimes it was 50 people, but there was also a year where only a single person managed to pass the trials. Right after that, attention shifted toward the high stands as Professor Ariel was invited to step forward. With her vibrant red hair and authoritative demeanor, she coldly announced she would get straight to the point, which was distributing the exam tickets. Ariel flashed a meaningful smile and asked the applicants to catch the piece of paper about to appear before them. With just a powerful snap of her fingers, a terrifyingly brilliant surge of gold magic exploded, covering the entire arena space. Amidst the astonishment of the thousands present, Ray was amazed as a glowing magic slip appeared right in his hand. On it was only the brief information. Applicant number 513, Swordsmanship course. Looking around and seeing everyone already had a ticket in hand, Ariel continued to explain from above that many people would probably be surprised to see a completely blank piece of paper with nothing but an exam number and a course. She smiled smugly and asserted that this was precisely the annual tradition of this academy. Ariel's gaze was sharp as she firmly declared that the World Alliance Academy does not discriminate based on age, gender, nationality, or social status. To this place, even an applicant's real name has absolutely no meaning at all. She pointed her hand forward and emphasized that only those with enough capability to pass the exam and win the right to cross the bridge leading into the academy deserve to be asked their names. She even casually allowed them to use a fake name if they wanted, as long as they proved their own strength. Ray stared at the piece of paper in his hand in shock, thinking to himself, I left my sword at the inn, yet it still says I belong to the swordsmanship course. What kind of system is this? This system probably uses AI to read, or is instead of scanning weapons anymore. Up above, Professor Ariel smirked and added, furthermore, I have divided the courses based on your appearances. If I made any mistake, feel free to raise your hand. Her eyes flashed with a mystical light through her glasses, causing the crowd to begin buzzing in disbelief. Did she choose the courses just by looking at our faces? Are you kidding? With this massive number of applicants, how could she possibly do something like that? The whispers continued to echo endlessly. They must have checked us beforehand. Or perhaps she used some kind of mind reading magic on us. The crowd began writing their own conspiracy theories, like a gaming chat group during a new update. Ariel looked down at the entire arena and announced, it seems no one was placed in the wrong spot. Next, I will announce the exam schedule. Check your tickets. Ray looked down at his ticket. The text first day, 11 a.m. was clearly visible, making his face turn pale. Damn it. I have to take the exam on the very first day? I was hoping to have a little more time for my arm to recover. Ariel coldly emphasized the brutal nature of the exam. This is a one-time practical test. If you are late, you will be automatically disqualified. Make sure to arrive on time, as we do not accept any requests to change personal schedules. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Ray anxiously clutched his right arm, which was still bandaged. I still can't put any strength into my dominant hand at all. Please heal by tomorrow. Even just a little bit would be fine. Time passed quickly, and the official exam day had arrived. Under the bright sunny sky of the academy, Ray looked down at his arm and was shocked to realize the harsh reality. It hasn't healed one bit. Looks like I have to take the exam with my arm like this. The proctor's voice echoed, interrupting his train of thought. Next applicant, please wait at the arena entrance. He let out a sigh to calm himself down. No, I shouldn't be pessimistic right now. My left hand is still working perfectly, and I can still move. My right hand to some extent. Ray stared intently at his hands, ready to face his first challenge. He told himself, I must utilize what little time is left to see through the examiner's movements to find an opening. Down on the battlefield, the examiner wearing glasses ordered the opponent with a calm demeanor. 1541, you may make the first move. You can make the first move. Instantly, the large applicant let out a powerful roar and charged straight forward with a greatsword in his hands. A tremendously powerful slash came down, creating an explosion of thick dust, but the examiner had smoothly sidestepped to dodge it, to the opponent's astonishment. Not giving up, the applicant gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "It's not over yet." The familiar line right before eating a counter combo, frantically swinging his sword, creating fiery clashes. He was shocked to realize his attacks were completely blocked. No way. The examiner maintained a cold expression. He unleashed a lightning-fast sword strike with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, the great sword was knocked high into the air, and a powerful blow sent the applicant flying back. The examiner sheathed his sword and coldly declared, "Your test ends here. Pick up your weapon and leave the arena." The applicant disconsolately replied, "Understood," then slouched away in utter disappointment. Witnessing that absolute domination, Ray broke into a cold sweat. He closed his eyes in extreme tension. "Yep, I'm done for." Right at that moment, the firm call of the examiner echoed throughout the arena. "Next, number 513. Ray stepped onto the field and clearly responded, "Yes," looking at the examiner who had just defeated a large applicant with only one hand. He couldn't help but worry. "Are you telling me to fight someone who just took down that huge guy with one hand?" The examiner calmly ordered, "You may make the first move." Ray decisively replied, "Understood." Though in his heart, he still told himself, "To be honest, I don't feel like I have a single chance. But I will still do everything I can. Let's go." Ray rushed forward. In his mind, his master's teachings replayed. A sword is not just swung with the arm. You must channel the source of power, generated from your entire body through your hands. That's what master taught me, right? Ray channeled power into his attack. Even when my right arm has no strength left. If I can transfer the force through other muscle groups. He swung his sword but instantly realized, not again. I can't fight the way I usually do. If swinging a sword without arm strength were that easy, then no one would bother physical training from the start. A powerful clash occurred, leaving the examiner astonished. Blurting out in shock, Ray suddenly realized something. Looking at the opponent's sword strikes, he wondered, isn't the examiner's technique a bit slow? The two continued to clash. Ray silently analyzed. He possesses terrifying power, but his speed and technique cannot even compare to master's. He decided to change his strategy. If I rely on the swordsmanship I learned from her, I can make up for the lack of arm strength. In that case, Ray's glowing red eyes flashed with murderous intent. He accelerated, forcing the examiner to grit his teeth and struggle to hold his ground. Ray asserted firmly, "Yes, he is definitely slow. He isn't anywhere near as strong as I thought." The image of his master smiling replayed along with her assertion. "You will definitely pass." His sword clashed fiercely with the opponent's, creating bright sparks. Ray channeled his entire will into the final strike and confidently declared, "I think I can actually do this." Ray gritted his teeth, enduring the pressure from the relentless sword strikes. He thought to himself, even though I have seen through the examiner's swordsmanship, his glowing red eyes closely observed every single movement, searching for the smallest opening amidst the sparks bursting everywhere as the two blades continuously clashed. Ray bitterly realized the harsh reality. The difference in power is too vast. I can't break his stance. In the end, winning with just one hand is not easy at all. However, he noticed that the movements of the examiner were gradually becoming rougher and less precise. Due to his impatience to finish the match, though knowing it was a gamble, Ray still decided to bet everything on this very moment. Perhaps if I do it right now. Just as predicted, the examiner unleashed a powerful slash but exposed a fatal opening. Ray smirked triumphantly. "Got you. You swung way too wide." The examiner's sword missed and slammed heavily into the ground. Because nothing creates an opening easier than a massive and calculated swing like that. Ray swiftly sidestepped to get behind his opponent. He asserted firmly, no matter how vast the difference in power is, if I can get behind him. Just as Ray was about to unleash the decisive blow, a loud shout echoed throughout the arena. "Stop!" The two instantly froze in the middle of the vast arena. Ray stood still, the tip of his sword pointed straight at the examiner. While his breathing was still rapid, he wondered if the match was truly over. Feeling regret that the order to stop came too early, right when he had just found his chance. However, the announcement from the stands echoed, crushing all hope. Time for the exam is up. With this result, the match is considered a draw. Ray gritted his teeth bitterly, silently blaming himself for not being able to finish the match sooner, leaving the result not as desired. Looking down at his sword and still bandaged right arm, Ray quietly left the arena with his head slumped down. He comforted himself that he had tried his best, but anxiety about the future still loomed. Upon realizing that if he couldn't defeat this examiner, the journey ahead would be incredibly difficult. Walking heavily up the stairs, Ray sighed and told himself that perhaps he would have to wait until next year, when his arm was fully recovered, to come back and take the exam. Once again, 1 week later, At meeting room number 53 of the World Alliance Academy, the high-ranking officials had fully gathered to evaluate the exam results. A representative with gray hair and reading glasses thoughtfully spoke up. 1690 asking. Required. The members for their thoughts on the applicants. Now that everyone had completed their tests, a young, exhausted examiner complained about the overly inefficient joint observation process and suggested dividing the workload for next year to reduce the pressure. Immediately, another member with a full beard countered that they couldn't overlook any of the Academy's potential talents just for the sake of personal convenience. The elder cut across the debate, reminding everyone to focus on evaluating the students instead of discussing the examination system. He lightly tapped his hand on the table, requesting to begin the evaluation with the swordsmanship course and asking the decisive question, who are the ones who passed? A surge of deep blue magic erupted, displaying the list of the most outstanding applicants. As usual, those who defeated the examiner will all be passed. The elder spoke while looking at the magic screens replaying the matches. He further explained that the rest would be evaluated based on the skills demonstrated and how they held their ground within the 15-minute limit, then turned to ask for the opinions of the swordsmanship course instructors. An examiner remarked that aside from those who won, applicants number 5217 and 753 were the most prominent. The discussion quickly came to a conclusion with the stance. Let's decide it that way. Even if the others get in, they won't be able to keep up with the curriculum anyway. Everyone agreed without any other opposing opinions. Well then, we have finalized the acceptance list for the swordsmanship course. The elder nodded to wrap it up. However, the atmosphere suddenly shifted when a question echoed. What about applicant number 513? Everyone's eyes shifted toward the screen displaying Gray's image. An examiner stared intently at the young boy and muttered, applicant number 513? This kid, you mean? The feeling of having your profile scrutinized by a committee is exactly like when a teacher turns on the camera to check previous lessons. The footage of Gray's match once again appeared on the magic screen. An examiner remarked very strictly, it looks like he was about to win. But if he has to rely on setting a trap just to defeat an examiner, then his future will be very difficult. Criticisms continued to pour over Gray. His technique is good, but his strength is severely lacking. I feel like he was completely overwhelmed from the beginning to the end of a match. Faced with these negative evaluations, the elder coldly drew a conclusion. In that case, he failed. While his colleagues were dismissing Gray, Professor Ariel silently observed with a meaningful expression. Ariel thought to herself as she looked at those around her. So many observers, yet not a single one noticed it. She let out a sarcastic sigh, thinking that if everyone was this blind, then observing together was truly a waste of time. The next morning, the bright sunlight engulfed the magnificent clock tower of the academy, signaling the start of a new day. Amidst the bustling crowd pouring toward the center, Ray stood frozen at the foot of the clock tower, his hand tightly gripping his exam ticket, number 513. The loudspeaker announcement echoed throughout the area. The accepted applicants for the swordsmanship course will be announced right now. Only 6 people passed. Ray nervously swallowed, telling himself, it's starting. One by one, the numbers were called out. Applicant number 5, applicant number 217. Accompanied by that, the exam tickets burst into brilliant red flames in the hands of the lucky ones. The list continued to be called out. Number 432 and 615, then number 753 and 925. The loudspeaker coldly wrapped up, that is all. These 6 applicants have been accepted into the swordsmanship course. Ray looked down in shock at the ticket remaining still in his hand. The final announcement echoed, urging the accepted applicants to quickly cross the bridge to complete their admission procedures before the day ends. All around him, the successful ones were cheering in excitement, in stark contrast to Ray's terrifying silence. He bitterly lowered his head, admitting, looks like I really failed. Amidst the crowd where some laughed and others cried, Ray quietly turned his back and walked away in utter disappointment. Suddenly, a strange announcement echoed, shattering the atmosphere. Next is the direct, special admission from the Heavenly Eye. Applicant number 513. Instantly, the ticket in Gray's hand erupted with a brilliant, deep blue surge of energy, engulfing his hand, to everyone's absolute astonishment. The surrounding crowd simultaneously uttered in amazement upon witnessing this bizarre phenomenon. Ray was shocked, looking at the blue flame dancing on his hand. He blankly couldn't believe his eyes. I passed. The other applicants began to whisper and buzz, full of suspicion. The special admission from the Heavenly Eye? Looks like they did it again this year. Standing amidst the gazes shifting toward him, Ray was still in shock, questioning himself. The special admission from the Heavenly Eye? This is the first time I've ever heard of it. He's probably just a backdoor entrant, right? An applicant standing nearby sneered. The other one also poked fun. The World Alliance Academy has truly fallen off. Ray questioned himself in shock. A backdoor entrant? Suddenly tagged as a VIP, but absolutely no one acknowledges it. He thought to himself that he didn't have any connections to begin with. Could it be that his master had silently helped him? However, Gray still found it incredibly baffling, as he had never heard her mention anything about this. An elder suddenly appeared and reprimanded the youths. Do not talk about the special admission of the Heavenly Eye like that. He sternly asserted that this is a prestigious title, a noble category, that has produced heroes for humanity for over 100 years. Despite the senior's reminder, the applicants still didn't stop whispering. Those old geezers are truly obsessed with that Heavenly Eye special admission. They believe this title was essentially just a shadow of the past. Aren't they only impressed with that specific era? Ray silently stood in the middle of the crowd while listening to them list off the famous names that once received this special admission. The crowd laughed with utter disdain. All of them turned out to be miserable failures. Even current applicants, like us, know that very well. The images of Sword Saint Army White, Great Sage Belon, Bright, and God Archer Jacob Bloomfield replayed in Gray's mind in utter amazement, suddenly being called failures when their profiles are filled with legends. Ray trembled upon realizing a shocking truth. The three of them were precisely the core force in the war against Liquidat. He swallowed in extreme tension, his glowing red eyes staring intently at the ticket bursting with a deep blue dark energy in his hand. Ray questioned himself in shock. And now, my name will stand on equal footing with them. The announcement echoed throughout the academy. The entrance ceremony will begin in 30 minutes. Those who have finished changing, please gather at the square, in front of the main office. Ray, along with the other freshmen, wore the formal uniform with a bright insignia, walking amidst the excitement of the first day. However, upon arriving at the meeting point, a few students began looking around in confusion. The square in front of the main office is right here, isn't it? Another person doubted. There's nothing here at all. Did we come to the wrong place? While everyone was confused, a man stepped forward and spoke up. Oh, please excuse me. He explained that there was a slight delay in preparation due to a mix-up. A student blankly asked back, preparation? The man politely requested. Could you guys step back a bit, so that I can put the stairs into position? The curious crowd stepped back, looking at the magic circle starting to appear clearly beneath their feet, and asked, is this spot okay? Perfect. The man smiled with satisfaction. He slowly knelt down, placed his hands on the square ground, and softly said, all right. Instantly, a brilliant gold magic surge exploded violently. The blinding light made the students squint in amazement. From the empty ground, a massive white stone staircase began to take shape and reach high up, winding and leading straight up to the main hall like a miracle. The man stood up and calmly announced, I apologize for this delay. Please feel free to choose whichever seats you like. The crowd could only stand frozen, trembling and swallowing hard at this mind-boggling display of power from an academy staff member. Yes, sir. He's just staff but acts like a final boss appearing, testing the students' mental endurance. Truly mind-blowing. The freshmen couldn't help but feel shocked by the recent display. They whispered among themselves. Was that teleportation magic just now? Can it really teleport something this massive? Ray quietly sat on a luxurious chair, silently evaluating the extravagance of the academy for using high-level magic just to prepare for a ceremony. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he realized. So this is the power of the World Alliance Academy. Looking around the vast arena, Ray wondered, isn't the number of seats a bit excessive? If only 30 students pass the exam, there's no need for this many seats. A purple-haired girl sitting nearby overheard and asked, you don't even know that? The boy with his purple hair, tied up high next to her, replied apologetically, I'm sorry. Aside from holding a sword, I've never really studied anything else. The girl immediately explained with a smug look. Then let me tell you, just as the name suggests, this place gathers the most outstanding students from all over the world. The girl suddenly pointed to the sky. Look, they're here. The boy beside her just blurted out, huh? And was instantly frozen by the majestic scene unfolding before them. From amidst the clouds, a fleet of giant airships and a flock of flying dragons filling the sky began to appear. The pressure from these flying entities left him wide-mouthed in astonishment. What? The entire square shook at the arrival of the massive war machines. Ray was shocked to recognize one of them. That's the Strato Queen magic airship. He remembered having boarded it back when he was in the Liquid Subjugation Army. This is one of the largest airships in the world. Yet now the Academy brought it out just to serve an entrance ceremony. Ray looked at the massive fleet landing and couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. The World Alliance Academy is truly on another level. Groups of freshmen in neat uniforms walked with great pride amidst the magnificent space. A man placed his hands on the podium, observed the thousands of students below, and announced, it seems everyone has fully gathered. Well then, let us begin the entrance ceremony. The Principal, with white hair and round glasses, smiled radiantly, officially opening the ceremony. Following his long speech, thunderous applause echoed throughout the vast arena, serving as a thank you to the principal. Ray, sitting in the high stands, let out a long yawn in exhaustion and thought to himself, I thought the entrance ceremony of the World Alliance Academy would be so different. Turns out it's no different from any normal ceremony. It sounds solemn, but practically, it still feels like an early week meeting that goes way over time. Right after that, the program continued with the announcement. Next, we will have greetings from the top students of each course. Leon Hart, the valedictorian of the swordsmanship course. Please step forward. Hearing his name called out, a young man sitting right next to Gray quietly stood up. Yes, Leon Hart clearly responded and walked down to the stage. Under the gaze of all the freshmen, whispers began to break out across the rows of seats. Hey, is that him? The one who defeated the examiner in the blink of an eye during the entrance exam? Another person, full of admiration, asserted, yes. I heard his swordsmanship skills are not inferior to any professor here at all. That young man was precisely Leon Hart Abius, a genius, possessing blonde hair and a sharp, proud gaze. Ray intently observed this formidable opponent and silently evaluated the other party's strength. Standing on the high podium, facing the academy officials, Leon Hart began his speech. Leon Hart calmly asked, just to confirm once more, I am allowed to speak freely, correct? Upon receiving confirmation, of course, from the school's side, he bowed slightly. Thank you all very much. However, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense as Leon Hart looked straight toward the school board and firmly declared, right now, I have a complaint to address to the academy. Leon Hart began his speech. First of all, to my fellow students, no? To everyone who was accepted through the legitimate path, it is a great honor to join the academy alongside you. He expressed his wish for everyone to work hard together, to graduate and contribute to the world, while simultaneously striving toward noble goals as students of the prestigious World Alliance Academy. However, his tone suddenly changed. But unfortunately, among us, there is someone who does not deserve to be here. Leon Hart glanced toward the examiner's row and questioned, am I correct, Professor Ariel? Ariel was slightly surprised, but still calmly replied that all the students here had passed a rigorous examination. She suggested that even if they weren't as strong as Leon Hart, excluding them would be an unwise idea. Ariel coldly asked back for his reason for questioning that. Leon Hart lowered his voice and asserted, I am by no means talking about those who passed the exam fair and square. His gaze turned sharp as he declared, I am talking about the one who entered through the back door via your heavenly eye special admission, suddenly turning the entrance ceremony into a live stream exposing the whole school. Ariel silently observed as Leon Hart pointed his hand toward the crowd and shouted, you who received that special admission, show yourself at once. Return that uniform and leave the academy. Immediately, the entire square buzzed at the highly hostile declaration. Ray broke into a cold sweat, completely stunned, wondering why there was such immense hatred. But he soon realized a fortunate truth. Thank goodness, he doesn't know what I look like. That was a close one. Ray silently calculated that if he didn't step forward, perhaps he wouldn't get dragged into this trouble. Meanwhile, Professor Ariel just smiled with great amusement and remarked that the new students this year are truly very lively. Leon Hart lowered his voice and asserted, Professor, I am being extremely serious. Please stop accepting students through the back door. But before he could finish his words, Ariel stepped up very close. Her eyes gleamed with a mystical light through her glasses along with a meaningful hum. She coldly asked back, do you think you are stronger than that kid? The sudden murderous intent radiating from the professor made Leon Hart tremble, sweat pouring down in sheer shock. Leon Hart stammered. What? He gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm, then declared, of course. Are you saying that I am wrong? Seeing that arrogance, Ariel flashed an amused smile. I like that attitude of yours. Well then, how about we make a bet? Leon Hart blankly asked back, a bet? Ariel decisively confirmed, yes. Ariel's eyes flashed with a dangerous look as she announced the terms. Using my job and that kid's admission as the stakes. Both Leon Hart and Gray froze in astonishment, unable to believe this professor would actually dare to wager her entire career on an applicant considered a backdoor entrant like that. Suddenly the drama upgraded from high school level to wagering entire future careers. Ray blurted out in shock, a bet. Leon Hart looked at Professor Ariel with deep suspicion. Are you planning to make me fight that special admission kid? Ariel smiled and waved her hand, asserting she wouldn't do something so crude. But right after that, her gaze turned ice cold. After all, if he goes all out, you will lose your life. As an educator, I cannot put my student's life in danger. Those words made Leon Hart so angry that the veins bulged on his face. He glared and roared, are you provoking me? Ariel still casually replied, I am being serious. She proposed changing the format. Let's wager on monster hunting instead. That will be safer. Besides, you are better at fighting monsters than humans, right? Leonhardt fell silent, realizing the professor knew his information very well. He coldly asked, so, what exactly is the bet? Ariel raised a finger to gesture and explain the incredibly simple rules. Just kill the monsters that I choose as targets. With each round, the monsters will get stronger, and whoever fails to defeat their target first loses. She clearly announced the stakes. If he loses, I will resign as professor, and all special admission students will be expelled. Ray sat in his seat, breaking into a cold sweat from the immense pressure, while Ariel finalized the terms with Leonhardt. But if you lose, you must do whatever I tell you. Ariel smiled and asked, how about it? Leonhardt tightly gripped his sword hilt and cautiously requested, tell me what the target monsters are first. Even though I'm confident I can handle any opponent, I don't want to get caught up in some strange setup. Ariel put her hand to her chin, thinking, and then leisurely replied, let's see. For the first target, Ariel casually suggested, how about a goblin general? Or is that too easy for you? Instantly, the image of a massive monster with glowing red eyes and ferocious tattoos appeared, radiating a terrifying pressure that made the crowd of students below tremble. With fear, Ray wondered in shock, why did the professor intentionally choose the exact monster that I just recently encountered? Leonhardt angrily slammed his hand down on the table and shouted, are you kidding me? He gritted his teeth, asserting that a goblin general is not the kind of monster that just anyone can take down single-handedly. Ariel maintained her calm demeanor. She explained that she wasn't forcing them to go and kill it right away. She leisurely proposed, let's set a time limit of 1 year from now. Is that sufficient? Leonhardt was not convinced at all. He shouted loudly that if merely 1 year of training could take down a disaster of that level, humanity wouldn't have suffered for so long, while demanding that she choose a more realistic target. Suddenly, Leonhardt flashed a triumphant smile, as if he had seen through everything. Oh, I get it. You intentionally chose a monster that no one can defeat to end this bet without a winner, right? He decisively declared that he wouldn't accept that. Ariel casually walked on her high heels and put forward one final condition. In that case, if the result is a draw, you will be the winner. Leonhardt was bewildered, unable to comprehend yet, when Ariel added more pressure. In other words, if that kid cannot defeat the goblin general, I will be automatically dismissed, and all special admission students will be expelled. How about that? Looking at the mystical and confident smile of the professor, Leonhardt could only stammer, are you insane? Saying this, and still keeping his life, is already very lucky. He broke into a cold sweat as a sense of unease surged within him, feeling that the outcome of this bet seemed to have been predetermined. Ariel smiled and asked Leonhardt if he had any further objections. He cautiously made one final demand. Just to be clear, it cannot be a weakened goblin general or anything of the sort, correct? Ariel confirmed, of course. Then she used magic to summon a contract along with a glowing quill pen. She requested Leonhardt to sign his name, if he had no questions about the detailed terms already written inside. After a moment of thought, Leonhardt decisively declared, I'm in, and put his signature on the magic contract. He still couldn't help but ask with suspicion, but do you really think that kid can win? Ariel just casually replied, who knows, and turned her back to walk away. The academy officials sitting in the back began to whisper and buzz, wondering if Professor Ariel was looking for an excuse to retire, and that's why she set up this crazy bet. They sarcastically remarked that perhaps she was past her prime, which is why she was acting so strangely. Meanwhile, Ariel smirked mysteriously wonderful. The bet has officially begun. Sitting in the middle of the crowd, Ray broke into a cold sweat. Upon realizing he had been dragged into trouble, he suddenly noticed an unusual detail. Wait a minute. Why do I feel like she even factored in the one I defeated before enrolling here, when she said, let's set a time limit of 1 year from now? Ray shocked to realize the truth. So the bet was already over the moment it began. He looked toward Professor Ariel and silently marveled at her cunningness. She plays dirty, for real. Just as the tense atmosphere temporarily subsided, an elderly professor opened the book in his hands and clearly announced, now we will begin the class on the fundamental knowledge of magic. The atmosphere instantly shifted from brain-racking drama straight into studying mode. The professor standing at the podium firmly declared that even though it was the first day, the students were not allowed to waste a single moment. He began the lecture from the most basic thing, how to use magic. He explained that inside everyone's body there exists an invisible source of energy called agar, and by controlling it through the magic circuits in the body, humans can manifest power. Sitting below, Ray silently felt relieved, since this theoretical knowledge was something he had heard before at the training camp. Therefore, keeping up with the curriculum probably wouldn't be too difficult. However, his most challenging problem turned out to be, at this moment, was being placed in the exact same class as Leonhardt. Out of all the existing classes, he had to face the very person who had publicly expressed his hatred for special admission students. On the very first day, Ray anxiously told himself, "Please don't let him find out that I am the special admission student of the Heavenly Eye." He tried to shrink back and make himself as inconspicuous as possible to avoid drawing attention. However, less than 5 minutes after the lecture began, the professor coldly pointed straight at him and shouted loudly, "You over there, you look quite bored, don't you? It's only been 5 minutes since we started, and you're already looking away? You've got some nerve." Ray was shocked to be spotted despite sitting all the way in the back row. He awkwardly apologized in astonishment at the professor's sharp observation skills. The professor, holding the magic book in his hand, challenged him. "If you're so confident, why don't you come up here and demonstrate for the class? I assume you know how to use basic magic, right?" Ray broke into a cold sweat. He tried to find a way out. "Sir, with all due respect, we belong to the swordsmanship course. I think even if we don't know how to use magic, it should be fine." But the professor immediately countered that even if one only uses a sword in a real battle, a warrior still needs to know the basics to be able to coordinate with mages and at least learn to grasp how it feels to use magic. Ray realized the professor's explanation of Ager was exactly what he used to hear back at the training camp years ago. He silently guessed whether the magic the class was about to learn was Ager Bullet or not. When he saw the professor confirm it and ask if he knew how to use it, Ray calmly replied yes. He silently felt grateful that those days of hellish training in his past life had not gone to waste. Just like hard training, now it's showing its value. Recognizing this as a good opportunity, the professor proposed organizing a friendly match right here in class. He turned around and called Leonhardt. "Leon, you can also use Ager Bullet, right?" Leonhardt confidently replied, "Of course." He even arrogantly reminded the professor that he had been properly trained in both swordsmanship and magic before enrolling, so letting Gray face him was a huge risk for his opponent. However, the professor only coldly replied that no matter how vast the skill gap was, Gray wouldn't die, and he had no intention of telling Leonhardt to hold back. Suddenly, the professor revealed a shocking truth that left the entire classroom silent. "But Ray, over there is precisely the Heavenly Eye student of this year." The entire room instantly erupted in astonishment. Ray was shocked, sweat pouring down as he realized the secret he painstakingly it had been completely exposed by the professor right in front of his enemy. The professor flashed a sinister smile, seeming very pleased with the chaos he had just created. Leonhardt tightly clenched his fist upon hearing it, his eyes flashing with threatening murderous intent. "I see. Then I must teach him a lesson on manners." He declared he would show Gray what this academy is truly like, then glared at him with immense pressure. "Step down here." Ray could only tremble and break into a cold sweat, knowing that real trouble had arrived. Standing across from each other in the center of the arena, the professor ordered that upon the signal, both must fire an Ager Bullet at their opponent. Ray was incredibly anxious because his magic experience consisted of only a few days at the training camp. He told himself that even if the professor said he wouldn't die, there was no way he would make it out in one piece. The moment the start signal was given, Leonhardt gathered a brilliant blue energy surge and declared he would show him the difference in power. Left with no other choice, Ray gritted his teeth and channeled his entire will into the palm of his hand. Screw it. The two terrifying magic surges collided head-on, creating a shocking explosion that engulfed them both, revealing the faces of Leonhardt and Gray staring at each other in utter astonishment. Both of them gasped in shock. What? This match is no longer just sparring. It has turned into a disaster-level event. Leonhardt trembled in fear upon witnessing a power far beyond control rushing straight toward him. In the nick of time, the professor rushed forward in a panic. He unleashed a brilliant gold barrier to block the earth-shattering explosion, while the other students were shaken so violently that they fell over and screamed in terror. Leonhardt was knocked back, far away, groaning in pain as he collided heavily with the ground. The professor hurriedly ran over to check on his student's condition. "Leon, are you all right?" Leonhardt forced himself up and replied with difficulty, I'm fine." Seeing that, he let out a sigh of relief. "I see. Thank goodness." But in his heart, he still couldn't help but feel terrified upon realizing that if the barrier hadn't reduced the impact, that attack just now could have taken Leonhardt's life. The professor broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself in shock that even among the academy professors, no one could cast an Ager Bullet with such terrifying power. He turned to look at Gray with a highly suspicious gaze and demanded, What did you just do?" Gray stood frozen, looking at his own hands, while others were panicking. He was just confused as to why it was so weak. He realized that it seemed the Ager Bullet technique he learned from the subjugation army. In his past life was completely different from what was being taught at this academy. Ray wondered if he had cast the wrong spell, but the professor asserted that it was definitely an Aegir bullet. However, he emphasized that the quality of his bullet was completely different, as the thing Ray just used was not ordinary Aegir, but hyper-compressed Aegir. The professor explained that this is a type of power that even professors have difficulty creating, yet Gray could shape it into a complete magic spell in just an instant. He firmly asserted that no one in this academy could replicate what he had just done. The students began to talk excitedly, saying that the Heavenly Eye special admission turned out to be for this natural talent, and that he should have been placed in the magic course from the start. Ray thought to himself that it was absurd, because in his past life, all the magic that the subjugation army learned at the training camp was just like this, and he was even considered the least talented among them. Looking at the pitch-black energy on his hand, Ray casually asked, "Are you teasing me, Professor? I think as long as you train properly, anyone can do this." His naive answer made the professor freeze for a moment, then suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ray could only stand there staring, not understanding what was going on. But clearly, he had just become the center of attention. The professor suddenly rushed over and grabbed Gray's shoulders tightly, earnestly suggesting he transfer to the magic course and promising to personally vouch for him. He firmly asserted that he had a natural talent for magic, far superior to swordsmanship. The speed of this career shift is even faster than changing the meta in a game. Gray confusedly tried to refuse, as he always firmly believed he was not good at magic. Hearing that, the professor shouted in utter astonishment. He asserted that understanding and creating hyper-compressed Aegir at such a young age already made him an unprecedented genius by all standards of the academy. The professor excitedly shouted, "I don't know what fool told you that you have no talent." But clearly they didn't know what they were talking about. He continued to beg Ray, "Are you absolutely sure you don't want to transfer to the magic course?" The students below couldn't help but stir in astonishment. A professor who rarely praises anyone was going that far. The professor widened his eyes with great seriousness. "No matter what, it will be a loss to the world if you don't study magic. I would even go as far as to say it's a crime against magic." Ray could only laugh awkwardly at the other party's excessive enthusiasm. In his mind, his brain started running as he recalled what the professor had just said. Wait a minute, what did he just say? The Aegir compression technique. A memory from his past life suddenly replayed in Ray's mind about a lecture given by a female professor. Coincidentally, in the past, people had no idea about the existence of OD, also known as life force. Because of that, casting magic properly was extremely difficult. The memory continued to show clearly the outdated fighting methods of that era. Warriors had to constantly compress Aegir inside their bodies, then try to gather it, and only use the small fragments that happened to mix with OD. Looking back, that was quite ridiculous, wasn't it? Returning to the present, Ray broke into a cold sweat looking at the professor and silently asked, "Professor, do you know about OD?" The only response was a blank look, full of question marks from him. "OD? What on earth is that?" Ray silently confirmed after that suspicious look. Judging by that reaction, I have confirmed it. The world at this point in time still doesn't know about the existence of OD. He was shocked to realize a jarring truth. If that's the case, then what I learned in the subjugation army is actually knowledge from the future. Ray reminded himself that he must be truly careful in choosing whom to reveal this secret to. The professor proposed once again. "So, will you transfer to the magic course?" Ray placed his hand on his chest and politely declined. "I'm sorry, but I love swordsmanship. Although I'm very grateful for your offer, I'm afraid I have to refuse." A clean decision, but enough to make the listener feel deeply regretful. Professor Carlos let out a regretful sigh. "If that is your wish, then I cannot force you. But if you change your mind, just come find me anytime." "Anytime is fine." Ray smiled slightly. "Thank you very much for the offer." Carlos waved his hand, telling him to return to his seat, and even granted an exception. "You may return to your seat. I won't blame you if you don't pay attention to the lecture, even if you find it boring and leave. I wouldn't mind either." The professor asserted that this lecture was already way too basic compared to Gray's level. The surrounding students couldn't help but marvel. "He is truly amazing. I can't believe Professor Carlos thinks so highly of him." Even the blonde guy who once doubted. Gray began to turn his vehicle around, shifting from a hater into his hardcore fan. Suddenly Ray felt a chill run down his spine. As late afternoon fell, he received a piece of paper with a brief message. "Come to my office after class today. Ariel." Ray anxiously walked through the empty hallway, thinking to himself that he was being summoned way too abruptly, and wondered whether this was arranged by Professor Carlos. Standing in front of the intricately carved wooden door, bearing a glowing red eye emblem, Ray wondered if Professor Ariel also intended to advise him to transfer courses. He knocked softly on the door. A voice echoed from inside. It's unlocked. Ray pushed the door open and stepped in. Excuse me for disturbing you. Suddenly, a sword strike slashed down out of nowhere, aiming straight at his head. As fast as lightning, he drew his sword and blocked the sneak attack in the nick of time. The powerful collision created brilliant sparks, illuminating the whole room. Ray realized in shock that his brain hadn't even processed it yet. But his hand had already acted. He stood firm with the sword in hand, his gaze full of vigilance as he looked toward the opponent, who had just been knocked back and knelt on the floor with a totally stunned expression. Ray questioned himself in astonishment. What the heck just happened? He stared intently at the unfamiliar blue-haired girl, feeling a strange, nameless familiarity. Ray thought to himself about this girl. I feel like I've met her somewhere before. Looking deep into those melancholy, pale yellow eyes, and that light blue hair, a strangely familiar feeling rushed back. Ray thought to himself about this girl. I feel like I've met her somewhere before. Amidst the suffocating silence, Professor Ariel's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Well. Ariel casually sat in her chair, flashing a triumphant smile. I knew my eye for talent wasn't wrong. However, the two professors standing next to her looked highly skeptical. One of them questioned Bella. You didn't hold back just now, did you? Did Ariel tell you to go easy on him? The other one added. Your movements were absolutely perfect, but having your sword knocked away so easily just doesn't feel natural at all. Hearing that name, Ray froze. Sweat poured down from the shock. Bella? So she really is Bella Bright, the great sage? Ariel lowered her voice, her sharp gaze staring straight at her two colleagues. Are you two seriously saying that? If you can't even tell whether she held back or not, then you might as well resign from being professors right about now. A gentle statement, but the mental damage was as heavy as a sledgehammer. Under the terrifying pressure from Ariel, the two professors immediately backed down, awkwardly making excuses. We were just joking. Watching Ariel casually juggling coins in her hand, while those two professors clearly showed signs of fear. Ray could only ask blankly, what are you professors doing? Ariel smiled brightly and explained, we were just making a bet on whether you could block Bella's surprise attack or not. Thanks to you, I've made quite a decent profit. A story that sounded like entertainment, yet was directly related to his life just moments ago. She casually flipped a coin toward him and said, here is your share. Ray caught the gift and nearly dropped his jaw upon realizing it was a pure gold coin. A gold coin? Isn't this thing worth a fortune? The professor standing aside silently observed, secretly admitting that everything was exactly as Ariel had predicted. From the encounter just now, the mustachioed professor assessed that Gray had intentionally avoided using his dominant arm, just like trying to protect an arm that was completely immobile. He mused, speculating whether it was due to an injury, but then asserted, rather than an obvious physical muscle injury, I'd say it's more like a deeper kind of damage. The colleague beside him also concurred. I agree. A simple injury wouldn't cause that. Ray broke into a cold sweat and asked in shock. You professors can tell that much just by looking? The professor replied with a smile, that if they couldn't see at least that much, they wouldn't be professors at this academy, while also revealing that Professor Ariel had actually noticed it since the exam. Ariel, at this moment, casually dismissed her two colleagues and asserted that Ray was her student, so she wouldn't yield him to anyone. Before leaving, the two professors admitted, we will acknowledge that he has potential, at least for now. The mustachioed professor looked back at Gray with a sharp gaze, delivering a heavy warning. But if that injury doesn't heal, it still means you do not meet the admission standards of the academy. Keep that in mind, Ray. Ray quietly watched their figures disappear behind the door. Once the troublesome guys had gone, Ariel turned to look at him with a calculating expression. Now that the annoying pests are gone, Ariel interlocked her fingers, her gaze gleaming with a mystical light as she transitioned to the main topic. Let's talk about magic. No beating around the bush, straight to the point, as if a script had been prepared from the start. She brought up his use of hyper-compressed agar in Professor Carlos's class, leaving Gray only able to blurt out, so you already know. Ariel took a sip of coffee and revealed that Carlos had run straight to her office to demand that she yield him to the magic course. But of course, she had bluntly refused. Her sharp eye saw right through Ray's mind through her glowing monocle. To me, you are more suited to holding a sword than magic, she firmly asserted. That he didn't look like someone good at compressing agar at all, lacking even any signs of having ever practiced it. Ray broke into a cold sweat upon realizing her I could see through everything with just a single glance. He told himself it was best not to lie here. Ray took a sip of tea and admitted it was exactly as she said. Ariel immediately shifted her tone, suggesting he reveal the trick he used in exchange for a worthy reward and promised to keep it an absolute secret. She leaned close to Bella and earnestly said, I really need to know for the sake of this little girl. I mean, for Bella. Ray almost slipped up and called her the great sage. He was shocked. realizing he had to be extremely cautious with his words. Ariel explained that although Bella was a genius regarding magic theory, she was completely helpless when it came to practice, because she couldn't use the agar compression technique, resulting in an inability to create hyper-compressed agar. Ray suddenly recalled the rumor that Bella, on Bright, was a late-blooming talent. He silently understood the real reason behind it. Ariel continued to drill deep into the issue. However, according to what I heard from Professor Carlos, when you used hyper-compressed agar, you didn't look like you were compressing agar at all. Ariel hoped that if there was some way to use hyper-compressed agar without going through the compression step, then Bella wouldn't be sent to Professor Bradley. Hearing that name, Ray was shocked to the point of losing his composure. He tremblingly repeated, "Professor Bradley? Do you mean Professor Varian Bradley?" His eyes widened in sheer horror. At the mention of that haunting name, Ariel looked at Ray's expression and confirmed, "Yes. I see you know him." Ray fell silent, a storm brewing in his heart. The memories of his past life rushed back. It was impossible not to know him. He was extremely infamous. The horrific memories of Varian Bradley rushed back, filled with cruel human experiments that claimed the lives of countless innocent people. Not stopping there, he was also the one who caused earth-shattering magic disasters, leading to the deaths of thousands of souls. He was the worst magic criminal in history. With a maniacal smile hidden behind his glasses, Ray wondered in utter shock. Has he not been arrested yet during this era? Ariel continued to reveal the bitter truth. If she cannot create hyper-compressed agar by the end of this year, she will be sent to him, where she will have to undergo surgery. Ray froze, his eyes widening in horror. What? Wait a minute. Isn't that a terrible idea? Ariel looked at Bella and nodded. Exactly. Even though the surgery is under the guise of enhancing magic capabilities, it is actually human experimentation. Although it hadn't been made public yet, the rumors about his victims losing their lives or becoming crippled were absolutely true. Bella slowly spoke up. It's dangerous and terrifying, but I will be expelled at the end of this year if I cannot use hyper-compressed agar. Ariel looked at her student with deep sorrow. To be honest, I would rather have you drop out than let that guy mess with your body. Sitting opposite them, Ray quietly took a sip of tea, a fierce battle raging in his mind. The magic I know is knowledge that doesn't exist yet in this era. If I tell them, I might change the flow of history. Looking at Bella's hands trembling on her knees, the painful images of a flaming future replayed in his mind, making Ray feel deep sympathy. But then, he smirked slightly and thought to himself, well, why not? That hellish future. He decided to break it. It's best that it should be changed. He firmly set his teacup down on the table and decisively said, I understand. Ray looked straight at the two of them and declared, I will teach you how to use hyper-compressed agar. His eyes gleamed, his palm concentrating a swirling, powerful blue-black energy mass. Right after that, the scene shifted to the Academy's vast arena area. On the blackboard, Ray began to draw complex magic diagrams, explaining the energy flow and the structure of the human body. Walking across the quiet stands, Ray exhaled. That is all the magic knowledge I know. As promised, please do not tell anyone that I taught the two of you this. Ariel smiled reassuringly, stating that they had signed a magic contract. If broken, both of them would lose their lives. Ray curiously asked, so what do you two think? After hearing what I just said? Ariel put her hand to her head, her face still filled with shock. Just knowing about OD alone was enough to blow my mind. But the magic knowledge you revealed goes far beyond that. Bella also couldn't hide her admiration. She felt as if she had just attended a magic class from hundreds of years in the future. Her eyes shone with deep admiration as she asserted that Gray's explanations had advanced magic history by a whole century. Ray looked at her worshipping expression and thought to himself, actually, that is your own lecture from 10 years later. But to people of this era, it truly is advanced. Ariel crossed her arms, looking out at the arena with skepticism. There is too much information for me to accurately evaluate. Do you think what he said is true, Bella? Bella stared intently at the formulas on the board and asserted, there is a high probability that this theory is correct. There is nothing that contradicts current magic theory. She looked out toward the fading horizon and continued, furthermore, the fastest way to find the answer is to test it. That is why we are here. Holding Ray's note in her hand, Bella told herself, if everything you said is true, Ray, then this spell will work. Standing in the middle of the empty arena, Bella quietly declared, according to that theory, then this is my full power. She raised her magic staff high. Instantly, a massive magic circle with complex, glowing gold patterns erupted. Ray, standing behind, broke into a cold sweat. He shocked to ask again, your full power? In his heart, Ray began to tremble as he recalled the memories of the great sage in the future. If I remember correctly, wasn't Bella on Bright's maximum power said to be capable of burning down an entire city? He horrified to realize an even worse detail. Furthermore, she was also said To be unable to properly control her terrifying source of magic power. The surge of light from the magic circle suddenly expanded, engulfing the entire field of vision. Bella blankly blurted out, huh? Upon noticing the anomaly that was spinning out of control, a blinding white light swallowed everything, leaving Gray only enough time to yell out in a panic. Wait, hold on a second. A massive, earth-shattering pillar of energy from the center of the magic circle shot straight up into the blue sky, creating an explosion of light that shook the entire academy. Standing in front of the scorching energy surge that was swallowing everything, he raised his hand to shield himself and thought in shock. What terrifying power! Ray was still reeling from the shock, realizing he had just escaped death by a hair. If she hadn't controlled that magic just now, I would be dead for sure. It truly saved his life. Meanwhile, Bella looked incredibly excited. She raised her staff high and cheered. I did it. I also tried to control it as well. This is so much fun. A massive, blazing fire dragon emerged from the rubble, winding majestically under her control. However, right after that moment of euphoria, Bella's face suddenly turned pale. But I'm out of anger. Her stamina bar dropped to 0 after going too far with the combo. Her body teetered and collapsed onto the arena floor. Ray rushed over in a panic to catch her and shouted, Bella. Professor Ariel, standing nearby, calmly reassured him. Calm down. She just fell asleep from anger depletion. Just let her rest. Looking at Bella, lying snugly in his arms, Ray flashed a relieved smile. Ariel also couldn't hide her admiration. It's still truly wonderful. Just think about it. She could cast such a large-scale magic spell in just a short amount of time. In her unconscious state, Bella was still mumbling in her sleep. It's not that I'm good at it. It's because of that hypothesis. I can easily create hyper-compressed agar. Ray could only break into a cold sweat, hearing her talk back even while sleeping. But that is your hypothesis. Ariel let out a sigh of relief, crossing her arms with full satisfaction. Now that she can create hyper-compressed agar, she no longer needs that surgery. Phew, I will talk to Bradley myself to cancel it. But I am particularly glad that she didn't lose her ability to control magic. Ray wondered, the ability to control magic? Ariel confirmed it and explained that although Bradley's surgery could enhance the magic output, the price to pay was control. She revealed that though how it works is a secret, it seems to be a surgery that forcibly breaks the body's limits. Ray pondered. So that's how it is. Could the reason why the female mage in my past life couldn't control her powerful magic be precisely because of that surgery? A piece of history began to fit into the future timeline. Ariel interrupted his train of thought. Anyway, thanks to you, Bella is now able to create hyper-compressed agar. Consider it that you have fulfilled the terms of our contract. She smiled meaningfully. Now it's my turn to do my part. First of all, regarding your arm, there is a type of magic I want to use on it right away. Ariel extended her hand toward Gray, casting a brilliant type of magic with mystical blue butterflies, enveloping his injured arm. The pure energy seeped into every muscle fiber, making the cracks and blisters gradually disappear beneath the shimmering light. Ariel gently asked, how is it? Ray stared down at his hands in shock. He tried moving each finger in utter amazement as he felt life returning to them. Ray gasped in astonishment. I can move it now. Unable to hide his excitement, he shouted loudly. Thank you very much, Professor. However, Ray still couldn't help but wonder. Because even high-grade recovery potions couldn't heal this injury, yet you were able to do it. Ariel smirked proudly. Humph, don't go comparing my nerve recovery magic with those ordinary healing potions. She gave him a challenging look. But will it truly function like before? Try swinging your sword to check. Ray swung his sword to test his newly healed arm. However, he immediately froze with a doubtful look, staring intently at his hand tightly gripping the hilt. Ray pondered as he noticed the anomaly. It doesn't move as smoothly as before, just as I thought. Standing behind him, Ariel calmly explained. I might have healed your nerves, but my magic cannot heal the wound in your soul. Ray asked back in shock, my soul? Ariel asserted that although current magic knowledge hasn't proven the existence of the soul yet, she was absolutely certain it exists. She put her hand to her glasses, her eyes gleaming with a mystical star symbol as she declared. After all, I can see it with these eyes of mine. The image of Gray's soul appeared as a deep blue energy sphere, being tightly bound by chains of light. Ariel continued her explanation. Ariel reassured him that his soul was healing itself naturally, as long as he didn't overexert himself. Ray anxiously asked, so should I limit my sword practice? Ariel waved her hand, telling him to practice normally, but she showed immense curiosity, wanting to know what kind of swordsmanship could cause such profound damage to the soul. Ray could only break into a cold sweat and laugh awkwardly and uneasily at the professor's terrifyingly sharp perception. Ariel continued to ponder further. There is already an example of swordsmanship that uses the soul to control the blade. Ray was left completely confused until she suddenly called out the name. Army White. Looking deep into Gray's eyes searchingly, Ariel asked, "You know her, right?" Gray froze. The image of Sword Saint Army White flashed back in his mind, leaving him utterly shocked. Huh. Why on earth is she mentioning the Sword Saint's name here? At this point in time, we aren't even supposed to know each other yet. Seeing Gray freeze up, Ariel tilted her head and asked, "Huh? Did I say something wrong? The way you swing your sword gives off the feeling that you learned it from Army." Ariel pondered as she observed, then remarked, "But thinking about it again, it's a bit different. The person from whom you learned swordsmanship seems to be even more skilled than Army." She continued to evaluate. "Even so, in just a few more years, Army will reach your master's level. In the future meta, a top server character is merely considered potential on par with someone else's student." Ray broke into a cold sweat, amazed by her sharp perception. She even knows that much. He awkwardly tried to make an excuse. I only learned swordsmanship at a dojo in my hometown." Realizing he would expose all his secrets if this continued, Ray hurriedly changed the subject. "Can the soul really be damaged just by practicing the sword?" Ariel coldly replied, "Absolutely not. At least not by any ordinary kind of swordsmanship." She further explained, "From the very beginning, there's no way something ordinary could take down a goblin general with just a single slash. Not to mention, slashing down all the surrounding goblins and trees too." Ray froze, realizing, "So you already know." "Of course. Thanks to you, I almost won the bet." She revealed. She had seen the ruins left behind at the scene, and asserted they were truly magnificent. So much so that even the most sophisticated slashing magic couldn't achieve such a feat. "That mysterious power inside you. You used it, didn't you?" Ray shocked to ask back. "Can you see it with your own eyes?" "Professor?" Standing in the middle of the arena under the sunset, Ariel said decisively, "Of course I can see it." She looked deep into him with her uniquely glowing eyes. "I can see the power leaking through that chained gate." Ray was stunned, looking at the image of the chained gate appearing in his mind. He tremblingly realized she actually saw it. This wasn't something that could be guessed by chance. Ariel casually continued, "Then again, I have seen a power similar to yours before." She explained that although she didn't think they were the same, they gave off a very similar feeling. Ray couldn't help but wonder, a similar power? Are there others who possess a power like mine? Ariel nodded in confirmation, "Yes, though I'm not sure if they are human or not." She coldly uttered the name, Liquidate, the Destroyer. Hearing that, Ray's eyes widened in shock. "So that's what they are called." Seeing her student's reaction, Ariel smiled faintly. So you've already heard about them." Ray was utterly shocked. In his mind, a single question screamed out. Why is that name being mentioned in this era? Ariel realized Gray had heard of that thing. She sighed. "So you've heard of it?" "Honestly, I didn't think it was that famous." Looking at the magic diagrams on the board, she casually continued, "But with you holding that type of magic theory that seems to come from the future, I guess this isn't that surprising." Ray silently confirmed in his heart that it truly was knowledge from the future, even though currently no one has actually realized that yet. Ariel looked deep into his eyes and demanded, "How much do you know about Liquidate?" Ray fell silent for a long time, then replied, "Only that it is an extremely dangerous threat to humanity." He recalled the image of the destroyer amidst a battlefield full of dark aura and said firmly, "It must be stopped before it appears. If that is impossible, then it must be destroyed at all costs." Ariel rested her chin and thought, That's a bit extreme, but I agree that it is very dangerous." She lowered her voice, revealing further, "Even so, Varian Bradley seems to remain determined to continue his experiments." Ray asked back in shock, "Varian? What does he have to do with this?" Ariel looked at him with a meaningful gaze. "What else?" "Liquidate is precisely the entity that he is trying to summon." Ray froze, sweat pouring down as a brutal truth was just unveiled. Liquidate was created by humans. No one has ever mentioned that before. Ray began to piece everything together. He thought back to his past life, but the Academy in the previous timeline acted as if they knew exactly where Liquidate would appear. The image of the Academy's massive fleet of airships replayed in his mind, full of suspicion. Gray's eyes widened as a horrific theory crossed his mind. "Don't tell me that the Academy was involved in summoning them from the very beginning." Gray looked toward the majestic structures of the Academy with utter skepticism. Ray asserted, "This experiment must be stopped immediately." Ariel thoughtfully agreed, but she admitted she lacked the authority to interfere because the one behind it was also a professor like herself. Although she had tried to pressure the higher-ups to cancel it, they completely ignored her. When Gray pressed for the true identities of those leaders, Ariel could only evade the question. "I'm sorry, I don't have the authority to reveal that to you either." She firmly asserted that, unless there was an order from the higher-ups, otherwise, no one could force that experiment to stop. Ray realized the Academy's leadership apparatus was much more complicated and overlapping than he had imagined. He thought to himself, if he can be proven to be a criminal, the situation will change. Haunting memories of his past life rushed back, where Varian's illegal experiments had claimed the lives of tens of thousands of people. Ray asserted that he knew exactly where those crimes were being committed, and said decisively, I know where he is conducting his illegal experiments, if we catch him red-handed. But Ariel immediately shut down that idea. I'm sorry, but that is not feasible either. Before the astonished Gray, she explained that breaking into a professor's research facility without permission is already a major felony in itself. If they couldn't produce concrete evidence, they would be the ones thrown into prison. Ariel looked deep into his eyes searchingly. Or do you happen to have evidence of his crimes right now? Ray could only remain silent in utter helplessness, which led Ariel to conclude that this matter had to be put aside for a while. Ray clenched his fist. He bitterly realized that despite knowing the danger well, Ariel's hands were also tied at the moment. Seeing her student fall silent, the teacher suddenly changed the subject. More importantly, let's talk about your power. Don't you want to learn how to control it? Ray asked back in shock. You can do that. Ariel smirked confidently. She revealed that within the academy, there was a professor who was extremely good at handling mysterious and unidentified sources of power. Ariel leaned close and revealed the name. Hector Longfellow is his name. Hearing this, Ray was so shocked that his pupils dilated. He couldn't believe his ears. Hector Longfellow. Is he the one who used to train even the Sword Saint? Seeing his reaction, Ariel smiled triumphantly. I knew you would be interested. I will arrange for you to start the session. Private training with him tomorrow. Ray clenched his fist and shouted in excitement. Please, help me. He thought to himself. The main reason I came to this academy was to master my power, and I didn't expect to find a clue this quickly. The scene shifted to the academy stadium, where head coach Longfellow had appeared and begun the grueling training session. Ray was drenched in sweat, trying to catch up with the figure ahead of him. I am receiving direct instruction from the one and only Hector Longfellow. But why do we have to run like this? Instantly, Hector's voice boomed with authority. Your mind is drifting. I can feel it. If you still have time for random thoughts, then pick up the pace. Run until your body reaches its absolute limit. Head coach strictly reminded him, listen carefully. Only when you burn through the very last drop of your physical strength will your soul power truly awaken. As long as you have even a bit of stamina left, we won't touch the sword. Understood? Gray put all his energy into replying, yes, master. Although he told himself that Hector's training definitely had a deeper meaning, Gray's heart was still heavy with worry. But while I'm running around here, Varian is conducting experiments to summon the Arbiter. Should I really be doing this right now? He continued to dash forward amidst intense inner conflict. A week of training passed. Ray went to Professor Ariel's office. She spoke up to ask, how have things been going with head coach? Ray scratched his head and admitted, to be honest, it's mostly just running around. We only practiced swordsmanship a little bit at the very end, but I can genuinely feel that I've gotten stronger. Ariel smiled and remarked, that sounds exactly like his style. Suddenly, a knock came from the door. Excuse me for disturbing you. A mail carrier stepped in and handed her an envelope. Professor Ariel, a letter has just been delivered to you. Ariel took it and replied, oh, thank you. However, the moment she opened the letter and read it, her face suddenly darkened with tension. Noticing the anomaly, Ray anxiously asked, is something wrong? Ray took the letter and read the content inside in shock. It was a letter from Varian Bradley sent to Professor Ariel. He wrote, I have received the report that Bella on Bright has succeeded in creating hypercompressed agar. It seems she has indeed achieved a power similar to it. However, upon examination, it is clear that she did not actually compress it. Therefore, your new capability cannot be recognized as hypercompressed agar. Accordingly, the contract remains in effect, and the surgery will proceed as scheduled. Ray's eyes reddened with fury. He grit his teeth and roared. This is completely crazy. Ray uttered in frustration. It seems Bradley is determined to force her into surgery, even if she no longer needs it. He pressed to ask whether Bella could refuse, but Ariel could only interlock her fingers in utter helplessness. Unfortunately, this contract has no loopholes, unless Bradley cancels it himself. Otherwise Bella only has two options. Be expelled, or undergo the surgery. Gray was stunned. He could only blurt out in absolute shock. No way. Ariel slammed her hand down on the table, her gaze becoming more resolute than ever. Ray, I need your help. Tell me where Bradley's lab is. She asserted that if they could expose his criminal face, that contract would be completely null and void. Ray was slightly taken aback, but then he smirked slightly and reminded her of her own words. Didn't you say yourself that it would be very dangerous without evidence? Ariel closed her eyes with a calculating look. We are going to find the evidence. I am placing my trust in you. No, perhaps I have trusted you from the very beginning. Her eyes shone through her monocle, radiating a mystical energy as she confessed. These eyes have told me that you've been telling the truth the entire time. It's just that it took me too long to admit it. Ray listened quietly, his glowing red eyes showing clear seriousness in the face of the professor's absolute trust. Ariel decisively ordered, "Lead the way, Ray. Together, we will bring his crimes to light." She turned to walk away, a deep blue, magic aura beginning to envelop her body as they both prepared to venture into the enemy's den. Ray revealed the exact location. His laboratory is located in the mountains near Toro Village. Ariel thoughtfully repeated the name, Mount Toro. She recalled that Varian indeed had a research facility licensed by the academy over there. Ray was shocked upon realizing the enemy's cunning. He is conducting illegal experiments right inside an official laboratory? Ariel smirked and explained that it was the perfect hiding place because no one would suspect a thing or keep an eye on it no matter how long he stayed there. Additionally, the unwritten rule among professors is to never interfere in a colleague's research area. This created even more favorable conditions for Varian's crimes. As long as we find evidence of the crime, the break-in will no longer be a legal issue. Right at that moment, a knock on the door interrupted their train of thought. Bella walked in with a pale face, holding an envelope in her hand. "Professor, I just received this letter." Seeing her student's anxious expression, Ariel took the letter and firmly reassured her, "Don't worry. I will handle this." Witnessing the professor preparing to venture into danger, Bella tremblingly asked, "Professor, are you planning to confront Varian alone for my sake? Just by yourself?" In response, there was only a confident and mysterious smile from Ariel as she firmly asserted, "Myself alone is enough." In response, there was only a confident and mysterious smile from Ariel. She firmly asserted, "I alone am enough." The light reflecting off her monocle only heightened the professor's majestic aura. But Ray couldn't just stand by. He stepped forward to stop her. "Please wait. I will go with you as well." Bella also gathered her courage, clutching the hem of her shirt and saying resolutely, "Me too. After all, this is my own problem. I can't keep running away forever." Ariel anxiously tried to stop them. "Wait. He is a professor at the academy. Not only that, he is a madman who has repeatedly conducted dangerous human experiments. If he captures either of you, there's no telling what he might do. I cannot let the two of you go to a place like that." Ray stepped closer, firmly countering that. "Is all the more reason why going alone is dangerous. If I use the power I used to defeat the Goblin General, I will be able to be of help to you. Furthermore, if you disappear, Professor, then as a student admitted under the heavenly eye, I will be expelled." Ray looked straight into Ariel's eyes and pleaded, "Please, at least let us decide our own destiny." Seeing the determination in both Ray and Bella, Ariel let out a soft, resigned sigh. "It sounds like you would still go, even if I forbade it. In that case, I will let you go on one condition." Ariel's face turned extremely serious as she instructed, "No matter what happens, put your own safety above all else. Do you understand?" Ray and Bella decisively confirmed, "Yes, I understand." Night shrouded the majestic snowy mountains, where an ancient, gloomy, and bizarre building stood. Ray, Bella, and Ariel were hiding behind the bushes to observe from a distance. Ray quietly asked, "Is he really conducting illegal experiments here?" Ariel nodded in confirmation, "Yes, and we are going to find evidence of that right now, aren't we?" Ray stared intently at the building, sweat trickling down his cheek as he asserted with certainty, "Yes, this is definitely the place." Bella stared intently at the gloomy laboratory building. She quietly said, "If you say so, I believe you. But can we really gather the evidence without getting into any trouble?" Ariel reassured her that Varian was currently at the Magic Association conference, so he definitely wasn't here. However, she warned that the main entrance was highly likely to be booby-trapped. Therefore, the group would have to break in through the side wall. In the face of Bella's anxiety, Ariel casually asserted, "Anyway, breaking into an academy-licensed laboratory is already a crime, so everything is fine." She even smiled defectively, telling Bella, "Feel free to go back if you change your mind." Ray decisively gripped his sword and declared, "I will go." Bella still couldn't help but feel guilty. She asked the professor if she really wanted to risk herself for someone like her. Ray immediately interrupted her, "You're wrong. Stopping his experiments is for the sake of the world. If we don't do this, countless people will die. No, the entire world will be sacrificed." Bella, shocked to ask back, "What do you mean by that?" Ariel then smoothed things over, saying that although Gray might be exaggerating a bit, she agreed that Varian must be stopped. Ariel advised Bella not to worry too much, as they weren't risking their lives just for her. With a confident smile, the professor ordered, "Now, move." The three of them instantly dashed off like arrows. Ariel raised her hand, summoning a series of blazing magic circles, releasing a massive surge of energy that destroyed the laboratory wall. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, blowing away all obstacles in the blink of an eye. Ray stood looking at the ruined scene before him. He could only laugh wryly. This is a bit overkill. Ray, Ariel, and Bella stepped through the rubble and went inside. Ray's red eyes dilated. Before the horrific scene, emaciated arms were tightly chained to the wall, with corpses scattered all around. Ariel coldly remarked, "It seems we don't need to put effort into searching for evidence anymore." Looking down at the massive laboratory, Ariel noticed 14 types of forbidden magic being cast, not to mention the unauthorized experiments on human bodies. In the center, a magic altar glowed with a bizarre, eerie purple light. Bella asked tremblingly, "What should we do now?" The initial plan was to get evidence and leave. But should we rescue these detained people right now? Ray urged anxiously. "We shouldn't stay here for too long. If this drags out, Varian might return." Suddenly, a deep, low voice echoed, "Oh, are you folks calling for me?" The three of them turned around in shock. Ariel narrowed her eyes warily as she saw a dark figure approaching. The one who appeared was none other than Varian, with a sinister smile behind his purple lenses. He casually revealed he had arranged for a body double to attend the conference, so that he himself could return to conduct an important experiment here. Ariel asked skeptically, "An important experiment?" Varian casually admitted that he had just acquired some fresh materials and wanted to use them while they were still fresh. However, seeing the presence of Gray's group through his lenses, he slightly pushed up his glasses and declared, "But plans have changed." Ariel, Bella, and Gray couldn't help but be shocked. Sweat poured down in the face of the thick murderous intent from the man opposite them. Varian stared intently at them through the reflection on his glasses. He said triumphantly that he was originally searching for materials with higher magic potential than ordinary people. He wondered curiously how the entire group managed to sniff out this secret, but he was certain that they had secretly come here without notifying anyone else. "If all of you suddenly go missing at the same time," Varian let out a mad laugh, baring his white teeth along with his evil, glowing eyes. He asserted firmly, "No one will suspect me of anything at all." Ray shocked to question the opponent's intention. "Materials? Don't tell me you intend to turn us into test subjects." Varian casually replied, "Just stay calm. Your sacrifice will help expand the very boundaries of magic." He flashed a gruesome smile and asserted that, since he couldn't let the group leave here alive, he would utilize them to the absolute fullest. Suddenly, a blazing pillar of energy erupted, causing Varian to gasp in astonishment. "Huh?" A violent explosion engulfed the space, radiating blinding streaks of light. Ariel and Bella narrowed their eyes, with intense tension in the face of the terrifying pressure spreading around. Bella tightly gripped her staff, her eyes shining with deep determination as she prepared to face the danger ahead. Amidst the brilliant purple magic, Varian praised with delight. "Ah, how magnificent. Truly wonderful heavenly eye." Ariel still hasn't lost her sharp perception at all. He stared intently at Gray and remarked that for a specially admitted student to possess such outstanding talent was unthinkable, causing him to begin harboring intentions to target the other recruits of the heavenly eye as well. Varian smirked with a mad laugh before hearing a sarcastic remark. "I'm not impressed by your farce at all. An academy student trying to assassinate a professor?" Bella tightly gripped her staff. She coldly asserted, "I'd rather kill than be killed," even though she had just missed a golden opportunity to finish him off. Ariel quickly ordered, "Let's retreat. We have enough evidence." Ray also agreed that they should let the academy handle the rest. However, Varian's haunting voice echoed, "Do you think I would let you leave that easily?" Instantly, a pillar of deep purple dark aura erupted with eerie power. Ariel roared, putting all her strength into casting a glowing gold barrier to withstand the deadly attack. Bella, standing behind, could only scream in horror, "Professor." However, Varian flashed a triumphant smile and declared that all efforts were in vain, as this was the fruit of his dedicated research named the Flame of Greed. He explained that this flame had the ability to devour all defensive magic and turn them into fuel, to make itself many times stronger. In theory, this was an unstoppable attack, although its only weakness was consuming an extremely rare amount of material to summon. Before Ariel's shocked eyes, the sturdy barrier began to crack and crumble under the destructive force of the dark fire. Amidst the chaotic energy that was devouring everything, she forced herself up and pulled out a memory magic pouch. Ariel shouted loudly, ordering her student, who was frozen in fear, "Bella, take this memory pouch and give it to Gray immediately." She asserted that as long as head coach saw this, he would know exactly what to do to turn the tables. Ariel still stood firmly alone to block the oncoming dark fire and screamed to urge her, "Go, hurry." Bella stepped up, holding a glowing magic sphere in her hand, and said resolutely, "Professor, your barrier is breaking. Let me handle this." She shockingly recalled the promise before coming here. She had shouted, demanding Bella to prioritize her own life because Varian's magic was too anomalous, and ordinary defensive spells could not stop it. As the barrier shattered under the terrifying pressure, Bella still maintained an extraordinarily calm look and replied, "It's okay." A blue light erupted, colliding head-on with Varian's purple fire, creating a shocking explosion. Bella stood firm amidst the siege of energy and casually declared, "This magic actually isn't that strong. It just requires a slightly different kind of defensive magic." Witnessing his dedicated attack being easily neutralized, Varian screamed in utter shock. "No way. The counter magic theory for the flame of greed is something only Veda knows." "How could you possibly know it?" Bella coldly replied that she had recently been taught a new theory, and thanks to it, dealing with this magic became incredibly easy. Varian gnashed his teeth in a frenzy. He couldn't believe his ears. "Someone taught you," he roared in absolute fury, demanding Bella to expose the traitor's name and threatening to give her a painful death if she refused to speak. Looking at the opponent's mad expression, Bella slightly tilted her head and asked, "You want to know who taught me?" She looked straight at him with a challenging smile and capped it off. "That's a secret." The memory of her conversation with Gray flashed back when Ariel was still skeptical because he was just a swordsmanship student. However, Bella trusted the formulas that Gray provided because they were completely logical and did not conflict at all with current magic theories. Ray at that time was completely nonchalant, giving off a highly suspicious vibe of a hidden top student. Ray at that moment also just thought to himself that he had pieced everything together from the knowledge of his past life. Back to the present, Varian realized he wouldn't get a serious answer. He coldly uttered, "Fine." He held up a brilliant red crystal in his hand, his purple eyes flashing with absolute murderous intent along with a brutal declaration. "Then be burned alive for me." He grit his teeth and crushed the red crystal in his hand, releasing a surge of dark and extremely eerie power. Instantly, the dark aura erupted violently, turning into bizarre demonic skulls and a massive mouth full of fangs, as if it wanted to devour all life in the room. The power of the dark fire poured down like a storm, surrounding the group under suffocating pressure. Ray anxiously shouted, "Bella, are you okay?" Standing amidst the siege of energy, Bella grit her teeth, channeling power into her staff to maintain the defense. "I'm fine. This barrier can still hold." However, Varian smirked with absolute evil. He casually saw through her limit. "But your reserved mana won't hold out for long, will it? With that amount of mana, at best, you can only withstand it for one more minute." Realizing the situation was extremely urgent, Bella urged her master, "Please attack him. I will put all my strength into defending." Ariel decisively replied, "Understood." Her eyes shone with magic through her monocle, quickly finding the opponent's opening. "The flame at that position is thinning. I can discharge mana outside the barrier." Ariel placed her hand against the shield. Brilliant blue lightning streaks began to accumulate and dance around her palm with great power. A massive surge of deep blue magic shot out like an arrow of light. Yet, Varian still stood proudly behind the wall of deep purple dark fire. He coldly mocked her effort. "Intending to counterattack? You folks won't even be able to touch me." Ariel's powerful attack seemed to be completely devoured and neutralized before the absolute dominance of the flame of greed. Ariel grit her teeth in pain upon realizing her attack was utterly useless. Gray silently analyzed Ariel's offensive magic is inherently among the weakest of the professors, coupled with the mana-absorbing trait of the flame of greed. All her efforts right now are just like adding fuel to the enemy. Bella also began to stagger. She uttered with difficulty, "What should we do now? I'm about to run out of energy." Ariel looked at her two students with apologetic eyes. She quietly said, "This is precisely the reason why I told you folks to run away from the very beginning, right at the most desperate moment." Ray suddenly stepped forward, his eyes glowing with determination as he declared, "Leave that to me." Bella stared at his back in shock and doubted. "Ray, what are you planning to do? Your sword can't possibly reach him from this distance." Ray casually replied, "It's fine. I'm sure it will reach." Ariel felt her blood pressure drop upon hearing this, her expression instantly distorting. "Are you sure about this? Using that power again might kill you. Even if you survive, your newly healed arm might never recover again." Ray slightly smirked, put his strength into the hilt, and coldly replied, "Me dying alone is still better than all three of us dying here. Don't you think so?" While Varian was basking in triumph, he suddenly froze when he felt an unusual surge of pressure through the reflection on his glasses. He was shocked to see Gray dashing forward at an unthinkable speed. Before he could even understand what had just happened, he was targeted right at the head. The scene of the laboratory fell into a suffocating silence. Varian was completely taken down under Gray's deadly slash. Bella stood frozen in shock. She stammered out, as she witnessed The death of the mad professor right before her eyes. Ariel quietly observed the ruins. Through her monocle, she silently gasped in amazement. This is the first time I've seen the real thing with my own eyes. But this is truly astonishing. Gray's slash carried a terrifying power, splitting the entire architectural structure of the laboratory in half. Bella looked up in panic at the falling boulders and shouted loudly, "The ceiling!" The three of them stood amidst the debris, as the entire structure above began to collapse after that earth-shattering attack. Ariel, leisurely stepping forward, she gestured for everyone to stay calm, and looked around the scene filled with glowing red energy, cracks dancing everywhere. She smirked slightly with a meaningful smile. Oh my, this was beyond my expectations. Ariel turned to observe Ray and anxiously asked, setting that aside, "Is your body okay?" Ray looked down at his sword, then looked at his right arm, which was trembling with bizarre, dark marks. He replied with difficulty, "My dominant arm hurts quite a bit. It's numb too." However, he still exerted strength to tightly grip the hilt of his sword and asserted firmly, "But I can still move it." Ariel smiled proudly looking at her student. "It seems like your training process is showing results." Gray nodded slightly in confirmation. "It seems so." Ray silently compared this to his past self. He understood that if it were him back at the village using that power, he would have definitely passed out for days and woken up in a state where he couldn't move his arms at all. He realized that just experiencing pain at this moment was already a massive step forward. Now it only leaves behind a painful arm. Isn't that a huge improvement? It seems that training phase was truly worth it. Ray recalled the chain of training days, his body always being on constant red alert. The image of the strict professor, head coach Longfellow, shouting on the training ground replayed in his mind, reminding him that only when squeezing out the very last drop of stamina would the soul power truly awaken. Ariel looked at Gray's back thoughtfully. She said in a low voice, "Thanks to you, we are still alive. However, I'm sorry for making you resort to using that power." Ray reassured Ariel that stopping Varian was originally his own intention, so she didn't need to feel guilty. Ariel sent her gratitude, but her gaze suddenly became extremely serious as she issued a warning. "But if possible, try not to use that power for a while. Otherwise, the damage caused to your soul will be irreversible." Ray was stunned as he took note of the reminder, but then he hesitantly asked if what he had just used could truly be called magic. Ariel also appeared highly doubtful, as she absolutely did not feel any trace of anger from that attack. Bella stood nearby, sweat pouring down as she admitted that trying to explain a source of power that massive, using the language of magic, was completely impossible. Realizing the danger of this information, Ariel coldly demanded Bella not to dig any deeper, as well as absolutely never to utter a single word about what she had witnessed with her own eyes here. Before Bella's shock, Ariel threatened that if she couldn't keep her promise, she would be forced to completely wipe her memory. Immediately, Bella was extremely terrified upon hearing this. The professor's glowing, pressure-filled gaze made Bella fearfully nod in agreement. To ensure the secret was kept forever, Bella proactively offered to form a magic contract and received Ariel's consent. A surge of magic energy glowed and enveloped them both, officially binding the oath between them under Gray's witness. After the contract was successfully signed, Bella anxiously looked toward the victims, lying scattered inside the iron cages, and suggested that they must rescue them first. Ray closely observed the scene and realized these people were merely under a deep sleep magic spell. Although their lives were not currently in danger, he still suggested bringing everyone to the Academy's medical facility to receive the best care immediately. Ariel cast a great magic spell. A brilliant golden light erupted. Ariel enveloped the victims inside protective magic spheres. She asserted that these would keep them safe from any external impacts at the moment. After completing the protection of the victims, the group continued to venture deeper inside to investigate. The whole group continued to head deeper inside to investigate. Looking back at the scale of this place once again, Ariel couldn't help but shudder at Varian's madness. As she witnessed the illegal experiments stretching as far as the eye could see, she realized most of them were related to using humans as sacrifices to create magic catalysts, or forcibly enhance the capabilities of the test subjects. Even after going deep inside, Ariel was still puzzled. Since she didn't see any traces related to liquid ether, she wondered if they were hidden in another facility. Meanwhile, the more Ray thought about it, the more terrified he became. He recalled that in his past life, it was right at this place where the tragedy that claimed the lives of tens of thousands of people occurred. Ray wondered how the production of a pure magic catalyst could cause such a large-scale accident. His eyes lit up as he realized an important detail. The thing that killed everyone back then was a miasma gushing out from underground. Noticing her student's unusual behavior, Ariel turned around and asked, "What's the matter, Bella?" also anxiously called Gray's name when she saw him standing in a daze. He thoughtfully calculated. If the disaster truly came from underground, then there must be something hidden beneath this place. Ray proposed a hypothesis to Ariel. Perhaps it's underground. There might be secret passages. Ariel immediately used her glowing magic eyes to scan across the floor full of cracks. At first, she still couldn't find any secret passages. But then her gaze suddenly froze. Ariel blurted out, "No, wait." Then she quickly ran toward a corpse lying slumped on the floor. She knelt down to observe carefully, her magic eyes focusing on an anomaly right beneath the stone floor. Ariel noticed faint traces of short-range teleportation magic left on the floor. She deduced that this was probably a secret space that could only be accessed via teleportation. Based on the residual magic power, Ariel determined the teleportation distance to be around 300 meters. And there is definitely something hiding on the other side. Ray was astonished, asking if they could reach a depth of 300 meters underground. Ariel confidently asserted that she could also open a similar teleportation gate for the group to try their luck. She snapped her fingers, activating a glowing surge of magic. A massive magic circle shone brightly beneath the feet of all three. Ariel warned that if there was nothing on the other side, they would be buried alive in the earth. Her magic eyes glowed as a blazing red light enveloped the entire space, transporting them through the dense layers of rock and earth. The moment they set foot there, Ray and Bella were both so shocked that they were speechless before the scene in front of them. Appearing before their eyes was a massive underground city with countless white buildings standing close together. Ariel couldn't help but be astonished at the grand scale of this space located deep underground. She sensed a massive amount of anger radiating from everywhere, especially from a domed structure standing tall in the center of the city. Ariel's magic eyes dilated with horror upon realizing that what was leaking out was not just anger, but also a type of power, completely different from magic, more powerful than anything she had ever seen. Ray stared intently toward the central building. He tremblingly asked if that strange power was indeed. Ariel broke into a cold sweat. She decisively confirmed that it was indeed the power of liquid ether. The three of them stepped up the towering stairs, leading inside the magnificent domed structure. Standing before a deep entrance, Ray couldn't help but wonder skeptically. A door? Ariel thoughtfully observed the vast space inside, where a massive stone slab, bearing a strange symbol, was placed right at the center of an intricate magic circle. She asserted with certainty, the source of power definitely comes from here. But currently, there is still no trace of liquid ether. Ariel stepped closer, reaching out her hand to touch the cold surface of the mysterious door. Witnessing her master's actions, Bella anxiously tried to stop her. "Are you sure we should touch that thing?" Ariel remained calm. She turned back to look at her student and reassured her, "Relax. This door doesn't hold any power at all." She explained that it was only placed here as a symbol used for the ritual. The true power doesn't lie in this door. Her sharp gaze pointed toward the columns filled with solution, glowing purple all around. "It lies in the magic devices surrounding us." Just as Ariel finished speaking, the entire room suddenly shook. Deep purple currents of electricity began to dance violently. Ray shouted in shock, "What is happening? Are you trying to summon liquid ether?" Bella also trembled before the terrifying pressure. "This magic is too dangerous. We must stop it immediately." However, Ariel still stood firmly amidst the chaotic energy and ordered, "No, don't charge in." She calmly stated her assessment. "My prediction shows that this arrangement actually cannot summon liquid ether." At that exact moment, the space right at the door began to crack, revealing bizarre, pitch-black streaks. Ray screamed in terror. Space is being torn open. Professor Bella was equally shocked. The two of them could only stare at the stream of blazing red dark energy maniacally pouring out from the space tear. Ariel softly gasped, "Huh?" and then calmly affirmed, "I knew it. Those devices were not originally built to summon liquid ether." Bella, at this moment, was practically on the verge of going into emergency prayer mode right on the spot. She stared at the pitch-black energy strands, stretching out like tentacles of death, and explained, "They are simply punching a small hole leading straight to where that entity exists. That's all." Ariel observed the leaking power stream and explained that they are being gathered through a system. She pointed at the chained black crystal, revealing a horrifying truth: the core they are using to crystallize that source of power is highly likely human lives. Through her magic eyes, she assessed around 10 souls have been used so far, but the molding process might have cost far more sacrifices than that. Ariel bitterly guessed that most of the people they saw on the upper floor had been taken as raw materials. Bella wondered, why would they go to such lengths to gather power, and what is their true conspiracy? Ariel recalled the dark fire that Varian had used in the battle, asserting the crystal enhancing It is precisely the form of these things. When they are perfected, she worried, if they are mass-produced, this catalyst won't just be limited to fire, and no one knows what they will do. With that massive source of power, the cracks on the stone slab gradually vanished, causing Grey to wonder skeptically, the cracks are disappearing. So right from the start, Varian had no intention of summoning liquid ether? Ariel thoughtfully replied that she wasn't sure whether he didn't want to, or couldn't, but it seemed the space-opening devices had been pushed to their limits, and this was all they could do. Bella stepped closer to a glowing energy container. She remarked, I think this device is extremely valuable. I've never seen any space-bending magic as precise and high capacity as this. Ariel agreed. That building something like that would cost the budget of an entire nation. Yet there are as many as 8 of them here. She asserted. There is only one organization capable of doing this. Bella guessed it was the Disco Empire, but Ariel immediately denied it because even as the world's largest nation, they didn't have enough resources for magic research to build them. Bella tremblingly asked, then who is it? Ariel asserted with certainty, there must be an organization with a scale of magic research far surpassing even the Empire to be able to create this place. Before Bella's bewilderment, Ray spoke up solemnly. It is the World Alliance Academy, isn't it? Ariel looked at him with appreciation. Exactly. No other research agency has the stature and budget to maintain a facility of such a horrific scale. All three looked up at the massive crystal chained midair, a testament to the brutal investment hidden beneath the facade of knowledge. Bella was shocked, not wanting to believe the cruel truth. She said, the Academy itself is behind this? But the World Alliance Academy was originally created to protect the world from threats. Ariel shut her eyes tightly, her voice heavy. I understand why you don't want to believe it, but the reality is that no other group could possibly pull this off. Ray placed his hand on his chest, trying to find a ray of hope. But that doesn't mean the entire Academy is our enemy, right? Most of them could still be on our side. The memories of his past life flashed back in Gray's mind, where the most elite forces of the Academy had always been the ones charging on the front lines. He remembered clearly that even when facing disaster, they still protected civilians until the very last moment. Ray asserted firmly, after witnessing that future, I cannot believe the Academy is the enemy of humanity. Ariel looked at him with deep, contemplative eyes. Just as you said, most members within the Academy act for humanity and would never allow these life-wasting experiments to take place. However, she also warned, with countless researchers and secret facilities, almost no one in this world can truly grasp the entire picture hidden behind the majestic Academy building. Ariel looked at the columns containing the purple solution and assessed the one backing Varian must definitely possess immense power, because he alone could never have the authority to arrange everything on such a grand scale. Bella sadly asked back, so that means we can't completely trust the Academy either? Ariel, who had observed this place from the inside for decades, coldly asserted, this is definitely not an organization you can blindly trust. Her eyes shone with contemplation. Most of the people here think they are doing what is best for humanity, even the ones behind this experiment. Perhaps they have convinced themselves that it's all for a greater noble purpose. The truth seemed to have been buried in the darkness along with these ruins. Looking around the silent room, Ray asked thoughtfully, do you have any idea how to find the mastermind? Ariel thoughtfully inspected the devices and replied, there are no communication devices in this facility at all. Hearing this, Ray could only feel that the clues had vanished cleaner than a month-end salary. Even the residual magic of the creator was not left behind on the machinery. This showed an extremely professional cover-up, making the search for clues incredibly difficult. Ariel softly gasped. Furthermore, just as an earth-shattering surge of light suddenly burst out right behind Bella, rocks and debris flew everywhere amidst the shocking explosions. Ray shouted in shock. What on earth is this? The entire architecture of the underground city began to collapse under the pressure of consecutive explosions. Standing amidst the falling debris, Ariel still calmly assessed. It seems they even installed an evidence erasure mechanism. She questioned herself. Why didn't they blow up this place the moment Varian died? Could it be that they intended to lure anyone snooping around inside and then detonate it to completely wipe them out? Bella broke into a cold sweat. She screamed in panic. Now is not the time to make hypotheses. We need to get out of here quickly. Ariel smirked slightly with pride. Calm down, they are just magic explosives. She slowly knelt down, placing her palm on the floor, and activated a powerful, glowing golden magic circle. The strong surge of energy radiated and enveloped the group. Ariel coldly declared with her eyes glowing through her monocle. The professors of the World Alliance Academy are not weak enough to be killed by trivial things like this. Amidst the violently collapsing debris, Ariel put all her strength into maintaining the magic circle and shouted loudly, "Don't step out of the magic circle." Massive boulders kept falling from the ceiling, but the glowing golden light had timely enveloped the entire group, preparing to transport them out of the deadly den. In the nick of time, back on the surface under the bright moonlight, Ariel softly observed the victims, lying scattered on the grass, and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems all the detained people have also made it out safely. The atmosphere lightened up significantly, everyone having just escaped a smooth survival phase. Bella tiredly leaned against her staff. She was still in shock and blurted out, "I thought I was about to die." Ray also broke into a cold sweat because of that recent gamble. "Isn't that way too dangerous?" Ariel explained that because the amount of accompanying luggage was more than expected, it slowed down the teleportation speed. But she asserted, "Everything is worth it," looking at the tubes containing deep purple solution that were seized. "Once we show this to the Academy, they won't be able to ignore us anymore." Returning to the main palace building of the World Alliance Academy, Ariel reported on the current situation. The survivors are currently being treated at the Academy's medical ward. Standing before the majestic desk, the principal, Ordrum Alexandro, clasped his hands together. He looked at all three with appreciative eyes and declared, "We owe you a word of thanks for stopping Varian's illegal experiments. Now, let's discuss the magic engines that he possessed." Principal Ordrum thoughtfully looked at the file. He emphasized that each one of those was worth more than the budget of an entire nation. Ariel was shocked to realize there were up to 8 of such items. She asserted that Varian alone could never have gathered such a horrific source of firepower, and wondered how he had obtained them. The principal coldly replied, "They are stolen goods." He revealed that they were stolen right during transport, resulting in 78 Academy agents being completely wiped out. Hearing that horrific casualty number, all of them, Gray, Ariel, and Bella, were stunned in astonishment. Ariel looked deeply into the file through her monocle. She tremblingly asked if this was the case. That occurred 15 years ago, the principal confirmed. The goods lost that year were precisely these engines. And Ariel began to remember the one behind that tragedy. The principal clasped his hands together, slowly uttering the name. Blood Drinker. "I assume you folks have heard this name before." Ray was shocked to realize that it was the largest criminal organization in the world. Those likened to parasites that always return no matter how many times they are destroyed. Suddenly, Bella spoke up with her eyes glowing with hatred. "They are also the ones who kill my parents." The principal nodded in agreement. He stated that no one knows where they hide or who the leader is, even though they are behind more than 70 of murder cases related to crime worldwide. He worried that it was highly likely their people had already infiltrated inside this academy. Gray, hearing this, only felt the danger level skyrocketing faster than a crypto chart. The worst thing was that there was no way to distinguish them. And even if they could, the academy would not take any action to interfere. Ray blurted out in shock, "What do you mean by that?" Ray shockingly blurted out, "What do you mean by that? Even if there are criminals inside the academy?" The principal calmly explained that this is precisely how the academy operates nowadays. Anyone with talent is given the opportunity to become stronger, regardless of lineage, race, or gender. He emphasized exactly whether they are criminals or not doesn't even matter. Bella resentfully objected, "That's absurd. If there are criminals here, they must be punished." The principal nodded in agreement, "I agree. However, the higher-ups don't seem to share that perspective." Bella asked back in astonishment, "Aren't you the principal?" He bitterly looked at the file and admitted he was no different from a subordinate, just the face of the academy on paper, while the real power I hold is just a laughable number. He looked at the two of them and asked, "Do you folks want to know who is truly running everything? If so, then become stronger. The more you prove your strength, the deeper you will advance into the academy and uncover more secrets." He revealed that although he couldn't name them, there was an upperclassman who possessed such immense influence that they shaped the entire direction of the academy. Even the crazy policy of accepting criminals was his decision. Ray thought to himself, "So if we become stronger than him," the principal affirmed, "That's right. You could even change this academy itself." He capped it off, "In this place, strength is everything." Ray grit his teeth and clenched his fist with determination. The principal silently observed and found it interesting, because he knew full well that Ariel shouldn't have stood a chance against Varian. That meant one of these two students had stepped in to take him down, and Ariel's heavenly eye was as sharp as ever in spotting their talent. Looking at Grace back, Principal Ordrum smirked slightly with high expectations. "I'm truly looking forward to seeing what kind of monster she will mold." Walking down the empty hallway, Gray quietly looked down at his hand, which still bore the residual marks. Walking along the empty hallway, Gray quietly looked down at his hand, which still bore traces of the marks of darkness. Ray at this moment looked incredibly cool. One look and you'd know he was about to unlock a forbidden power. He silently sensed the brutality of this place, so strength is what rules this academy. Whether the goal was to destroy liquid ether or expose the dark secrets behind that door, he understood one truth. Ray told himself, first of all, I need to focus on becoming stronger. But just as his train of thought was still incomplete, a powerful kick suddenly landed straight on him, making him only able to gasp, ugh. A cold voice rang out, my bad. And then a terrifying force blew Ray far away. Ray slid long across the floor. He hurriedly brought up his hands to shield himself and grit his teeth to endure the pain. A stranger with disheveled black hair and dark circles under his eyes stepped forward, clicking his tongue mockingly. TSK, you're tougher than I thought. He looked down on Gray with disdain and uttered harsh words. A reject from the special admission track like you has no right to show your face in this hallway. Ray realized it was yet another person who hated the special admission students. But this was the first time someone dared to directly ambush him right in the middle of the hallway like this. He placed his hand on his sword hilt and demanded, are you looking to pick a fight? The stranger raised his finger to signal a refusal. I'd love to, but looks like reject number 2 has just appeared. He casually turned his back and walked away with a message. See you later. Gray stood silently watching his back, unable to help but feel doubtful. The guy brought his hand to his mouth, lightly biting his finger to let blood ooze out with a maniacal look in his eyes. He silently promised to soon send another person to his place, then silently called Varian's name like a brutal oath. Ariel stepped up and anxiously asked, what happened? Ray calmly replied, Professor Ariel. A strange student just kicked me. He further explained that the guy believed a heavenly, special admission student like him didn't even have the right to walk in the hallway. The academy's Ariel thoughtfully observed then assessed. No weapon, no injuries. That means I cannot officially intervene. Quite unexpectedly, she leaned in close with a magical smile and suggested, so why don't you chase after him and beat him up properly? Oh my, are this master and student turning into rebels? But school violence truly deserves a beating and cannot be tolerated. Ray blurted out in shock. Wait, am I really allowed to do that? Ariel pretended to cover her eyes with her hand and shirked responsibility. As a professor, I cannot allow that. But my eyesight seems to be a bit poor lately. She winked with deep meaning that if anything were to happen right next to her, she would just pretend to see nothing at all. Ray broke into a cold sweat at this overly blatant cover-up. He decided to refuse. Forget it, just let him go. I don't want to cause any more trouble. Ariel showed a look of regret, while Ray seriously asked back. But please tell me one thing. Are the heavenly, special admission students really hated that much? How should she answer now? The truth hurts, doesn't it? Ray tightly gripped his sleeve, his voice deepening. People still mock us from time to time. But this is the first time someone resorted to violence. Ariel quietly observed. She sadly admitted. So they really mocked you folks? She lowered her head full of regret. I'm sorry. If only I had a little more power in this place. Seeing the professor blaming herself, Ray smiled to reassure her. Please don't worry about that. Without you, I wouldn't even be able to get into this academy. Ray asserted even more firmly. Bella and the others will prove that. The Heavenly Eye program was not a mistake at all. After all, you are someone with a very good eye for people, Professor. The images of legendary warriors, like Sword Saint Army or Great Sage Bella, once again flashed back as a testament to Ray's belief. Standing before the optimism and sincere gratitude of her student, Ariel could only stand there in silence, her eyes clearly showing a wave of emotion before those heavyweight words. This is the reason they deserve special admission. Talented and well-behaved. Ariel smiled gently and replied, thank you. But immediately after that, she reached out to lightly touch Gray's chin, firmly reminding him not to view the ongoing troubles as someone else's business. She admitted that out of all the students in the Heavenly Eye group, Gray was the one she placed the highest expectations on. She asserted that, just like the special admission students before him, they had all become top warriors. However, Ariel leaned in close and confessed that the first time she truly believed someone could surpass even the limits of humanity was when she met him. Ray broke into a cold sweat. He thought to himself, that being compared to those legends was indeed too much pressure. But then he quickly brushed aside his self-doubt, telling himself that kind of thinking was weak. Ray understood that the mastermind behind Varian definitely hadn't given up on summoning liquid ether. He asserted that his return to this timeline was precisely to ensure he could defeat it, just like the advice from Kronos still echoing within the vortex of time. The fate of this world lies in your hands. Keep it up, young man, confidently overcome all adversities. The setting shifted to the academy's vast arena ground, where the students were gathering in large numbers for a new class. The professor stood before the blackboard and loudly declared, today's swordsmanship class will be hands-on direct combat practice. You folks please pair up according to the list written on the board. Ray looked toward the crowd with an anxious expression. He told himself that he needed to stay sharp and focused for this practical training session. Ray silently feared that if he messed things up, people would again have an excuse to mock all the students under the status of heavenly special admission. He set a goal for himself. At the very least, I must prove that I can keep up with the normal students of the academy. However, when looking at the matchup list, Ray blurted out his name in shock. Rayleigh was paired to compete directly with Leon Hart. Ray shiveringly realized that his opponent was precisely the top student of the swordsmanship course. In other words, he was the strongest freshman in the entire academy. The professor stood in the middle of the arena and loudly declared, I have tried to pair students of equivalent skill levels. Therefore, do not hold back. Treat this as a real battle. Ray broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself sarcastically, equivalent skill levels, my foot. Why on earth do I have to fight the top student? While I was only just admitted through the special admission track, he anxiously realized that Leon Hart already had a grudge against the Heavenly Eye students. And after the previous incident, he was definitely eager to give him a proper beating. What's with this guy? Getting worried over nothing before the fight even starts. Leon Hart stepped closer with a mysterious smile. Hello there. It seems we are partners now. I am truly glad. Contrasting Gray's anxious expression, Leon Hart was brewing an intense determination. He thought to himself, to think I'd get to spar with Lord Gray. All the effort to top the class has finally paid off. I have trained harder than anyone else in this world. Please, Lord Gray, bear witness to my true swordsmanship. Looking at the other party's radiant smile, Gray couldn't help but shudder. This guy? His smile is too blinding. There is no doubt about it. He is definitely extremely excited, because he finally has the chance to beat me up legally. He might just beat me to a pulp. The professor's voice rang out, echoing across the vast arena. Is everyone ready? Now I think Gray is probably ready to run away much faster instead. The moment the start signal rang out, the entire arena immediately erupted, with the sharp clashing sounds of weapons. Pairs of contestants charged at each other fiercely. Leon Hart did not delay for a single second. A powerful slash came down on Ray. Ray grit his teeth and put all his strength into his sword to block the fierce attack, as he had to brace himself to withstand the tempestuous swings of Leon Hart's sword. Creating terrifying pressure, it forced Gray into a completely passive defensive position. Leon Hart's eyes glowed with a sharp blue light, full of excitement. He charged forward with horrific speed and force, leaving Gray with no choice but to tightly clutch his sword hilt so as not to be blown away. Why so weak? You need confidence to win. Amidst the screeching sound of clashing metal, Leon Hart broke into an appreciative smile. You're strong. It's hard to believe that someone like you couldn't pass the official entrance exam. He continued to press on with sharp sword strikes, forcing Ray to maintain high concentration to neutralize each attack that was relentlessly raining down. Ray silently assessed amidst the tension. I thought I would be defeated immediately, but it turns out I can still hold my ground. However, even when using both hands, I still can't match his raw strength. I wonder how many moves he can survive. Looking at the way Leon Hart moved, Ray couldn't help but be terrified by his textbook swordsmanship techniques, which had been honed to absolute perfection and were thoroughly frightening. He bitterly realized that despite possessing the experience from his past life along with the harsh training from his master, Leon Hart was truly a natural-born monster. Right in his very first lifetime, the entire arena shook before the peak battle, causing other students to stop and exclaim in astonishment, can he really keep up with Leon Hart? Contrasting Gray's exhaustion, Leon Hart was enjoying the match maniacally. Wonderful. I could fight like this all day. Gray began to feel his breath falter. He was shocked to realize his physical strength was gradually reaching its absolute limit under the relentless pressure from his opponent. Ray told himself that if it weren't for the training session with Professor Ariel, he probably would have collapsed long ago. Seeing his opponent still maintaining an easygoing composure, Ray was astounded, wondering why this guy wasn't even out of breath, while his own physical strength was draining very rapidly. He knew he had to end this match immediately. If this keeps dragging on, my life is forfeit. Recalling the professor's instruction that they must treat this as a real battle, Gray's glowing red eyes showed clear determination. Leon Hart raised his sword high, unleashing a powerful slash aimed straight at his opponent. Quick as a flash, Gray ducked to the side to evade it. Gray's hand slammed hard onto the floor to gain momentum, causing Leon Hart to exclaim in astonishment. What? Taking advantage of the opening, Gray unleashed a powerful sword strike, slashing upward from below, creating a shocking impact right in the middle of the arena. Leon Hart panicked and blurted out, what? When he saw Gray staying close to the ground and launching a surprise counterattack from underneath. Looking into Gray's glowing red eyes, which were full of killing intent, he was shocked to realize his opponent was truly treating this as a real Life or death battle. If you didn't treat it as life or death, his life would have been flattened by you. Leonhardt grit his teeth, telling himself that he must not allow himself to lose. But everything was settled immediately after that. He collapsed onto the arena floor while Gray stood tall, pointing the tip of his sword straight at his neck, full of menace. Ray smiled in a friendly manner, sheathed his sword, and reached out his hand to help his opponent up along with a proposal. It's a draw, okay? However, Leonhardt solemnly denied it. No, that's not quite it. He bitterly recalled the final moment, where he could only swing his sword in vain while Ray could have actually pierced his heart if he had wanted to. Leonhardt asserted that because this was a spar, Gray had proactively redirected the tip of the sword toward his neck to preserve his opponent's life. Gray scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, admitting he had been read. But he also believed that pointing a sword at a classmate's heart in a sparring match was a bit too much. Leonhardt smiled, accepting his defeat, and expressed his gratitude to Gray for helping him understand the difference between practice and real combat, where swordsmanship skills are not the only factor that determines victory or defeat. See, you never know who's going to come out on top, but now it's clear, right? Ray scratched his head in embarrassment, admitting using that move in a swordsmanship class feels a bit like cheating, doesn't it? But Leonhardt smiled with great confidence and replied, the professor told us to treat this as a real battle, and in a life or death battle, there is no such thing as cheating. He stepped forward, pointing his sword tip straight at Ray and excitedly proposed. So, how about another round? Ray broke into a cold sweat, secretly worried. Another round? I only won the last round because I caught him by surprise. If we fight head-on, I definitely won't stand a chance. Why is this guy so lacking in confidence? Just go for it. He shuddered, recalling the sparks-flying clashes from earlier, admitting that this was no longer a matter of technique, as Leonhardt's physical strength completely left him in the dust. Right at that moment, an annoying voice interrupted. Stop right there. A strange student stepped up, sneering mockingly, whether it's practical training or not, this is still a swordsmanship class. No one allowed you to use anything other than a sword. He approached, getting right in Gray's face and insulting him. How on earth did a loser who got in through the special admission track like you get paired with the top student of the class, huh? Before Gray's silence, he added another threat. Don't act cocky just because you have a bit of magic. Got it. Seeing Gray being insulted, Leonhardt immediately stepped in to intervene with a stern expression. The professor decided that I am the only one worthy of fighting Gray. So, please move aside. Exactly, move aside and beat it. If you lose, just accept it. No need for so many excuses. The professor also walked over unhurriedly, confirming. Yes, just as Leon said, I am the one who made the pairings. I did say that I paired students with equivalent overall strength, didn't I? The overall totals are relatively equal, right? He firmly asserted that. Gray is the only one who can go toe-to-toe with Leonhardt. At the moment, looking at the resentful student, the professor coldly challenged him. If you're not convinced, go ahead and try it yourself. Defeat Ray, and you'll become Leonhardt's opponent. Fine, I accept. He smugly asserted that he had defeated an examiner to get in here. So never lump me together with those who only barely scraped through the exam with a draw. Or worse, those who couldn't even pass on their own. Leonhardt stood by, silently observing. He realized this guy was judging Gray based solely on his special admission title, without knowing his opponent's true strength at all. Looking at that arrogance, Leonhardt thought to himself, it feels like I'm looking at my past self. Ray calmly accepted the challenge. He told himself this was actually a good opportunity, as this guy's actual capability was also worth acknowledging. If it's a fight, let's fight. Teach him a lesson. However, Leonhardt suddenly exuded a terrifying pressure. An absolute rage erupted inside Leonhardt because that guy had dared to interrupt his precious time with Lord Ray. Leonhardt grit his teeth, roaring in his mind. For that sin alone, you deserve to die? The other young man saw this and got a massive question mark. What did I even do to get looked at that scarily? Seeing the atmosphere getting too tense, the professor hurriedly spoke up to adjust. If you folks don't like the practical combat rules, fine. The two of you will only be allowed to use swords. He turned to ask for Ray's opinion and received a nod of confirmation. Even so, Ray couldn't help but feel anxious as he silently assessed his opponent. I don't know how strong this guy is, but if he got in here through the regular exam, he's definitely no pushover. He bitterly admitted that despite going through harsh training, it was still hard for him to match the strength and physical condition of those who were well-nourished and properly trained over many years. Oh well, let's just fight. It ain't over till it's over. Ray tightly gripped his sword hilt, reassuring himself that although he wasn't overly confident, this was still just a practice session in class. And even if he lost, he wouldn't be expelled. The professor brushed his hair back, reminding them both. Absolutely do not hold back against your opponent. Ray loudly replied, fine, then got into a defensive stance, his glowing red eyes highly focused as he went head-to-head with that student. The moment the start signal rang out, the guy immediately charged forward like an arrow. It's time to let the special admission reject know his place. Remember your status. A powerful slash came down, creating a fiery clash the moment Ray managed to bring up his sword to block it. Ray felt doubtful as he sensed his opponent's hand strength from the first clash. Meanwhile, the other guy also shockingly realized something unusual. His strike is so light. His strength is nothing special at all. He cried out in pain as Ray pushed him back, unable to help but wonder. Or is he holding back against me? He was so arrogant just a moment ago, but now he's getting startled. Not letting his opponent regain his composure, Ray delivered a lightning-fast slash, sending the guy's sword flying far away. He screamed in pain as he was completely knocked down to the ground. The professor immediately declared, "Match over." The entire arena fell silent as they witnessed the guy who had just been bragging, now lying knocked out on the floor after only a few sword strikes. Ray awkwardly approached to check on him. "Sorry about that. Are you okay?" He thought to himself apologetically. "I originally intended to aim at his sword, but I didn't expect to hit his body. I thought he would be able to dodge it." Utterly resentful and embarrassed, the guy screamed, "That was just luck. You just caught me off guard. Let's do it again." The professor could only sigh in disappointment at his student's stubbornness. Fine. Keep fighting until you're satisfied." The other guy frantically charged forward with a piercing scream, swinging his sword aimed straight at Gray to salvage his honor. However, the result still didn't change at all, as he was quickly knocked down once again. Standing in the middle of the arena, Ray calmly looked down at the guy who was lying knocked out and anxiously asked, "Are you okay? Can you still fight, buddy? You were talking so big earlier." By this time, his face had been beaten to a pulp, swollen with bruises and welts all over his face to the point that his original appearance was unrecognizable. He tried to utter an assertion that he was still fine in a pitifully slurred speech. Witnessing this scene, the professor could only facepalm in disappointment and ordered people to take him to the medical ward immediately. After clearing up the mess, the professor loudly announced to the whole class, "And so, this year's representatives will be Gray and Leonhardt. Does anyone have any objections?" Ray blurted out in shock, "Representatives?" Leonhardt, standing beside him, still maintained his composure and smiled meaningfully. The professor nodded in confirmation and explained that the top students of the first year would have to face the champion of the second year in a highly intense inter-class battle. He deepened his voice, revealing a harsh truth to warn both of them that the first-year students had lost 35 times in a row in the academy's history. The professor broke into a confident smile. He pointed his hand toward Gray and Leonhardt, then firmly asserted, "But perhaps this year will be different. He probably wants this group to change and write history." Hearing about the first year's 35-game losing streak, Ray asked back in shock, "Is the gap in strength between the first year and the second year really that big?" The professor nodded, confirming that a year of training at the academy makes a massive difference. So a first-year defeat is almost a given and predicted beforehand. He emphasized that simply holding their ground and putting up a good fight is already a remarkable achievement. And if you win, that will be a miracle that goes down in the academy's history. For the students, just being selected to go out to the arena was already considered a great honor. Patting Gray's shoulder to reassure him, the professor advised him not to feel too pressured before declaring. The class finished. Watching the professor walk away, Gray silently assessed. The inter-class battle doesn't seem as intense as I had feared. However, as a Heavenly Eye special admission student, he told himself this was the perfect opportunity to prove to everyone that he truly possessed combat capabilities. Looking toward the majestic tower of the academy, Ray made a firm resolution to train even harder for the upcoming challenge. Keep it up, practice makes perfect. Meanwhile, in the high-level meeting room, the professor's council meeting was reaching its final agenda items. The chairperson announced, "The final agenda item of the day is the proposal from Professor Budra." Sitting on the opposite side, Professor Ariel quietly observed as her colleague began to speak. Professor Budra from the magic department stood up with a serious expression, loudly proposing, "Expel the Heavenly Eye special admission student named Amy White from the academy." Professor Ariel immediately objected and demanded to know the reason, as she was the one responsible for managing this group of special admission students. However, Budra growled, asserting that it was precisely that management which was causing a major issue. For the academy's fairness, he presented evidence that Amy White had failed the third-year advancement exam, but was still blatantly allowed to stay at the school, solely under the guise of a special admission student. Every other student who failed the exam has already been expelled. How can that possibly be fair? Ariel remained firm in protecting her student. As I have said, the girl is making steady progress to reach a world-class combat level. It's just that currently her body is suffering too heavy a backlash to display her full strength. If not for that reason, she would have definitely passed the exam. However, this explanation only received harsh sarcasm. Oh, please, that excuse again. Always calling it a backlash of the body, suddenly making a useless student sound like a hidden genius. How much longer are you going to weave this illusion about her secret power? Ariel fiercely asserted that it was the truth, that Amy could completely control her power at any moment, even as early as tomorrow, and if pushed too soon, the academy might lose that talent forever. The opposing professor narrowed his eyes in skepticism. You have used that excuse too many times already. Is your plan to let someone who doesn't meet the academy standards stay here indefinitely? Ariel did not flinch. She looked straight at her opponent and declared, the academy exists to nurture outstanding talents. Kicking out someone with innate talent just because they don't fit into this rigid system completely goes against our original purpose. So it's just because of the regulations of some old, outdated leaders making things difficult for the students? A chubby professor with a sinister smile spoke up mockingly. Genius, huh? Perhaps the special admissions were very impressive in the past, but the current batch is nothing but a bunch of failures. He listed off the names one by one, like Amy White, Bella Albright, and even Jacob Bloomfield, with utter disdain. It seems like the great heavenly eye is gradually losing its sharpness. Perhaps it's time we consider completely abolishing this heavenly eye program. Ariel blurted out in shock. Abolishing it? What on earth are you talking about? It was established a very long time ago by the Academy's founding council. The other professor smirked triumphantly, reminding her that this program could absolutely be wiped out if more than half of the faculty agreed, and asked if she still remembered that rule. Whispers of agreement began to echo throughout the meeting room. Another professor added, and to be honest, those heavenly eye students at present are nothing impressive. I heard that Bella Albright has made progress, but that's hardly a grand achievement. Not to mention that her amount of mana is still a big question mark. They ganging up to criticize the students like this is truly shameful, isn't it? Ariel silently looked toward her colleagues who were showing hostile attitudes. She softly uttered, this. A professor with a long beard sighed, full of disappointment. Although the old batch of heavenly eye students was truly impressive, the recent bunch, however, another one immediately chimed in, exactly. They completely no longer make an impact. Like before, mocking laughter and contemptuous glances began to spread across the meeting room, causing Ariel to break into a cold sweat. She realized the situation was worse than she thought. The number of opinions opposing the heavenly eye was larger than she expected. At this rate, they really will shut down the program. The chubby professor triumphantly shouted. It's already too outdated. Isn't it time we scrap it? He smirked, full of arrogance. Or do you still intend to assert that you yourself can spot talent better than all of us here? Ariel clenched her fist on the table to suppress her anger. She silently told herself she really wanted to say yes, but doing so would only provoke them further. If they lose their minds, even a vaccine wouldn't cure them in time. Ariel lowered her head, trying to stay calm amidst the surrounding pressure. They already dislike me. However, there are still many other professors who care about whether this program actually brings benefits to the academy. If I want to win them over to my side, I must not say anything that would make them turn away. Seeing Ariel remain silent without replying, the other professor pressed on even further with a mocking look. What's wrong? Cack out your tongue? At least you know that your golden age is already over. Another one with a full beard also added mockingly. Exactly, the era. Perhaps you had brilliant achievements in the past, but maybe it's time to retire before you personally ruin your own reputation. Well said. Even a professor with a sinister gaze put forward a malicious suggestion. If you want to raise your favorite students your own way, why don't you go open your own school? The entire meeting room erupted in hearty and contemptuous laughter, directed straight at Ariel. A wonderful idea. Good luck to you in finding students willing to follow an outdated heavenly eye user. Ariel sat in silence amidst the criticisms. She told herself she could still recognize true talent, but those children just needed more time to prove themselves. She was determined at all costs to prevent them from being expelled before they had a chance to shine. Amidst her train of thought, a voice suddenly rang out. Speaking of the heavenly eye students, isn't there one named Gray? Another professor chimed in. I heard that kid is quite promising. Among the first years in the swordsmanship course, it seems, he was also chosen to participate in the inter-class battle as well. An old professor with a sinister smile immediately seized the opportunity. Oh, that sounds promising. Then why not let him prove his capability in that very competition? We will decide the future of the Heavenly Eye program based on the result of his match. Ariel anxiously glanced toward the headmaster. She understood better than anyone that Gray's strength was not meant to serve harmless, Trivial sparring matches. She tried to explain, if it were a real life or death situation. But before she could finish her sentence, a professor slammed his hand hard on the table in fury. Starting with those excuses again. Calm down, why get so intense? The old man roared. If someone cannot show anything during practice, training, then he won't achieve anything useful in actual combat either. Every professor here understands that clearly. Ariel, resentful, stood up abruptly. She shouted in despair. No, you folks don't understand at all. His ability is not just ordinary swordsmanship. The chairperson decisively declared. Today's meeting is adjourned. Since this discussion is going nowhere, we will stop right here. He concluded that witnessing the Heavenly Eye student in action with their own eyes sounded reasonable, and they would make the final decision. After watching the performance of Gray in the inter-class battle, Ariel was shocked. She could only utter in helplessness, no. Dismissed. The announcement rang out dryly. The professors left the meeting room one by one. The chubby professor mocked as he walked away. Well, now I'm actually looking forward to the competition. It's definitely going to be an entertaining performance. While the headmaster quietly walked away with a thoughtful expression, Ariel remained sitting alone in the middle of the vast room. She rested her head on the table in utter loneliness and disappointment. What else could she do? She already argued her heart out. Ariel tightly clutched her arm. She silently apologized in pain. I'm sorry, everyone. I am too weak. The image of Ray flashed back in her mind, along with his courageous declarations. Between the line of life and death, dying alone is still better than all three of us dying here. Just leave it to me. Ariel understood better than anyone that Ray's strength was not something to be brought out as entertainment in sparring matches, and he still needed a lot more time to perfect himself. She bitterly admitted that what she was expecting from him right now was truly too unreasonable. Even so, please. Ariel sobbed, tears rolling down her cheeks past her single lens. She earnestly pleaded with Gray in her thoughts. Please help them. Please help those children, those rough diamonds, who possess the great potential of the world. She tightly clutched her chest, which was tightening in pain, chokingly uttering her final plea. Please protect the children's future. The day of the inter-class battle had finally arrived. Amidst the brightly lit arena, the loudspeaker announcement loudly rang out. All right, we will begin the inter-class battle right now. It's quite nerve-wracking. Let's see who's more of a fighter. To introduce the opponents, first is our top first-year student, Leonhard Abius. Going head-to-head with him is the top second-year student, Luino Hartman. Next is the first-year challenger, Rayleigh, and his opponent, the second-year challenger, Deboer Radado. Ray was shocked when he saw the familiar face. Wait a minute, isn't that the guy who suddenly attacked me in the hallway? Am I really going to have to face him? We will bear witness to the true capability of all of them. The announcement continued to echo. On the grandstands, rows upon rows of professors had gathered in large numbers to spectate, including the old professor, Budra, with his sinister smile. Luino Hartman couldn't help but ask in surprise. Are there always this many professors coming to watch this match? Does the inter-class battle usually happen like this? Leonhard coldly replied, no, this is the first time. Last year, only 3 swordsmanship professors bothered to show up. This year, they are swarming like ants. Luino still wondered, why are there so many today? Leonhard suddenly realized something. He softly uttered, then broke into a fully satisfied smile. The professors must be curious about Gray. They truly have excellent taste. Witnessing his classmates' strange attitude, Luino could only ask himself in apprehension, is he always like this? Right at that moment, an authoritative voice rang out from the grandstands. Confirming Leonhard's prediction was correct, we are here to witness the final battle of the Heavenly Eye. Special admission students. Surprise, surprise. It's the final match, everyone. Amidst the buzzing atmosphere of the arena, Ray wondered in bewilderment. Finally, he turned around in shock and questioned, what do you mean by that? The old professor, Budra, asked back with a triumphant smile. What? Did no one tell you? Immediately after that, he growled, declaring a cruel truth. The Heavenly Eye class is being abolished. Ray was shaken, stammering back, abolished. He immediately turned to look at his professor full of doubt. Professor, is that true? Ariel remained silent, her eyes heavy with deep thoughts. Inside, she was struggling intensely. If I tell him the truth, Ray will definitely push himself too hard. He might even resort to using that power. The image of Ray unleashing that deadly black aura flashed back, causing Ariel to fear, but with his current physical condition, it could kill him. Right now, it's a lose-lose situation anyway, so whatever. Ariel let out a soft sigh to regain her composure. She put on a forced smile and reassured him. Budra is just trying to distract your concentration, she instructed her student. Don't pay attention to those words. Just focus on the fight. However, Ariel's hand was trembling as she tightly clutched her ring, showing that she was under horrific pressure from having to lie to protect him. After a moment of silence, Ray closed his eyes and replied, "If you say so, Professor." Seeing that his goal of provoking them hadn't been achieved, Budra snorted coldly in disdain. "Humph, whatever," the old man triumphantly thought to himself, "just let them humiliate themselves on the arena ground." Budra was absolutely sure that once Gray lost miserably, all the other professors would realize that Ariel's heavenly eye was no longer as sharp as it used to be. Ray turned his back to the grandstands, his voice ringing out coldly. "I cannot let that matter slide so easily." The old professor, Budra, blurted out in shock, "What?" Ray's glowing red eyes flashed full of killing intent. He growled, "You can insult me as much as you want, but don't you ever dare look down on Professor Ariel's judgment. Messing with me is fine, but messing with my professor, and you're dead meat." Ariel was stunned by her student's defense, while Budra pointed his finger and shouted in fury, "Humph. Then what kind of power did that eye of hers see in a brat like you, huh? Unlike your senile professor, the people here who are still sane are all absolutely sure that you will lose miserably." Ray still maintained a terrifyingly calm demeanor. He replied coldly, "Fine. Then let me prove to you that you are wrong." Budra roared in rage. "What is with this arrogant kid, huh?" Causing his colleagues to hurriedly restrain him. What a foolish old man, going and arguing with a kid. The announcement rang out, requesting the contestants to quickly move toward their teammates to start the match. Ariel looked at Gray's back, secretly grateful for his trust, but she couldn't help but feel worried. What is he planning? Ariel silently assessed that if the opponent were a regular top student, Gray's practical swordsmanship skills might still have a glimmer of hope. However, he was paired up with an extremely terrifying opponent. That person was precisely Debor Radato, a monster whose brain had been operated on by Bradley to enhance his reflexes to an inhuman level, turning him into a literal living weapon. That's truly classic. He's no different from a robot. Ariel shockingly realized that Debor was the worst possible counter to Gray's fighting style. She tremblingly wondered, is he planning to risk his life by using that forbidden power? Again, her eyes clearly showed uneasiness as she looked toward Gray, who was standing quietly in the middle of the arena. Ariel looked at Gray full of anxiety. She placed her hand on her chest and instructed, "Don't worry about me. Please, do not push yourself too hard. Please don't push yourself too hard." Gray smiled full of confidence. His glowing red eyes flashed as he replied shortly, "I understand." Immediately after that, the arena space exploded with the loud loudspeaker announcement. "We will begin the match between the top students right now. Representatives, please step forward." An examiner standing behind a protective barrier loudly declared the rules. The arena has been enchanted with defensive magic to prevent fatal injuries. Activating the opponent's protective charm will be counted as a victory. Fight as if this were a real battle. Leonhardt stared intently at Luino Hartman, thinking to himself, a real battle, huh? The shout to start had just rang out, and Leonhardt immediately dashed off like an arrow along with a shout, "Here I come." Luino Hartman calmly brought up his sword to neutralize the first clash. "Very well, let's see what you've got." Successive lightning-fast sword strikes erupted, creating bright sparks all over the arena floor. Luino Hartman appeared extremely skillful, as he easily read every movement of his opponent. He ducked aside, evading Leonhardt's sword swing effortlessly. He bitterly thought to himself, "It seems I cannot fight like Lord Grey. Humph, you're pretty good. Honestly speaking, you are much stronger than I was in my first year." His gaze suddenly became sharp and full of pressure as he declared, "Let's speed it up a little bit more. Can you keep up?" Leonhardt could only widen his eyes in utter shock. Luino Hartman continuously pressed on with lightning-fast sword strikes, leaving Leonhardt with no choice but to brace himself to defend in vain. The pressure from the top second-year student was too great. Leonhardt shockingly realized he was completely being read. He only had time to utter a curse in helplessness as he saw his opponent close the distance. In just a split second, Luino's blade was positioned neatly right against Leonhardt's neck. The referee's loudspeaker echoed throughout the arena, "That's enough. The winner of the match between the top students is Luino." Despite failing miserably, Leonhardt still maintained a respectful attitude. He sheathed his sword and bowed. "Thank you for the match." Luino also replied politely, "Likewise. It was a very good match." Immediately after that, the announcement for the challengers' match began to ring out. Leonhardt brushed past Gray and softly encouraged him, "Good luck." Gray nodded back, "Thanks." Stepping onto the arena floor, Ray told himself that since he had already made such a bold declaration, he now had to use actions to prove it. He recalled the brutal and hopeless monsters that he used to face before turning back time, and felt confident that compared to them, this challenge was entirely winnable. Ray tightly gripped his sword hilt, his glowing red eyes filled with determined, killing intent. Being confident like that is good, but when fighting, you must stay alert. On the opposite side, Debor Radato's sword tip dragged across the floor, creating harsh sparks. He imposingly advanced to the middle of the arena, secretly calling Professor Bradley's name in his heart. With a deep hatred, Deepa's face contorted maniacally with a ghastly smile. He swore he would send Gray to hell to keep his professor company. The selection match for the inter-class battle officially began amidst the cheers of the audience. The moment the signal finished, Gray and his opponent immediately charged at each other with terrifying speed. A powerful slash came down, forcing Gray to brace himself to defend. Sparks flew between the two blades. As he tried to hold his ground under the suffocating pressure, Gray was knocked back. Far away, he gasped heavily in tension. Damn it, so heavy. Even though he had been warned by Professor Ariel about his opponent's ultra-fast reflexes, he didn't expect that even his arm strength would be enhanced to such an absurd level. Ray realized that with such a massive gap in physical capability, any tricks at this point would be useless, leaving him stuck wondering, how on earth can I go toe-to-toe with a monster like this that possesses this much brute strength? If I lose now, where will I hide my shame after having lashed out at that professor? A dangerous thought suddenly flashed in his mind. I still have that skill, but the memory of Ariel's strict instruction before the match reappeared vividly in his mind. Listen to me, no matter what happens, you absolutely must not use that power. In the worst-case scenario, you could lose your life. At that time, Ray could only reply in a brief silence. Ariel had emphasized that no matter how important this tournament was, it was not worth risking his entire life for. Moreover, the arena's defensive barrier would definitely not be able to withstand that horrific, destructive power, and he might accidentally kill his opponent right on the spot. Returning to the harsh reality, Ray was struggling to evade the deadly attacks while telling himself, if it's to protect the Heavenly Eye special admission spot, I'm willing to risk my life. But I cannot kill someone in a school tournament like this. Ray realized that Deepa's movements were strangely simple. He thought to himself, with physical stats and reflexes that superior, knocking me down should have been very easy for him. Ray quickly realized his opponent didn't lack technique, but was intentionally holding back. He wondered, what is he plotting? Immediately after that, Deepa revealed a maniacal grin full of fangs. Being hit continuously like this, I wonder if you can hold out. In a critical moment, a sharp sword strike rushed straight toward Gray, making him shockingly realize, I can't dodge this attack. Gray was surprised to see that he still managed to bring up his sword to block. He asked himself, why? I definitely shouldn't have made it in time. Looking toward Deepa, who was crouching down, Gray felt doubtful. Did he just intentionally weaken his attack? No. Suddenly Professor Ariel appeared with her glowing red hair. She pointed her hand toward the arena. Her sharp eyes filled with rage. What on earth is that power? She had noticed a wicked purple mana smoldering on that guy's chest. Oh my god, isn't this match going a bit too one-sided? On the grandstands, the professors began to gossip about the second year student's cruel nature as he was intentionally dragging out the match even though he could end it at any moment. Is he playing cat and mouse with his opponent? Ray was forcing himself to hold his ground, defending against a barrage of wind-cleaving sword strikes raining down on him, creating consecutive fierce clashes. A professor mockingly remarked that the Heavenly Eye student was merely struggling to defend, yet still refused to surrender. And that just further proves he completely lacks the true capability. Old Budra laughed gleefully, suggesting that perhaps Gray was trying to imply that the Heavenly Eye program should be abolished soon. Because if we keep waiting, everything will just turn into a complete mess. Budra continued to laugh mockingly and triumphantly. Ha ha ha, perhaps you're right. What a thoughtful student, knowing how to look out for the Academy's reputation. In the middle of the arena, Ray was being backed into a corner, trying to block a powerful downward strike from his opponent. Unable to sit idly by and watch her student get tortured, Ariel stood up abruptly and shouted in extreme anxiety. Stop the match. End it right now? This is way too dangerous. However, Budra still maintained his sinister face and mockingly asked Bacco, and what exactly is dangerous? Do you mean this sparring match? Another professor also spoke up to remind Ariel that the arena had already been covered by an extremely powerful protective magic, so any strikes that could cause fatal injuries would be automatically blocked. But that guy is just playing around, he's not even fighting properly. He asserted that was the reason the students could fight with all their might, without fear, then turned to ask if she had any other special reason for wanting to stop this match or not. Right at that moment, Deepa delivered a powerful kick aimed straight at his stomach, sending Gray flying far away. Ariel roared in extreme anxiety. Of course I know about the protective magic, but it won't be enough to protect Ray from. Before she could finish her sentence, an explosion of purplish-black energy erupted violently in the middle of the arena, unleashing a terrifying pressure. Ariel was shocked, her eyes widening behind her single lens as she witnessed the stream of dark aura swallowing everything. From within the eerie darkness, A face with a grin full of fangs appeared, hauntingly. A vertical slash, carrying destructive power, came crashing down. His glowing red eyes flashed with tension amidst the energy that was spinning out of control. Well, this time it's truly over, Professor. The horrific attack stretched out endlessly, destroying even the solid stone walls of the arena. Ray stood firmly amidst the debris, his breath heavy as he witnessed a deep trench splitting the arena floor in half. The ground shook violently, and thick dust rose, enveloping his lonely figure. Before everyone's speechlessness, the sword aura clashed powerfully against the magical barrier, creating brilliant blue sparks that caused the protective shield to begin cracking. The old professor, Budra, was so terrified that his face turned deathly pale, unable to do anything but screech in despair. Ariel shouted in horror, "The barrier! I told you guys." She gritted her teeth in rage as she realized the cruel truth. That bastard Bradley. I can't believe he implanted that thing into a student. Ariel immediately reached out her hand. Glowing purple magical chains erupted around her arm as she prepared to intervene with all her might. Ariel frantically cast the binding magic, but the deep purple chains were instantly deflected by the solid protective shield. She shockingly realized the barrier protecting the audience was too strong, leaving her completely helpless to intervene. From the outside, in a panic, Ariel shouted, demanding to deactivate the barrier immediately and call off the tournament, because this is no longer swordsmanship. Up on the grandstands, old Budra along with the other professors also trembled in fear. He could only grit his teeth and curse as he witnessed the situation spin completely out of control. I saw you laughing so gleefully earlier. Go handle it now, Ariel shouted, urging Gray, run away quickly, because stopping the match from the outside would take way too much time. Standing in the epicenter of the eerie dark aura, Gray gritted his teeth and thought to himself, run? If I turn my back on him right now, I will die instantly. The panicked screams of the crowd echoed throughout the arena in utter chaos. Amidst all this, Professor Headmaster still observed quietly. He assessed that the magic of the professors would take at least 30 seconds to reach the arena floor, a duration far too delayed to save his student's life. Realizing there was no other choice, the headmaster loudly transmitted his voice. Ray, consider your body itself as a sword. Do not just swing the sword, but move your entire body along with that source of power. Ray struggled to hold his ground against the surrounding energy. He silently complained about this sudden instruction. Consider my body as a sword? Professor, you cannot just throw such an unreasonable request at a time like this. At a critical, burning moment like this, I think if you can try it, just try it. Despite his doubts, Ray still decided to take the gamble. But if the professor said I can do it, then I will do it. No, I absolutely must be able to do it. He closed his eyes, focusing his entire mind into a single point to awaken his inner self. I myself am a single blade. Focus completely on it. The deep purple dark aura of Dubois furiously rained down as if wanting to swallow Gray up, but he still stood tall without flinching. Suddenly, Gray's eyes shone with a cold gaze. He entered a state of high concentration, making all surrounding movements feel as if they were frozen. Ray shockingly realized that every movement of his opponent seemed to be slowing down unusually. Has he always been this slow? But then he immediately understood the cruel truth. No, it's because I have become faster. The glowing red sword swung up. Ray put all his might into a lightning-fast slash. Sparks flew everywhere in the suffocating clash, then a powerful downward strike shattered the ground under the horrific pressure. The smoke and dust cleared, revealing a deep crater right in the middle of the arena, making the old professor Budra wide-eyed in horror. Did he just break through the defensive barrier? The people around were equally shocked. What on earth kind of battle is this? Urgent shouts echoed throughout the grandstands. Is that student okay? Quick, call the medical team immediately. However, from within the debris, an eerie dark silhouette gradually emerged, causing the professor to stammer in extreme fear. What? Is he still completely unscathed? Dubois Radado by now had completely transformed, his entire body covered by a wicked, deep purple dark aura. He threw his head back and roared maniacally, his eyes glowing intensely like a true monster, awakening in the middle of the battlefield. Did he experience a cultivation deviation or something just now? Realizing the danger was not yet over, Ariel shouted a warning from the grandstands. Ray, it's not over yet. Be careful. Ray gritted his teeth and replied, I know. But his pupils instantly dilated as he sensed a spine-chilling killing intent. A colossal pillar of dark energy suddenly erupted, swallowing Gray up in a horrific explosion. The entire grandstand plunged into panic as blood-curdling screams rang out everywhere. Ariel gritted her teeth, shouting to ask about the barrier's status. But the reply she received was nothing but helplessness. 10 more seconds. Amidst the deep purple energy that was tearing the arena apart, Gray struggled to find a way to hold his ground, his glowing red eyes narrowing in high tension as he looked through the smoke and dust to search for his opponent's position. Suddenly, a dark shadow closed the distance at an unimaginable speed, leaving Gray with only enough time to widen his eyes in horror before the lightning-fast attack of the enemy. Ray channeled his strength to block Dibwa's blade, feeling a violent tremor spreading throughout his entire body. Looking at the contorted, maniacal face and the glowing purple eyes of his enemy, he thought in horror, this strength and speed. There's no way he's human. Ray's eyes flared with intense killing intent as he gritted his teeth and told himself, but I'm no ordinary guy either. He swung his sword, knocking his opponent back. To relieve the pressure, Ray stared intently at his opponent and shockingly realized, after all those strikes, is he still completely unharmed? Dibwa charged forward to attack once again. However, right at the moment he intended to counterattack, Ray's body suddenly suffered a violent backlash. Ariel screamed in despair. Ray by now was backed into a corner. He gritted his teeth and told himself, if I don't counterattack right now, everything will end here. In excruciating pain, Ray roared, demanding more power to turn the tables. The dark power surged along with a haunting image of a glowing demon eye. Ray's eyes burned with killing intent. He disregarded everything to awaken the terrifying entity within. A single sword slash swung up so fast that no one could see anything in time. By the time they realized what happened, both of Dibwa's arms had been severed by him. The professors on the grandstands, including Ariel, were all stunned, frozen solid before the horrifying scene unfolding. The entire vast arena had now been completely flattened, the ground crisscrossed, with cracks and fractures under the horrific pressure radiating from Gray. The moment the protective barrier was deactivated, Ariel immediately shouted, the barrier has been released. She and the other professors dashed down to the arena floor to stop the disaster before it was too late. Vibrant, pink energy chains tightly bound Dibwa, both to stop the bleeding and to suppress the dark aura that was furiously surging out from his body. Ray gasped heavily in pain, blood pouring from his mouth, as his body was suffering from a violent backlash from the power that had just erupted. Ariel frantically rushed over, her hands glowing with deep blue magic as she screamed, Ray, are you okay? The other professors also hurriedly ran over to assist. Ariel immediately ordered, hurry, use recovery magic on him. Ray lay motionless on the ground amidst the soothing healing light that was weaving into every fiber of his muscles. Seeing her students' breathing gradually stabilize again, Ariel let out a soft sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Finally, that stubborn life of yours has been saved, haha. But immediately after that, she suddenly paused as she realized something extremely unusual. To everyone's amazement, Ray unexpectedly stood up firmly and softly said, thank you, Professor. The professor, standing next to him, was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. You can already stand up. Are you sure you're okay? Instead of answering, Ray turned to look at Ariel and asked, how do you feel? Ariel remained silent. She brought her hand up to the frame of her glasses and activated her glowing heavenly eye to see deep within him. She gasped in awe, unbelievable. Through her visual prowess, Ariel shockingly realized that despite having just used a horrific source of power, Gray's soul remained fully intact, without even a single minor scratch. Ray curiously asked about his physical condition. Ariel replied, the recovery magic has taken care of it. You won't feel any more pain. Ray smiled in satisfaction. It seems it worked. Hector walked closer to Ariel. He thoughtfully confirmed that they had succeeded in minimizing the backlash just as initially planned. Hector shockingly wondered if this was truly a state where the backlash had been reduced or not. Ariel's entire body radiated a powerfully burning magic, as she warned that without timely recovery magic, Ray might have lost his life. So you were quite lucky, since the professors helped you out in time, after all. She comforted herself that keeping the injury at a level where magic could heal it was already a major success. Up to the present moment, Hector was lost in thought. He hoped that one day, Gray would be able to endure this horrific pressure on his own, but he knew that would still require a lot more training time. Standing between the two professors, Gray was stunned, as he realized that the entire hellish training process he just went through was actually to prepare him for this life or death moment. Ariel walked through the arena. She admitted that everything had gone beyond the initially planned script. Looking at Dibwa, Radado tied tightly to a stretcher and being carried away in a miserable state, she approached the examiner to confirm one final thing. Who won the match? The loud announcement echoed throughout the grandstands. The protective barrier of the second-year representative, Dibwa Radado, was activated by the attack of the first-year representative, Gray. Therefore, the winner of this selection match is the first-year representative, Gray. The entire arena erupted in cheers and excited applause. The students couldn't help but talk in amazement. No way. Did he really defeat a second-year student? Praises for the heavenly eye. Special admission class rang out continuously. Some even worshipfully called him Lord. Ray after that insanely wild performance just now. Well, it was absolutely insane, alright. They almost all lost their minds together, haha. Witnessing this miracle, Hector thought to himself that the first year's 35 match losing streak had finally come to an end. Another professor admitted that after witnessing the battle just now, no one would dare doubt Ariel's judgment of character as a mistake anymore. They agreed that after what they had seen, the Academy had no choice but to admit she was right. From now on, no one would dare speak up in support of the proposal to abolish the Heavenly Eye special admission spot anymore. The professors completely changed their attitude. They believed the Academy should feel ashamed for ever having the intention to abolish this program, and that they had almost expelled a natural talent like her. Ariel silently stood and watched Gray being surrounded and congratulated by the crowd in the middle of the arena. Her eyes welled up with tears of emotion. She softly smiled full of happiness and silently sent her most sincere thanks to her student. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around old Budra became more suffocating than ever. The other professors turned to look at him with judgmental eyes, demanding that those who had vehemently called for the abolition of the Heavenly Eye program re-examine their own responsibility. Old Budra was sweating profusely, his face deathly pale. He could only stand frozen and stammer in utter humiliation, as all his despicable schemes had vanished into thin air. If it were me, I would laugh right in his face. For 3 days and 3 nights to make him even more humiliated. Haha. Old Budra, sweating profusely, awkwardly looked for an escape route from the judgmental gazes. Right. I still have a few other matters to prepare for. Disregarding the calls of his colleagues behind him, he ran for his life to escape from this humiliation. Professor Budra, wait for me, he hurriedly announced. Please excuse me, I shall head out first. Looking at his pathetic retreating figure, an old professor thoughtfully recalled an old teaching. Never be foolish enough to provoke the heavenly eye. It seems that saying still holds true even until now. He remarked that compared to her youth, Ariel had actually become much gentler because times had changed. Standing from afar and observing the respectful and fearful attitude of the seniors toward his master, Ray couldn't help but feel doubtful. Did something happen to Professor Ariel in the past? When the noisy crowd had dispersed, a gray-haired man wearing glasses with a poised demeanor approached. Gray, all right. Now that the distractions are all gone, let's discuss a few issues that I am concerned about. Gray warily looked at the other party and asked back. What's the matter, sir? Well, if there's an issue, then we talk. Or did you think I called you over just to look at each other? The principal directly brought up the incident that just occurred. In the recent match, the second-year representative, Debois Radado, was clearly forced to implant an unusual source of power into his body. We will definitely conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. He admitted a cruel truth. That a sparring match, which was supposed to be absolutely safe, instead almost claimed a student's life. With a look full of remorse, he placed his hand on his chest and bowed. The Academy takes full responsibility for failing to detect this anomaly early on. First of all, please allow me to send my most sincere apologies to you. Ray scratched his head humbly, replying to the apology. Please don't worry about it. In the end, nothing serious happened anyway. Thank you. In that case, he suddenly brought his hand up to the frame of his glasses, his eyes glowing with a deep blue, scrutinizing magical power. After Debois lost control, you also released something, Gray. Gray broke into a cold sweat. Under the other party's high-pressure gaze, the image of Gray enveloped in a blazing red fire aura flashed back in the official's mind. He assessed. That was not magic. It was something much more alien. A type of power that modern magic theory cannot even begin to analyze yet. He looked straight at Gray and demanded, can you tell me what that power truly is? You're quite the curious one yourself, aren't you, sir? Ray closed his eyes tightly, his mind in a mess. What should I say? I cannot reveal anything from before I turned back time. Especially when I still don't know where the mastermind behind Liquid is hiding. In the end, he replied coldly, I don't know. You don't know? Even when you were the one who used it? Ray casually asserted, yes. I had no idea I possessed such a power. It was Professor Ariel herself who recognized and explained that to me. Standing nearby, Ariel looked at Ray with a sharp gaze, secretly scolding him in her heart. Liar. By the time he defeated the Goblin General, Ray had already used that power with extreme proficiency. What on earth is he planning? Ray glanced at Ariel with a subtle, meaningful smile, silently sending her a request. Please just go along with this. To stop Liquid, I need you to continue being the only one who holds that power. Understanding her student's intention, Ariel smiled softly with deep meaning. So that's your perspective. You really have thought of everything. Honestly speaking, You don't look like someone living their first life. At all. She walked leisurely, a sense of gratitude rising in her heart. Thank you. If you have trusted me to this extent, then I have no choice but to step up and protect you. These two understand each other so well. Ariel stepped toward the principal and confirmed, just as you said, Gray's power cannot be analyzed through conventional magic theory. However, she emphasized that she herself could see it clearly. With her heavenly eye, Ariel explained that after observing that energy source, she had asked Professor Headmaster to help Gray train. And that was exactly what he let him achieve the level of control he has today, though still researching how to evoke this power properly. Ariel earnestly requested the principal to hand over the entire management of Gray to her. The principal pondered thoughtfully, then admitted that after witnessing the recent battle, he could not refuse. He decisively declared, not just Gray, but the entire handling of the Heavenly Eye Special Admission Group from now on will be under Ariel's absolute authority. He also promised that if there was anything the Academy could help with, Ariel only needed to ask. Faced with this absolute trust, Ariel was deeply moved and sent her most sincere thanks to the principal. Ray and Ariel looked at each other with complete understanding. She flashed a radiant, fully satisfied smile. Immediately after that, the principal announced that the entire group would move to the special underground medical wing to check on Deboy Redato's condition. He requested Ariel to come along since her special visual prowess was needed, and Ariel immediately agreed. The two of them left together to begin a deeper investigation into the bizarre mutations on his opponent's body. In the quiet space of the office, Ariel thoughtfully took a sip of hot tea. Looking toward Gray, Ariel revealed a shocking truth, that the source of power used on Deboy's body was almost identical to the power of Liquidateur, the Destroyer. The image of the eerie purple energy mass, burning intensely on Deboy's chest, reappeared as proof of the danger that was gradually manifesting right inside the Academy. Ariel confirmed that the crystal shards used on Deboy's body were exactly the type they had seen in the laboratory. Ray anxiously asked about his opponent's condition. Ariel thoughtfully took a sip of tea, then replied coldly, "He's dead." Ray, shocked, clenched his fist and questioned himself. Was it because of me? Ariel immediately denied it and explained that from the very moment that power activated, Deboy was no longer himself. Perhaps his soul had already dissolved the moment that thing was implanted into him. She asserted that this was clearly a retaliatory strike aimed straight at Gray for taking down Varian Bradley. So in short, he was waiting for an opportunity to take revenge on Gray but failed miserably. Ray said thoughtfully, I see. He realized that if Deboy was tampered with after Varian's death, then there was definitely a third party pulling the strings in this matter. Ariel agreed that there was a much bigger mastermind behind this, and she would continue to investigate, even though it would take quite a bit of time. Taking a sip of tea, Ariel shared her hunch that the deepest levels of the Academy were connected to this conspiracy. Looking toward the grand architecture, Ray said decisively, I understand. If there is anything I can help with, please let me know. Ariel looked at the ring on her hand and smiled gently. Thank you. Turning to the topic of Ray's power, she remarked that he had begun learning how to use it without harming his soul. Ray confirmed that, although he admitted the backlash on his body this time was even worse than before. But Ariel simply reassured him, don't worry. She revealed that Professor Headmaster had proposed taking his training process to a new stage. Ray exclaimed excitedly, really? Ariel smiled and confirmed that he would soon learn how to control that power much better than he currently did. In the middle of the vast arena, hundreds of iron-armored dummies stood tall like an immobile army. Ray stood in the midst of that encirclement, thinking to himself, needless to say, this training method is indeed very dangerous and painful. Professor Headmaster looked at him with absolute seriousness and gave him a final choice. If you are willing to spend more time, there are still safer options. Are you absolutely sure about this decision? Ray looked straight at the professor with determined red eyes and decisively replied, yes. Having received the answer, the headmaster nodded, all right. In that case, let's begin. Ray half closed his eyes, focusing his entire mind to find his inner self again. He chanted to himself in his mind, I myself am a single blade. Recall it, the feeling from that moment. A blazing red fire aura began to envelop the sword and Gray's entire body, radiating a terrifying pressure. He softly muttered, let's go. And his red eyes, filled with intense killing intent, suddenly snapped open. Immediately, Gray dashed off like a red flash of lightning, slicing the iron dummies into scrap metal pieces in just a split second. That's sick. If I were to slash, I'd probably just be slashing mud, haha. Blazing red sword strikes intersected and crisscrossed throughout the arena. Ray moved at an unimaginable speed, creating a storm of destruction that crushed every obstacle. A shocking explosion erupted, blowing away scores of iron armor. To the utter amazement of the observing professors, one trembled and gasped, he's too fast, while the other could only utter blankly, "This is simply unbelievable." Hector quietly observed every movement of his student with a thoughtful gaze. In the middle of the arena, Ray dashed like a whirlwind, crushing the iron dummies into tiny fragments. However, that horrific power began to trigger a violent backlash. Immediately, the Academy's medical team appeared, jointly casting a grand spell to activate recovery magic. Streams of glowing green spiritual energy enveloped Gray, weaving into every fiber of his muscles to soothe the pain torturing his body. Ouch! Everything was going perfectly smooth until the backlash hit. Ray gradually regained consciousness, slowly bracing himself up to send his thanks to the people who had treated him. Hector approached with a satisfied smile. "Well done. You held out a little longer than last time." He asserted that as long as this process was repeated, Ray's body would gradually adapt and learn how to endure the backlash. From that terrifying source of power, Ray looked down at his sword, shockingly realizing that because he was too focused earlier, he had been completely immersed in the combat state. Without even noticing the horrific destruction he had caused, Ray admitted in a low voice, "But using this power is truly painful." Hector casually replied that the pain and endurance were proof that he was breaking past his own limits. Although he admitted this training process was extremely harsh and pushed past regular endurance, the professor still left the choice to Gray. Whether to continue or stop is up to you. Without a single moment of hesitation, Gray tightly gripped his sword, his red eyes burning with determination. "I will do it once more." A firm, sharp voice rang out, cutting off Gray's intention. It was none other than Professor Ariel. "This training session is strictly limited to once a day." True, pushing it too hard might end up pushing daisies now. Ray still wanted to continue, because he felt his body had fully recovered thanks to the magic. He demanded to know whether this method truly guaranteed that his soul would not be damaged. Ariel thoughtfully explained that while recovery magic could heal physical wounds, if he continued to suffer severe damage before his nerves stabilized, his feel for swinging the sword would be completely disrupted. She looked deep into Ray's eyes and reminded him that he was the one who understood this better than anyone. Ray froze, remembering an old scar along with a military doctor's warning years ago that it was exactly those injuries which were never fully treated back when he was bullied by the builder gang that had hindered his progress in swordsmanship for a very long time. Hector, standing next to them, also let out a sigh of relief, admitting that even he would be apprehensive about this crazy type of training if it had to be repeated multiple times a day. Ray could only reply quietly, "I understand." Witnessing that extreme level of effort, Leonhardt couldn't help but wonder why Ray was in such a hurry to become that strong, when his current capability was already more than enough to rank first among the first years. Faced with her student's doubt, Ariel bitterly admitted, "It's all my fault." She regretted dragging Ray into the fight with Bradley, which now caused the underground forces behind him to view him as an enemy that must be eliminated. With that kind of trouble brought upon him, if he doesn't try to get stronger, he might end up as minced meat any time. Ariel asserted that the incident with Dubois was merely the starting point for a sequence of dark conspiracies to come, those hiding in the shadows of the Academy, and possibly even the notorious criminal organization, Brad Rinker, which had stolen the magic catalyst for Bradley, would definitely come looking for him soon to seek revenge. Ariel's gaze was heavy with remorse. She asserted that becoming stronger was the only choice for him now, was the only way for Gray to survive, and then she softly uttered a belated apology. Gray reassured his master not to worry, because stopping the liquid experiment was his own choice, and he would carry it out at all costs. Ariel looked at her student with immense pride. She admitted Gray was far too outstanding a student, and the only thing she could do right now was to help him fully tap into that hidden source of power. Hector recognized the underlying meaning in Ariel's words. He secretly guessed she was brewing a special plan, and Ariel only smiled in confirmation, full of mystery. Hector turned to ask Ariel if she had forgotten the fastest and safest way for a swordsman to become stronger. In the middle of the ruined arena, Ray looked bewildered, not understanding what the professor was implying. Hector closed his eyes with great satisfaction and asserted, "Changing the sword is the fastest solution at this moment. So changing to a sharper, fancier sword makes you stronger, guys?" Ray looked at the sword by his hip with deep doubt. "The sword?" Ariel explained that although the sword provided by the Academy was a high-end, custom-made item, which was usually more than enough for a first-year student, unfortunately, it no longer had enough strength to endure his terrifying power anymore. Looking at the reflection through a broken piece of the sword, she firmly asserted that no ordinary weapon could withstand the horrific pressure Ray created. Ariel suddenly pulled out a brilliant golden key and declared she would take Gray to her secret archive. Hector, shocked, tried to stop her upon realizing her intention. Are you seriously intending to give the boy one of the weapons in there? Gray is still just a student. However, Ariel decisively brushed it aside and asserted everything was fine. Deep blue magic erupted violently. As Ariel activated the key, she declared Gray completely deserved this privilege. A colossal portal of light appeared amidst the debris, radiating a terrifying pressure that left Gray completely stunned. Ariel confidently stepped ahead of the brilliant aura and ordered, "Follow me. This master and student are heading out together to hunt for treasure. Follow me." Is this teacher-student duo inviting each other to hunt for treasure? Ray stepped through the portal of light and was immediately overwhelmed by the magnificence inside. His eyes widened in amazement. Before a colossal treasury filled with gold, silver, and precious artifacts, Ray could only utter in astonishment at the unimaginable scale of this place. Ariel muttered to herself while walking, looking for the sword section, then quickly led the group toward the towering shelves. She explained to Gray that the goal today was to find a sword that truly suited him, to withstand his power. Looking around the array of weapons, Gray silently marveled, because everywhere he looked, swords radiated a terrifying, killing intent. Hector proudly asserted that he would not be able to find a sword collection more massive than this anywhere else in the world. Ariel admitted that choosing among thousands of these masterpieces was by no means easy, and because the nature of Gray's power was too immense, they could only test a maximum of one sword per day to ensure safety. She decided to pick out a few prominent swords for Gray to try out one by one. Ariel started by pointing out the sharpest and smallest sword in the collection. Gray channeled his strength to draw the glowing great sword from its rack. He clearly felt its considerable weight in his hands. Ariel smiled, asserting that despite its weight, it slashed incredibly smoothly. Then she gestured for Gray to move toward the training target and requested him to test its power immediately. Ray gathered his strength. He replied, "All right," then stomped his foot hard to gain momentum and dashed off. The great sword slammed deep into the debris. Observing from behind, Ariel remarked that it was definitely very powerful, but perhaps a bit too heavy for actual combat. Hector also agreed, "That's true. No matter how sharp a sword is, it is useless if you can't hit anything with it, right? What matters is the technique of the swordsman, isn't it?" However, Ariel argued that owning such a sword wouldn't hurt, especially when having to face large, tough, and slow opponents like divine beasts or structures. She even thoughtfully offered, "I will also give you a magic storage bag, so you won't have to carry it around awkwardly if you put it inside." Ray asked back in bewilderment, "Huh?" He looked at the masterpiece sword in his hands and couldn't help but doubt, "Teach this sword is not something that can just be casually lent out to someone like that, right?" Ariel half closed her eyes. She smiled mysteriously and asserted, "It is better to give it to someone who can use it than to let it gather dust in storage." Her gaze became sharp and cold as she issued a final warning. "Furthermore, when you face the mastermind behind Varian, the one behind the summoning of Liquidateur, can you be absolutely certain that you won't regret not bringing it along?" Looking at the glowing sword in his hands, Ray involuntarily remembered the painful past again, when he and his comrades were completely helpless against the enemy's strength. Whether it was present there or not, nothing changed at all, no matter how hard they had strived to train. Returning to reality, Ray quietly looked at the masterpiece weapon and sincerely said, "Thank you for lending me this sword. Sweet. Going to school and being favored by your teacher is truly the best thing ever. Please try to avoid letting others see this sword, unless you intend to use it." Ray asked back, bewildered, "Why is that, ma'am? If it were put on the market, it would cost at least 10 billion, no less than 10,000 gold coins." Hearing that colossal number, Ray was so shocked his eyes rolled back, sweating profusely as he screamed in terror, 10 billion. Ray frantically tried to back out. "I cannot keep something this expensive." However, Ariel decisively shut down that intention. "I don't accept returns. And who said I was lending you this sword? I am gifting it to you." She explained that if it were just a borrowed item, Ray would definitely develop a psychological hesitation and wouldn't dare go all out when using it. Ray was still utterly shocked. He stammered back, "You're joking, right?" Ariel asserted coldly, "No, I am not joking." Ariel stepped in close, her heavenly eye glowing with intense pressure as she declared, "If I can protect the heavenly eye special admission spot for just 10 billion, then I am more than willing to do it. That sword is a belated reward for what you have done." Just as Gray was about to say but, Ariel immediately radiated a spine-chilling killing intent, leaning close to his face and demanding threateningly, "Or are you trying to say that my heavenly eye special admission spot isn't even worth those paltry 10 billion silver coins?" Faced with the terrifying majesty of the professor, Ray was so scared his face went deathly pale. He could only reply with a tremble, "No, Professor, please don't scare me like that. He's just being shy, haha." Ray tightly gripped the hilt of the great sword and said sincerely, "Thank you very much. I will take very good care of this sword." Ariel smiled with satisfaction and replied, "Good." However, she immediately fell into thoughtful calculation. "All right, aside from that one, we need to find something more ordinary, something that can be used in regular battles." Ray looked around the great treasury and secretly marveled too. "Hector, I never expected Professor Ariel's treasury to be this impressive." Hector explained casually, "Of course. In this world, no one possesses sharp visual prowess that can rival Ariel of the heavenly eye. With those eyes, she can make as much money as she wants." Ariel's eyes glowed with a powerful X symbol as she called out to Hector, as his instructor, "Which one do you think is best?" Hector searched with his eyes, then pointed toward a slender sword glowing on a rack. "Let's see. How about this one?" Ray took hold of the new sword. He asked curiously, "Can I try it out?" Ariel nodded her permission. "Go ahead." Immediately, Ray gathered his strength and executed lightning-fast swings. Watching that really makes my head spin and my eyes blur. Ray silently assessed after the trial run. "It's also quite light, I guess." However, looking closely at the blade, Ray felt a little uneasy. It's a well-crafted sword, but something feels off. Or is it just that I'm not used to it yet? Hector, standing and observing, also noticed the abnormality. "It seems it doesn't suit you very well." After a moment of thought, Ariel spoke up to suggest, "In that case, it was originally made for testing, but it might actually suit him." Ray looked up in the direction the professor pointed, his eyes widening in utter amazement. Appearing before his eyes was an exquisitely beautiful sword, with diamond patterns, radiating a deep blue and mysterious spiritual energy. Hector smiled encouragingly. "Try holding it." Ray cautiously reached his hand out to grip the hilt, his red eyes showing clear curiosity toward this strange weapon. His eyes are shining like headlights. He must be really pleased with it, huh? The moment he lifted it up, Ray was astonished by its unexpected weight. It's too light. But upon closer inspection, he shockingly realized a major flaw in this weapon. "But it doesn't have a blade." Hector explained that this was a sword designed to test new technology, not for actual combat. Even though it was just a block of unsharpened steel, it possessed an incredibly astounding durability. He assessed that this could be a highly suitable choice for Gray at this moment. Gray asked back in doubt, "Do you mean that with my current power, I don't need a sharp-edged sword, sir?" Hector decisively confirmed it, as he doubted any ordinary sword, no matter how strong, could withstand his horrific source of power. He warned that if Gray kept getting stronger, even the finest masterpieces in this treasury would do nothing except slow him down. Therefore, instead of relying on sharpness, Gray needs to aim for a future of combat, where he no longer has to depend on a blade. If you don't even need a blade and can still defeat your opponent, then you are definitely no ordinary guy. Hector asserted, "A sword like this is the most perfect puzzle piece for you." To demonstrate, the professor directly took hold of the sword and released a powerful swing aimed straight at the target. Instead of a clean cut, the sword dealt a heavy blow with brute force, causing the sturdy iron pillar to be completely crushed and deformed. Under the suffocating pressure, Ray gasped in astonishment. "Amazing." Witnessing Hector's strength, Ariel thought to herself, "Personally, I think Ray should still continue using a sword." But she also clicked her tongue, "But I guess trying it out a little won't hurt." Ariel turned to ask Ray if he wanted to try out any other types of weapons besides swords, as she was more than willing to lead him to other areas if he wished. Ray replied steadfastly, "Even if you say so, I still only want to check out the swords here." His gaze swept across the array of masterpieces on the racks, and stopped at a sword with an impressively burning red pattern. Ray silently assessed, "Like that one over there. It looks much lighter and stronger than the first one." Long story short, have you managed to pick one yet? Ray stepped forward and told himself, "Let's try that one too and see how it goes." But just as he approached another slender silver sword, he suddenly froze. A strange sensation ran down his spine, leaving Ray shockingly questioning himself. "What is this? This feeling? It seems like I have seen this sword somewhere before." Ray curiously asked Professor Ariel about this sword. Ariel looked over and casually replied, "Ah, that one was left behind by a former student after graduation. It's not a sword of great renown, but it is very well crafted." Ray pondered, then requested earnestly, "Can I try this one?" Ariel happily agreed, "Of course." Ray held the sword. Ariel happily agreed, "Of course." Ray held the silver sword in his hand and felt an incredibly amazing fit. He told himself, "It's so easy to hold, almost as if it was born just for my hand." Standing before the training target, Ray took a deep breath and swung the sword. The wooden target was cleanly cut in half, in an extremely effortless manner. Witnessing that smooth sword strike, Hector and Ariel couldn't help but marvel in amazement. Ray looked at the sword in his hand, his red eyes glowing with joy. "Wow, it fits unbelievably well. It feels as if I have been practicing." With this sword since the day I was born. So you're settling on this one kid? Ariel smiled and asked, do you like it? Ray decisively replied, yes, I do. In my whole life, I have never held a sword so easy to use like this. Ariel nodded. In that case, let's test it out a bit more. We need to see if it is truly compatible with your source of power. However, Ray suddenly froze in worry, asking hesitantly, but isn't this the sword of your former student? What if I accidentally break it? Ariel reassured him with a confident smile, asserting, the sword will definitely be happier if it gets used, instead of being left to gather dust in this treasury. Looking at his reflection on the polished blade, Ray let out a soft sigh and told himself, perhaps she's right. Ray curiously asked Ariel about the identity of the former student who had created this masterpiece. She casually revealed, his name is Metalum Norum. Immediately, Ray's pupils contracted in utter shock. In his mind, the silhouette of a legend appeared. Metalum Norum, the greatest magic swordsmith in the world. So you picking his sword is no different from winning the lottery, huh? Ray questioningly thought to himself in shock. Is this sword really his creation? Returning to reality in the middle of the vast arena, Ariel loudly declared, starting today, we will begin testing this sword. She demanded that Gray push it to its absolute limits. She required Gray to push it to its absolute limit, to comprehensively test both its power and durability. Gray decisively replied, I understand. Ariel held the sword with the diamond pattern and decided, let's start with this one first. Handing the weapon to her student, Ariel explained, I want to start with this strangest sword, to see how your power affects it. Ray accepted the sword and prepared his mindset. Understood, Professor. Standing in the middle of the arena, he began compressing his entire will to evoke his inner self. Flashes of blazing red fire aura began to leak out. However, he suddenly froze with a bewildered look. Huh? Ray stared intently at the sword, then apologetically said to the professors, I'm sorry. Let me try it one more time. Ariel and Hector quietly observed from behind as a stream of blazing dark red aura once again began to tightly wrap around the blade in an eerie manner. Ray focused his entire mind, telling himself that he was a single blade, and began compressing his power into the weapon. However, the blazing red fire aura that had just sparked suddenly vanished, leaving him in utter astonishment. Ray shockingly realized that his power could not be activated at all on this testing sword. It seems the sword refused to cooperate with him. Seeing this, Ariel approached and anxiously asked if he noticed any difference from his normal physical condition. But Gray asserted that there was nothing unusual. Ariel thoughtfully speculated that if that was the case, then the sword itself might be the cause. She decided to set it aside to try another one, as it perhaps did not work well with Gray's special source of power. Ariel took out a magic storage device and decided to let him test the sword that seemed the most ordinary in the collection this time. She drew the slender, glowing silver sword of her former student and handed it to Gray with a message. Try this one. Gray stood in the middle of the vast arena, taking a deep breath to focus his entire will on his inner self. He told himself, I am a single blade. Immediately, a blazing red fire aura erupted violently, tightly wrapping around the silver sword of Metalum Norum. Ray couldn't help but feel excited as he saw his power react uniformly with the weapon. I managed to activate it. Suddenly, a deep and mysterious voice echoed right inside Gray's mind. While there is still time, when the time comes, Gray shockingly froze, his red eyes clearly showing doubt. What was that? Did I just hear a voice in my head? Observing from a distance, Hector nodded and confirmed to Ariel that activating Gray's power would no longer face any obstacles now. With the assistance of this compatible sword, brushing aside his confusion, Ray shouted loudly, here I come, then dashed into the middle of the Iron Dummy army, crushing their sturdy armor in just a blink of an eye. Ray silently analyzed while fighting. The amount of power output remains the same as before, but he shockingly realized the key point. It swings unbelievably smoothly. My entire body feels so light too. Ray continued to unleash consecutive slashes. At a terrifying speed, Ray swung brilliant red sword strikes, crushing the iron armor in a split second. The observers couldn't help but exclaim in terror. He's too fast. But this time, he is completely different compared to before. A storm of blazing red sword aura swept across the arena. Ray moved at an unimaginable speed. He felt as if he himself was flying, amidst the fragments of iron armor flying everywhere. A final helmet fell to the ground, ending the frenzy of attacks. The glowing red eyes of Ray flashed with a sharp, intensely focused gaze. He stood firm with the sword in his hand, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but his killing intent did not diminish in the slightest. Ray panted heavily, filled with amazement as he looked back at his achievement. Are there no more targets left? He stared intently at the sword, silently calculating. The number of targets was exactly the same as last time. Ray recalled the previous training session where he could only take down about half of them. Yet now, the entire dummy army had been completely wiped out by him. Observing from a distance, Ariel softly called her student's name with a complex look in her eyes. Ray. Ariel along with the other professors frantically rushed over. She asked loudly in shock, "How can you still be standing upright?" Ray asked back in bewilderment, "Huh?" as his consciousness began to fade, revealing a deep, gaping wound that was bleeding profusely due to the horrific backlash. Once again, he passed out cold on the spot. Witnessing her student's terrible condition, Ariel shouted in a panic, "Drop the sword." The silver sword clattered heavily onto the floor, just as Gray collapsed. Ariel immediately ordered the medical team to deploy recovery magic. Under the effect of the glowing green spiritual energy, Ray struggled with great difficulty to brace himself up. He tremblingly pressed his hands against the ground, questioningly thinking to himself in shock. "My power is..." Hector quickly rushed over to support his student and advised, "Don't push yourself too hard." Ray could only reply weakly, "I'm sorry." Ariel anxiously reminded him that losing too much blood would completely drain Gray's physical strength, even with the support of magic, and requested him to take a rest for a moment. Hector assessed that Gray had just broken past a limit he could never reach before, and considered that a good sign. Ariel bent down to pick up the sword. She agreed, but also did not forget to issue a warning. Moving around without realizing your own condition is also very dangerous. In real combat without professional healers, you had better be careful, right? You must know your own limits and stop at the right time. Ariel raised the silver sword to inspect it. She couldn't help but marvel. After all that, there is not even a single scratch. It really is an amazing sword. Looking at the polished blade which was reflecting her own image, Ariel thought questioningly to herself, did the sword's aura strengthen a bit? Or is it just my imagination? Suddenly, Ariel froze as her expression changed drastically. Noticing something highly unusual, Hector anxiously asked, "What's wrong, Professor?" Immediately, an earth-shattering explosion shook the entire academy. Ray and Hector were shocked, unable to believe their eyes, only managing to gasp in astonishment. Colossal rocks began to fall from high above, thick smoke and dust enveloping the collapsing tower. Below, a chaotic crowd of students fled, screaming in despair. An explosion. Run fast. Debris is falling down. What is going on? Is it an earthquake or a tsunami? Faced with the urgent situation, the commanding voices of the professors echoed loudly. All instructors, deploy barrier magic. Prioritize protecting lives. A colossal green shield was erected to block the falling debris. Ray, drenched in sweat, shockingly asked himself, "What just happened?" Hector looked toward the scene with an extremely serious face. He assessed that the area that had just been attacked was precisely where the hazardous material storage was located. Observing the eerie purple energy stream burning intensely, he firmly asserted, that was clearly a man-made explosion. Hector further revealed that right after the explosion, he caught a brief glimpse of teleportation magic traces. In just a split second, Ariel shockingly speculated, "Don't tell me they have openly looted the academy headquarters." Those around her immediately denied it, because the storage walls were originally protected by extremely powerful anti-teleportation magic, and were capable of enduring most types of explosive spells. However, Ariel looked at the pitch-black smoke and revealed a shocking truth. There is energy from liquid aether mixed in that smoke. Ray gasped in astonishment. What? Since when did those fiends slip in here? Without anyone noticing, Ariel raised her hand to the frame of her glasses. She assessed. They probably used the crystals created in the underground lab to destroy the outer wall and the anti-teleportation force field. Ray shockingly realized the mastermind behind this crazy attack. Then those who caused that explosion are Varian's accomplices? They actually dared to launch an attack on the headquarters of the academy right in broad daylight. After practical investigations, a shocking truth was confirmed. Multiple, extremely valuable items in the academy's storage had officially been stolen. Standing before the scene diagram, Professor Ariel thoughtfully assessed that, although the higher-ups intentionally hid the details, it was obvious this was not a place where an outsider could easily cause an explosion of such a massive scale. The fact that the enemy could completely deactivate the teleportation prevention device to successfully escape is the most solid proof. Ariel decisively asserted, this is definitely an inside job. They brought in outsiders to steal from their own people. Ray, shocked, gasped upon realizing the corruption right inside the heart of the organization. No way. Ariel looked into the distance. She bitterly admitted, the academy now is probably no longer a place that can be trusted anymore. Or the truth had inherently always been that dark for a very long time. She analyzed that if the academy was truly being manipulated by the enemy, they could completely use their power to take whatever they wanted. The only reason they had to resort to the extreme measure of blowing up the storage, was precisely because they had no legal way to misappropriate those items. Ariel walked with deep thought and asserted, the main culprit behind this incident is none other than the Blood Drinker organization. She bitterly gasped, those vermin have managed to sneak into the academy as well. Ray suddenly remembered Bella's face, filled with hatred, when mentioning those who had murdered her parents. And now they were present right here in this place. Ariel sat down with an extremely serious expression. She warned Gray that after defeating Varian Bradley, he himself had also entered their deadly crosshairs. They will find a way to send him to the afterlife soon. Ariel crossed her arms, her eyes glowing with immense anxiety as she gave her final advice. Always keep your guard up high, especially when you step outside the academy. Ray looked straight at the professor, his red gaze burning with clear determination as he decisively replied, I understand. Ray stepped into the lecture hall with a casual look, but a gloomy atmosphere hung over the students, leaving him unable to help but wonder. What's going on that makes everyone look so miserable? Does it have something to do with the explosion earlier? Seeing everyone with a face like they were about to be executed, Ray curiously asked, did something happen? A classmate next to him looked at him in shock. Didn't you read the notice about the field marching exercise sent to the dorms? Ray froze for a moment before remembering. The notice about the field march? Ah, right. I remember receiving something like that. Seeing his indifferent reaction, the other classmate panicked even more. What's with that expression? Don't tell me you still haven't read it. Ray decisively replied, I read it. You read it, but your face is as clueless as someone who lost his hat, buddy. The classmate began listing in despair. That is 16 hours of marching and camping training every day in an area full of low-level monsters. And there are professors accompanying us too. For a whole week straight like that, plus additional combat training as well. Seeing Gray remaining completely unbothered, he yelled, how can you be so calm? It's 16 hours of walking every day, you know? On top of that, there's no guarantee that you'll get a decent night's sleep. The image of monsters lurking in the dark night appeared like a nightmare. I heard more than half of the students drop out every year just because of this training session. Ray quietly observed his classmates' fear and thought to himself, in real marches, you will never know when the enemy will attack. At least here, there is a fixed time limit. Isn't that more than generous? Memories of the hellish training days in the Liquidateur subjugation squad flashed back, full of haunting thoughts. Back then, they had no time limit at all. Ray remembered the scene of him and his comrades being thrown into rugged mountains and forests, having to march continuously for a whole week, among a pack of bloodthirsty monsters. Even worse, many people almost lost their lives when they were suddenly attacked by colossal entities in the pitch-black night. He has experienced it already. No wonder he remains so unbothered. Ray silently told himself that because professors were accompanying them this time, those horrible things wouldn't happen, leaving his classmate next to him utterly speechless, wondering if he was actually being serious or not. Leonhardt looked over with great admiration, thinking to himself, just as expected from Gray, even hellish training sessions could not make him waver. Once he had reached this level, Gray smiled wryly, but witnessing the ultimate fear of everyone around him, he couldn't help but feel that some hidden danger was waiting ahead, and reminded himself to always maintain his strength. The day of the annual field marching exercise, annual outdoor event for first-year students has finally arrived. Standing before the majestic city gates, the leading professor loudly declared the start of the challenging journey. He didn't forget to issue a stern warning that this would be an extremely harsh training session, and most of those who failed to complete it had to stop before the threshold of the second year. He urged the students to persevere to avoid that fate of being eliminated. In the distance, majestic mountain ranges and cascading waterfalls appeared like a powerful challenge aimed straight at the rookies. True, secure a degree to take home is still a long, painful story, isn't it, guys? Ray looked toward the horizon and realized that it was precisely the edge of the winter continent. He recalled that this place was almost uninhabited and silently wondered, why is there no one there? The group of students, with full equipment on their backs, began to leave the protection of the academy to march into the danger-ridden land. The entire crowd trudged through the lush green grass fields, officially embarking on an arduous journey of survival. As they advanced deep into the dense forest, a student looked around anxiously and questioned, Professor, that place doesn't look like a path. The professor casually replied, I know. Faced with the student's bewilderment, he coldly explained, it wouldn't be training anymore if we marched on a proper path. An exhausting atmosphere quickly enveloped the group of freshmen. Heavy panting began to echo continuously. An exhausted student complained, Gasp, gasp, how much longer do we have to walk? Responding to that dependency, the professor coldly announced, it has only been 8 hours since the march started. We have only just covered half of today's journey. What? Only half? Well, Whoever wants to walk can walk, but I'm opting out, haha. Loud outcries echoed throughout the forest. The students shockingly realized this was only the first day, yet their stamina had already hit rock bottom. Looking at the despairing students, the professor began to spout deceitful words of encouragement. Just keep walking and you'll be fine. Your bodies will adjust to this pace on their own. The difficulty is only in the beginning phase. Before long, you will walk by instinct, without having to think at all. Really? He's definitely lying. While everyone was utterly worn out, attention shifted toward Leon. A student marveled. Leon is truly something else. He doesn't look tired at all. That's truly the level of the top student of the swordsmanship department. However, Leon was focusing his attention on someone else at this moment. Looking at the steady back ahead, Leon silently admired, just as expected from Lord Grey. He has maintained the exact same pace since the very beginning without changing. Grey's glowing red eyes calmly observed the surroundings, showing that his physical condition remained extremely stable. I'm so tired. A female student sluggishly walked near the edge of the forest. She suddenly froze when she sensed something unusual. Immediately, a colossal spider dashed down from a tree to attack, leaving her only enough time to let out a blood-curdling shriek. Did you mistake this for a haunted house, classmate? But before the monster could touch her, a sword suddenly flew in at a terrifying speed, pinning the spider tightly to a tree trunk in an instant. Ray quickly retrieved the sword that had just taken down the spider, leaving his classmate still shocked and unable to regain her composure. She tremblingly uttered, "Thank you." Ray only replied casually while turning his back to walk away. Some types of bugs around here are venomous. You should be careful. Witnessing that lightning-fast reaction, Leon Hart couldn't help but marvel, silently assessing. He is not simply just walking, but he is also constantly preparing for any surprise attacks. I can't see a single opening from him at all. Leon Hart looked at Grace back with ultimate adoration, questioning himself. To be able to walk for 8 hours straight and still maintain that level of alertness. Just how much effort and training does it take to reach his level? Meanwhile, Gray maintained his calm composure. He told himself that his stamina remained stable, thanks to the harsh training sessions from before he traveled back in time. Compared to the hellish experiences in his past life, Ray felt that being able to get a decent night's sleep every night during this exercise was already an excessive luxury. Indeed, someone who has experienced life and death is truly different. However, Gray's glowing red eyes suddenly narrowed in deep thought. But more than that, what I'm worried about is Professor Ariel's warning suddenly flashed back in his mind. Always keep your guard up, especially when you are outside the academy. Gray realized that this training exercise was the perfect opportunity for the enemies lurking and hiding, as it brought them out to open areas with loose security. And most importantly, the academy fully knew their exact location. Gray's hand clenched into a tight fist as he silently prayed. I hope nothing bad will happen. I hope nothing bad happens. The entire group trudged along under the leadership of the professor, venturing deeper into the ancient forest, full of lurking dangers. The marching column suddenly received an order to halt from the leading professor. All the students were exhausted, their breathing heavy from the ultimate fatigue. After a long period of movement, the professor crossed his arms majestically and loudly declared, "From this moment on, we will begin the dining training exercise. Even eating requires training? Well, as long as there's food, I'm happy." The moment they heard the word dining, the gloomy atmosphere suddenly vanished completely. The students rejoiced, cheering in ultimate excitement. Their minds were immediately filled with images of piping hot plates of food. From soup and grilled meat skewers to fragrant noodles, everyone jumped up in joy, believing that they were finally getting a break and a proper meal. However, Ray looked on with a highly doubtful gaze, telling himself, dining training? That name is giving me a bad feeling. Just as expected, the professor immediately poured cold water on the crowd's excitement with a bewildered face. A break? What are you all talking about? He coldly explained that when dining during a march, the students had to cook by themselves. The entire group of students collapsed to the ground in utter disappointment and extreme exhaustion. Ignoring the crowd's reliance, the professor loudly announced that he had divided everyone into squads to ensure everyone's strength was as balanced as possible. He ordered each squad to pick up a cooking kit and begin preparing their meal immediately. A magic list appeared in the middle of the forest. Squad D was announced with Gray as the squad leader. Standing by his side were the members, Busk, Rumia, and Benes. Gray couldn't help but feel anxious, telling himself, Squad D? Is it really fine for me to be the squad leader? Probably no one wants to take orders from someone who entered the school through the heavenly special admission spot. While he was lost in thought, a pink-haired male student suddenly stepped forward warmly. Very nice to meet you. Ray shook his hand in bewilderment. They are friendlier than I thought. I assumed they would say something like, I don't want to take orders from someone who couldn't even pass the regular entrance exam. He asked back hesitantly, "Are you guys really fine with letting me be the squad leader?" The other classmate replied decisively, "What are you talking about? After witnessing that inter-class battle, no one deserves to be the squad leader more than you." The female teammate also nodded in agreement. "That's right. You are definitely the most reliable person here." They quickly brought the equipment box over and asked for his input. "Anyway, we've brought the supplies over. What do you want us to do next?" Witnessing his classmates' absolute respect, Ray smiled softly and told himself, their attitude changed so fast. Turns out that battle really left a strong impression. This academy truly is a place that only respects strength, huh? It's fortunate for you that you displayed your true strength to everyone, otherwise you'd definitely be sidelined. Suddenly, another student frantically raised his hand to question. "Professor, there is no food at all in the supplies you gave us. I mean, all we have is just a pot and a fire starter kit." Looking at the empty iron pot sitting isolated, the professor coldly crushed the entire group's hopes. In an actual march, you wouldn't even have food, let alone cooking utensils. Being provided with a pot is already overly generous. Don't you think so? The students froze upon hearing the information that there were no provisions. Leonhardt stepped forward to question, "Professor, with all due respect, in modern field operations, logistics are supported by magic storage bags, right? It is hard to imagine a long march. It's hard to imagine a long march without bringing along food." The professor admitted, "You are right. But that only applies to marches that have been planned in advance." He continued to explain that in emergency situations, when you have to camp in the middle of a battle, or if the logistics officer falls in combat, you could completely be forced to march for many days without any preparation. Furthermore, magic storage bags are extremely valuable items. Unless you are part of a large-scale unit, everyone otherwise has to carry their own supplies on their backs, just like you are doing now. His gaze became sharp as he cross-examined. "And when that happens, do you just want to die without being able to do anything about it? Well, just learn how to survive, buddy." But under that pressure, Leonhardt could only bow his head and apologize, "I'm sorry." Meanwhile, Ray looked at the black bag in his hand and shockingly realized, so magic storage bags are actually that rare? I just accepted it, thinking it was basically just a sword case. The professor suddenly shifted his expression and announced, "But don't worry, I also have some good news for you." He revealed that this forest was full of monsters, and although he had been using magic to repel them throughout the marching route earlier, he would now lift it. In other words, you won't have to worry about searching for food anymore. Good luck to you all. He allowed the students to leave their luggage behind, then decisively snapped his fingers, releasing the monster-repelling magic. The protective barrier shattered immediately, officially plunging them into a survival haunt. Busk anxiously looked around the forest, then turned to ask Gray, "Squad leader, what do you think we should do?" Gray calmly replied as if it was a given. "What do you mean? We hunt monsters and eat them. That's the only option we have, right?" He explained that he had observed closely along the way. Based on the tracks and droppings left behind, this forest only has small to medium-sized monsters, so the whole squad can absolutely handle them with just swords. "I think the training should be gradual. Doing this is no different from leaving them to fend for themselves." Rumia still couldn't hide her concern. Actual combat right away? Finding monsters in a vast forest like this is going to be exhausting. Ray proposed a strategy that made the whole squad shudder. "If they are carnivorous monsters, it's easy. We just walk around until they spot us and come looking for us on their own." The whole squad questioningly gasped. "You mean using ourselves as bait?" Ray decisively urged everyone to move. "Because if we stay in one place, we'll have to compete for prey with the other squads." Seeing his teammates still hesitating, Ray smiled and suggested a horrifying alternative. "If you really don't want to fight, we can look for bugs or snakes to eat. In forests without monsters, learning to utilize this type of food is also very important." The images of bugs and snakes appeared, causing Rumia to scream in terror. "I want to hunt monsters. Anyway, we are in a forest full of monsters." The whole squad had no choice but to click their tongues and accept his leadership. Ray is the squad leader, so I will follow his arrangements. Since Ray already said so, let's go, guys. The whole squad began to move deeper into the forest. Under the setting sun, Ray suddenly stopped by the base of an ancient tree. He bent down to touch the ground, to feel even the slightest vibration. Placing his finger on his lips to signal for silence, he softly announced, "It's here." While his teammates were still bewildered, not understanding what was happening, threatening rustling sounds echoed from within the thick bushes. Suddenly, a colossal bear with burning eyes dashed out with an earth-shattering roar, aiming straight at a squad member who was frozen in fear. Fear what? Bear meat is delicious, especially the bear paw, haha. Facing the massive entity that was blocking out the sun, Busk shockingly realized that this was a real monster, with a speed much faster than anything he had ever imagined. But just as the deadly claws were about to reach him, Busk managed to react in time to dodge. He felt his body moving automatically thanks to his experience from the entrance exam and the sessions of harsh training he had undergone. Busk grit his teeth with determination. Don't underestimate the World Alliance Academy. A sharp sword strike was unleashed head-on, slashing deep into the monster's body, inflicting a massive wound. Despite being struck, the wild beast still roared frantically in its fury. Busk shouted in a panic. With the reflexes of a seasoned warrior, Ray managed to finish off the bear in time, before it could injure his teammate. Finally, it was sent to meet its ancestors. The sword slammed into the ground after the lightning-fast finishing blow. Busk sat on the ground in shock, still reeling after his narrow escape from death. Rumia and Benes also managed to rush to the scene in time. With extremely worried faces, Gray silently sheathed his sword, softly remarking, "Its bones are indeed hard." He extended his hand to help his teammate up and asked, "Are you okay?" Busk tremblingly took Gray's hand with deep gratitude. "Why yeah, you saved me. Thank you." Ray looked at the carcass of the wild beast and gave advice in a serious tone. Wild monsters will still continue to move, even after you have dealt a fatal blow. Instead of focusing on killing it, you should prioritize not getting hit. Busk bitterly admitted, "Yeah, I learned that lesson the hard way." The whole squad dragged the colossal bear carcass together toward the campsite, silently realizing that actual survival combat was completely different from the sparring sessions between humans. Night gradually fell, the flickering fire warming a corner of the ancient forest. The bear meat was skewered and grilled, sizzling and cooking in the pot, emitting a fragrant aroma. Busk, while devouring it greedily, marveled. "Bear meat is actually quite delicious, isn't it?" Ray silently enjoyed the meal and mentally assessed. Monster meat tastes completely different depending on the species. Some types taste terrible, and some even possess extremely powerful toxicity. Fortunately, they managed to hunt a delicacy, right? While ladling the soup, Ray casually shared his survival experience with his teammates. When going on expeditions, you should always look up the local monster list. If you have to find food in an unfamiliar place, I recommend hunting wild boars. They usually aren't very poisonous and taste quite alright. Receiving the hot bowl of soup from Gray's hands, Rumia softly said thank you, while Busk couldn't help but marvel. "You really know everything, don't you? Were you also trained in survival, not just swordsmanship?" Gray smiled softly and replied that he had learned a bit a long time ago. But deep down inside, he thought to himself that he would rather not remember those hellish training memories at all. Seeing Gray modestly claim that he wasn't that knowledgeable, Busk looked at the grilled meat skewer in his hand and thought to himself, he doesn't look like someone who lacks knowledge at all. While Squad D was enjoying their dinner by the flickering fire, a group of other students with miserable looks came to ask for help. "Excuse me, if you guys have any leftover food, could you share a bit with us? Our hunt didn't go very smoothly." Looking at the tiny, charred piece of meat in their hands, Ray turned to ask his teammates for their opinion. "You guys don't mind, right?" Looking at the boiling pot filled to the brim with bear meat, everyone thought to themselves that this amount of food could probably feed the entire class. True, how could they finish such a big bear? Sharing is caring, haha. A student happily reached out to accept the meat skewer. But before the thank you could be fully uttered, an oppressive dark shadow suddenly loomed over them. The leading professor, with his eyes glowing intensely behind his glasses, coldly declared, "Transferring food between squads is strictly forbidden. If you want to eat, go and get it yourself." Faced with the professor's absolute authority, the students could only mumble, "Yes, professor," then slipped away to return to their pot of watery soup, leaving behind Gray's fragrant meat skewer under the intense surveillance of the professor. The entire group continued trudging through the forest under the twilight, glowing red until the loud shout of the professor echoed. "Everyone halt. We will set up camp here today." He loudly announced that from now on, this would be a real field camping exercise. Immediately, the exhausted students collapsed onto the ground, dropping their luggage, and only managing to gasp in ultimate relief. "Finally, we get to rest." The meal from that bear earlier had helped the squad regain a bit of strength. A student lay flat on the grass, telling himself, "At least we got to have a proper meal. We are still luckier than most of the other squads." Even so, fatigue still enveloped him, making him groan. "Anyway, I'm completely exhausted. If I could crawl into a bed right now, it would feel like being on cloud 9, wouldn't it?" Ray trudged along carrying his luggage by their side, listening to his teammate anxiously ask whether this training session would force them to find more food. He could only wryly joke, "I sure hope so." Fortunately, the professor announced that the academy had already prepared mobile food rations and individual tents for everyone. He requested the squads to maintain their formations, quickly pick up their supplies to pitch tents, and light up campfires at the designated locations. Not just stopping at camping, The professor also declared that simulated surprise attacks would take place during the night. He requested the squads to divide watch shifts themselves and asserted, as long as you repel the attack, any method is acceptable. Hearing the news that they had to move further to the designated location, a blonde student complained about having to walk more, then stealthily discussed a plan to slack off if they were near another squad. Immediately, the professor appeared with a cold expression. I heard everything. I intentionally separated the squads far apart from each other so that you can't slack off. The professor decisively declared the training session had officially begun and urged, you had better hurry up. The slower you prepare, the less sleeping time you will have. The entire group of students frantically rushed into action, carrying the supply crates to set up camp. Night quickly fell under the full moon. Gray's squad gathered around the flickering fire in the deep forest. Busk spoke up to ask about the division of watch shifts. So, how many people should be on night watch? Ray thoughtfully looked at the fire and replied, I think one person is enough. Rumia sluggishly stretched her arms. She confessed that she just wanted to sleep for as long as possible. After a long day of marching, Ray analyzed, if 2 people are on watch per shift, then each member will only get half the night to sleep. That would be impossible given their current physical condition. He decisively finalized the plan. Each shift only needs 1 person on watch. Busk questioned how to decide the order. Ray then explained that the first and last shifts were the easiest, because if you have to take the middle shift, your sleep will be continuously interrupted. Ray decisively took the second watch shift. He looked around and asked, so for the rest, is anyone willing to take the third shift? Busk smiled and volunteered, I'll do it. After all, you saved me earlier. After Ray's thank you, Bennis finalized the list. So that means Rumia will take the first shift. Rumia happily cheered. Thank you so much. Bennis did not forget to remind her that she must wake up the next person as soon as her watch ended. The silent night enveloped the ancient forest. Under the bright full moon, Rumia sat alone by the flickering fire, attentively performing her guard duty while everything around her had fallen asleep. Inside the tent, Ray was fast asleep, taking advantage of the precious rest time to recover his physical strength after a long and grueling day of marching. However, the lurking darkness began to make its move. Silent footsteps stepped onto the grass, approaching close to the group's campsite. A hand tightly gripped the hilt of a sharp knife, the polished blade reflecting the flickering firelight. As the stranger approached the fast-asleep target, while Rumia sat nodding off by the fire, a strange sound from the darkness made Gray suddenly opened his eyes. He bolted upright, his hand gripping his sword hilt, and mentally noted, I just heard a strange noise. If it were a monster, it would be much louder and more chaotic. This is definitely a human, and someone who doesn't want to be detected is right nearby. Is right nearby? Ray peeked through the tent slit and saw Rumia remained completely unaware of the lurking danger. He wondered if it was just an illusion, but immediately dismissed the thought upon realizing an unusual trace. Abandoned that thought upon realizing unusual traces. No way. There is definitely someone here. Ray questioned if it was a professor checking on the watch shifts directly, but he decided he must not let his guard down. Professor Ariel's warning flashed back in his mind. Because you defeated Varian, you might become a target. Be careful, especially when you leave the academy. Ray tightened his grip on his sword. He understood it was best to treat the lurking entity as an assassin and act accordingly. You must stay alert, only then can this life be preserved in these wild woods. Realizing that staying inside the tent was too risky against long-range attacks, Ray quietly slipped out from the back to avoid detection. Under the full moon that shone as bright as day, he thought to himself, a full moon, huh? This makes it easier to spot the enemy, but hiding oneself also becomes much harder. Ray blended into the shadows of the tree canopies, his hand never leaving his sword. Reminding himself to move with absolute caution, Ray carefully stepped forward, the dry leaves rustling under his feet, making him suddenly recall the harsh training session with the divine archer, Jacob Bloomfield. Back then, the senior had strictly taught him that the way one walks, normally by using the back foot to push forward, will create too much unnecessary noise. To move in absolute silence, you must place your toes down first, starting from the pinky toe then to the big toe, and finally the heel to minimize the sound. Jacob added that even if you accidentally step on a dry branch or fallen leaves, as long as the rhythm is irregular like a human footstep but instead resembles the natural sound of wild animals or the blowing wind, you will never be detected. To practice this skill, Ray once had to walk barefoot across the rugged mountain ranges to learn how to blend into nature. Back to the present in the quiet night, Ray fully applied that technique to silently stalk the dark shadow sneaking closer to the camp. The moment the stranger stopped by a boulder, Ray appeared right behind his back as quick as a flash. He coldly pressed the sharp blade against the opponent's neck and growled. Freeze. Answer my question right now. Any slight movement will cost you your life. He decisively ordered. Confess now, which organization do you belong to, and what is your name? However, Ray suddenly froze when he clearly saw the identity of the person he had subdued and could only utter in shock. Huh? The man with a panicked face and dripping with sweat turned out to be the leading professor of the training exercise. Ray quickly withdrew his killing intent and asked to confirm. Is this a surprise attack for training purposes, Professor? The professor could only stammer in confirmation that he just wanted to check the student's level of alertness, but he could never have expected Gray to be able to approach from behind without him knowing at all, and even hold a sword to his neck like a real assassin. Sweating profusely, the professor smiled awkwardly while the blade was still close to his neck, with things at this point, I don't even know who is teaching whom anymore. Even so, Ray still did not slack off. He secretly calculated. There is also a possibility that he is just disguising himself as a professor to make me let my guard down. But if he really wanted to kill me, he should have brought a much more dangerous weapon with him instead. Gray's glowing red eyes narrowed slightly in scrutiny before he slowly lowered his sword. Who knows, if he is an insider mole, that would be troublesome. Noticing that the opponent had no killing intent, he silently sheathed his sword. While the professor was still reeling from the shock, the two returned to the camp together. Right at that moment, Rumia suddenly appeared with a sword in her hand. She frantically yelled, Professor, and Gray too, what are you two doing here? The professor scratched his head and explained that he only intended to come and check if the squad was guarding carefully or not. But I didn't expect Gray to have already detected me before I could even approach. He crossed his arms with satisfaction and praised them highly. Your alertness is perfect. I've never seen any first-year freshman set up a camp this well. Rumia could only stammer, alertness? While secretly wondering, because Ray was supposed to be fast asleep. The professor also grew suspicious and asked whether Ray was assigned to this watch shift. Ray casually interrupted, Professor, did you happen to step on a branch or something on your way here? The professor froze for a moment, then nodded in confirmation. Huh? Ah yeah, I did step on one. Ray thought to himself that the sound gave off the feel of a human, which was why he woke up. The professor couldn't help but be astonished. He cross-examined. Are you saying that you recognized an attack just from that sound while you were sleeping? Ray only smiled softly and modestly replied. It was just a coincidence. Perhaps it's because I hadn't fallen into a deep sleep yet. Saying that would certainly leave him speechless, wouldn't it? The professor suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. Huh? First that training match the other day, and now this. You just keep surprising me. He thoughtfully looked at Gray and began to wonder if the academy is there anything left to teach a genius like him. After a moment of thought, he decisively declared, from now on, you are banned from participating in the night watch training. If you handle everything on your own, then the other students won't learn anything at all. Ray anxiously asked whether missing one person would affect the overall score of the squad. But the professor quickly brushed it aside. He pulled out a glowing magic logbook and announced, your squad will not have to receive any simulated attacks from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. I will assume by default that you are on watch during that time. While writing it down, he asserted that Gray's night watch training score would achieve a perfect score without any attached conditions. Then decisively closing the logbook, the professor turned to leave, not forgetting to instruct the remaining people to continue their watch shifts. Except for Gray, walking away in the dark night. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Questioning himself, he approached from right behind my back. Yet I didn't sense even a single trace of his presence. That's what you call being on a whole different level, right? He wondered if Gray had ever belonged to an elite assassination unit before, but then immediately dismissed the idea because of his very young age. However, the truth about that undeniable level of capability still left the professor deeply concerned. At the campsite, Rumia was also looking at Gray in amazement. She couldn't help but wonder about the true identity of the young man standing in front of her. Ray could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly with a mysterious look, leaving a big question in everyone's heart as to who he ultimately was. The next morning, the leading professor loudly gave the order. Everyone move out. The entire group of freshmen continued, trudging through the ancient forests, with heavy loads on their shoulders. After a night of being suddenly woken up by the drill, everyone clearly showed signs of extreme exhaustion and fatigue. Someone was rubbing their eyes while complaining, I'm so sleepy. Another lethargically added, I couldn't catch a wink of sleep at all because of that alarm drill last night. In contrast to the exhausted crowd, Ray still maintained an incredible level of alertness. He quietly kept up a steady pace amidst his classmates' sighs. The group crossed wildflower bushes and dense tree canopies as the sunlight gradually faded. Time flew by quickly. Before long, the sky had already shifted to the vibrant orange of the late afternoon. The professor looked toward the horizon and remarked, "Turns out it's almost dark already, huh?" He stopped and loudly announced good news. "We will set up camp here for today. Finally getting to relax, huh?" Hearing the order to set up camp, a student joyfully cheered. "Wait, we are camping? Does that mean we finally get to rest, Professor?" However, another classmate appeared extremely anxious. He shuddered, speculating, "No way. If we set up camp this early in the evening, doesn't that mean there will be some crazy training session added later on?" Faced with the students' confusion, the professor casually reassured them. "Relax, today's training session is over." He further revealed that the academy had already set up sleeping tents for everyone and asked them to comfortably rest until the food was ready. The students were so moved that their eyes widened in astonishment. They wept in ultimate relief because they finally got to truly rest. The silent night enveloped the forest under the bright, full moon. Inside the tents, the students had fallen deep into sleep. After a long, exhausting day, however, Ray still lay awake. He looked up at the tent ceiling and mentally assessed this unusual generosity from the academy. Ray told himself, "Hey, if they are really giving us this much rest," his glowing red eyes clearly showed an alert look as he came to a definitive conclusion. "That means tomorrow will definitely be hell." He sighed softly, "I knew it. But hey, the academy is playing a take one step back, take two steps forward trick with the students, guys." Leonhardt smiled and looked at Gray suggestively, saying, "I think you will be fine." Gray felt a shiver down his spine, thinking to himself, "Why do I keep getting the feeling that he is looking over here?" That night, a loud shout echoed across the camp. "Everyone, gather around." A professor and chef attire brought out a large platter of food and announced, "The food is ready." Before the students' eyes were banquet tables filled to the brim with mouth-watering dishes, from grilled meat and sandwiches to piping hot pots of soup. The crowd of students cheered in ultimate excitement. The professors generously ladled food from the large pots and said, "You can come back for seconds." The students cheered in absolute joy, watching the students eat so heartily that they were moved to tears of happiness. The bearded professor smiled gently. "You all did a great job getting through the past 2 days of harsh training. Rest up well tonight to wash away all your fatigue, okay?" The entire group chorused in unison, "Thank you, Professor." However, right after that, the professor's face suddenly turned gloomy, with a sinister smile hidden behind the shadows. "Think it's easy to get a free meal from the professors? You kids are still way too naive and green." After a night of eating and drinking to their heart's content, dawn broke over the peak of the majestic and rugged Gastia Mountain. The professor loudly declared, "From here, we will begin the exercise of crossing the danger zone in the Gastia mountain range. Students, follow me." The group of students once again hoisted the heavy loads onto their shoulders, beginning to file into the deep mountain forest. The whole squad trudged through the dense tree canopies under the guidance of the professor. A student softly confided to a friend, "At first, when I saw the mountain, I panicked. But at this pace, I think we can manage." The other friend agreed, "Yeah, I guess getting that good rest yesterday really paid off." Looking at the group still making steady progress, they remarked that so far, no one had given up yet, just as expected of those who passed the academy's entrance exam. The leading professor suddenly changed his expression. He declared in a serious tone, "But the Real training begins right now." He revealed that in just about 2 kilometers, the entire group would enter the territory of the water lizards. The image of the ferocious monster with tough scales appeared, along with a warning that they were much stronger than the creatures they had hunted for food earlier. In fact, most students would be wiped out before they could even do anything. These threats made the freshmen shake in fear. They fearfully wondered, what should we do to deal with monsters as terrifying as that? "I think of the 36 stratagems. Fleeing is the best policy, boo-hoo." To answer their questions, the professor explained, "The objective of this 2-week training session in this danger zone is to move without being detected." He mentioned that fortunately, during the dry season, water lizards usually move less to conserve their energy. So as long as you don't make any loud noises, they won't notice the presence of humans. However, the professor also brought up an important caveat that during this rainless season, they were extremely desperate to drink anything that could quench their thirst. The professor got close to the students' faces, his eyes flashing threateningly as he revealed, "What they are craving for is exactly our blood." He coldly asserted, "If you get spotted, consider yourselves dead." And he requested everyone to advance with absolute caution. Absolutely do not make any loud noises. Ray silently moved. The technique of walking without making a sound brought back memories, making him recall the days of monster hunting training with the divine archer Jacob Bloomfield in his past life. Watching Ray move smoothly and in absolute silence, the professor couldn't help but be impressed and assessed that he definitely had prior experience hunting monsters. He reminded Ray that even if this exercise seemed too easy, He must absolutely not let his guard down. However, when turning to look at the remaining students, the professor could only sigh in disappointment at the familiar annual sight of the rookie struggling, being clumsy, and making countless loud noises in the ancient forest. Well, they have never experienced it before, so how could they know? The leading professor roared in anger. Too slow. You're way too slow. He warned that. As long as they didn't make a loud noise, everything would be fine. Yet he continuously urged the exhausted students to maintain the pace. A blonde student, dripping with sweat, silently complained that the professor himself was the one making too much noise. The professor continued to shout, asking whether they really wanted to camp right in the middle of the water lizard's territory. The entire group began to walk more stealthily and cautiously than ever before. Witnessing this scene, Gray secretly found it baffling that the academy forced students to practice covert marching without giving any specific instructions. He told himself they should have been taught this technique in a safe place before being thrown out into the field like this. In the back, another student appeared quite complacent. He reassured himself that the current noise level was still under control. As long as no one made too loud of a sound, night gradually fell. The entire group of students trudged forward in the gloomy space of the ancient forest. The professor suddenly raised his hand to signal a halt and coldly declared, "From now on, talking is strictly forbidden." He requested everyone to use sign language if they wanted to communicate with each other. He further instructed that anyone who made a loud noise or opened their mouth to speak would have their assessment score deducted without mercy. The situation seems to be as tense as a guitar string now. Right after the order to begin marching, the entire group plunged into the darkness once again. A blue-haired student thought to himself that although making noise was banned, this journey was no different from a regular climbing session. He noticed that the moving speed today was even slower than yesterday and began to develop a reckless mindset, thinking that everything was actually quite easy. He even doubted whether monsters really existed in this place, believing that the academy would never push students into a place with creatures that could kill them instantly just for training. He convinced himself that the professors were just pretending there were monsters to force them to practice covert marching. Although he decided to play along to avoid losing points, his complacency cost him dearly. In a careless moment, his foot slipped off a boulder, causing his whole body to lose balance and tumble down. Ray immediately noticed the anomaly, his glowing red eyes flashing with alertness as he sensed the impending danger approaching. That friend fell flat on the ground, still feeling regretful in his heart over the points about to be deducted. Why worry about deducted points? Worry about your life being deducted. While sighing and complaining about his score, he smugly thought that just as he had expected, no monster showed up at all. However, before the words could be fully uttered, a roar echoed, shaking the forest. The professors and students immediately drew their swords, ready for a life or death battle. A pack of ferocious water lizards with glowing red eyes rushed forward simultaneously. A student froze in terror as death approached. But right in that breathtaking moment, Professor Hector appeared like a savior, decisively, thrusting his blade straight into the middle of the monster's sharp teeth, pinning the wild beast to the ground until it completely stopped breathing. Immediately, Leonhardt was not to be outdone as he dashed forward, unleashing a powerful slash aimed straight at the next monster. Leonhardt's blue eyes gleamed with determination, but he was shocked to realize his blade only created harmless sparks. On the tough scales, Leonhardt gasped in disbelief. Not even a single scratch. The situation became chaotic, as even the professors began to get injured under the onslaught of the monster pack. A professor yelled in extreme anxiety. This is not something students can face. He decisively ordered, "Fall back, quickly," while other professors also simultaneously drew their swords and rushed into the fray, asserting, "We'll take care of this." Witnessing that even the professors could only inflict shallow wounds on the monster's tough scales, a student shockingly wondered if they could actually defeat this terrifying creature. The bodies of water lizards are usually severely dehydrated, so just making them lose a little bit of body fluid is enough to take their lives. If you don't want to become prey for the water lizards, then never come near here during the rainy season. He revealed that this drill was only organized after it was definitively confirmed that it would not rain. The instructor's eyes flashed with pressure as he declared that the entire group was currently still alive to stand here and talk, only because the professors had completely cleared out the surrounding monsters. Otherwise, everyone would have perished a long time ago. This marching session for the group of students is indeed more like a torture session. Corpses would be more accurate. The march resumed. The students had to struggle to climb up steep cliffs in the dense forest, despite being exhausted and drenched in sweat under the heavy weight of their luggage. They still had to trudge forward under the guidance of the professor. As the group just reached the mountain peak, Hector loudly announced the end of the arduous climbing stretch, right next to the carcass of a recently defeated monster. Meanwhile, the students collapsed onto the ground, simultaneously, breathing heavily out of complete exhaustion. Looking at the students lying flat without a shred of energy left, Hector smirked and asked mockingly, "Tired already?" Leonhardt thought to himself tiredly, "My body is still fine, but this is truly draining my mental strength. Just the fact that we aren't allowed to make any loud noises while marching. This hard, huh?" Ray calmly added, "If you aren't used to it. It really is extremely exhausting, and that is the core purpose of the training this time." "Professor," Hector also spoke up, to confirm that the number of times the group had been spotted by the water lizards so far was only 4, a rather favorable number. Compared to most previous years. Favorable, my foot. So there were even more in previous years? Standing beside the carcass of the monster, Hector loudly asked, "All right, does anyone have any questions before we continue? Once we cross this creature's territory, we won't be able to speak anymore." Ray, with his alert, glowing red eyes, suddenly spoke up. "Professor, there is one thing that concerns me." When asked what it was, Ray pointed toward the horizon and remarked, "That cloud over there seems to be getting a bit larger, and it is positioned upwind from us." The crowd of students stared blankly in that direction, while Hector quietly praised. "Good observation." He turned to ask for the opinion of his colleague traveling with the group. "Professor Rin, do clouds ever form during the season?" Rin decisively stated that normally it was impossible. Looking at the single white cloud steadily growing larger in the deep blue sky, Hector could sense an unnamed danger gradually taking shape. With a bad feeling, Hector decisively ordered the whole group, "We are turning back. The training session is cancelled. Move out quickly. We must swiftly leave the water lizard's territory." However, Professor Rin suddenly voiced his objection with a meaningful smile. "No, we should keep going." He mockingly asked whether Hector intended to stop the entire training session just because of a small cloud. Hector's gaze hardened. He asserted that the presence of the cloud at this time was already an anomaly, and the safety of the students must always be put first. That's right, human lives come first. It's best not to play with death. Professor Rin brushed aside Hector's worries, asserting that he had led this training session for many years and requested everyone to trust his judgment. Even though Hector tried to argue about the cloud's anomaly, Rin still decisively accelerated the marching pace, treating it as a good training opportunity for the students. He shouted, ordering everyone to follow as if their lives depended on it, believing that with their recent training results, the freshmen would definitely keep up with this pace. Rin ordered that no one was allowed to fall behind, and that there was no time to linger with the lizards, while also demanding that absolutely no loud noises be made. However, the sky began to pour down cold raindrops right in the middle of the dry season, while the students still trudged forward in exhaustion and anxiety. Hector reached out his hand to catch the water droplets. He sensed a clear abnormality as he told himself, "This is unnatural. Rain falling in this season is strange enough. Not to mention the air here doesn't have enough humidity to create such a large cloud." Hector was shocked and raised the question of whether this rain was an artificial product, while the group was still braving the rain to cross the dark, perilous forest. Poor souls, they were told to turn back, but didn't. That old guy is so stubborn. The rain grew increasingly heavy, making Rin lose his patience, and he yelled in annoyance, "Damn it, it's really raining. Why is it raining in this season?" Ray quietly approached right behind him and softly called, "Professor." When Rin turned around, snaps, "What?" Ray looked at him with glowing red, warning eyes and said loudly, "In a place like this, is it really safe?" A giant water lizard with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth was closing in. The water lizard suddenly pounced forward at a terrifying speed. Professor Goman took a painful hit. Immediately, he drew his sword, executing a fierce counter-slash, leaving a long wound on the monster's body. Despite being wounded, the wild beast did not back down at all. It swung its tail powerfully, sending him flying into the cliff. Behind, the students panicked and shouted, "Professor Goman, don't tell me that lizard has swallowed the old man." Goman knelt down, breathing heavily in absolute pain. "Ugh," Ray observed from a distance. He mentally assessed the reflexes of a professor. Should have been fast enough to dodge that attack. Yet he was quite heavily injured. Could it be because he focused too much on counterattacking? The surrounding students also began to panic at the terrifying speed of the monsters. So fast. Are water lizards always this fast? Ray looked into the pouring rain and realized the brutal truth. Even though I already knew it beforehand, it's clear that they move much faster than when it's dry. Facing the chaotic situation, Professor Hector loudly ordered, "Focus." Ray decisively replied, "Yes." The professors immediately dashed forward. Powerful slashes continuously took down the pack of wild beasts. One professor rushed up to attack, but was immediately knocked down by the powerful tail of the water lizard. while the wild beast frantically rushed forward, aiming at a vital spot to finish off its prey. Right at that moment, a flash of a sword finished the monster instantly. That was none other than Hector. He stood firm on the battlefield, his eyes gleaming powerfully after the brutal finishing blow. A student trembled and uttered in relief, "We somehow managed to kill it." Another professor bitterly admitted, "Even at the faculty rank, we can't escape getting injured by the ferocity of these monsters." Hector thoughtfully sheathed his sword and decisively declared, "We cannot continue the drill in this state anymore." He loudly ordered the cancellation of the training and requested the immediate activation of emergency teleportation magic to get the entire group out of the danger zone. The professor turned to his female colleague and pressed her on whether she had prepared the magic yet, but received a terrifying response in return. "Regarding that, I've been trying to activate it for a while now, but it's completely futile." He yelled in shock. "What?" He gritted his teeth in frustration, clutching his head, wondering if there was anyone else here capable of casting this type of magic. Another professor also struggled to test it out, but the result was still just weak sparks of magical electricity. He admitted that he was also having major trouble with the casting. Hector shockingly realized the brutal truth. "It's clear that our teleportation is being jammed." His gaze became sharp and cold as he connected all the pieces. From the unusual rain to being completely isolated, he asserted, "Someone is definitely deliberately targeting this field trip of the academy." Ray stood in the pouring rain. He secretly agreed that the probability of an ambush was very high. Hector gritted his teeth, anxiously questioning himself. "What must I do to salvage the current situation? At this rate, a whole bunch of us are going to perish. Who could be playing such a wicked trick?" Hector anxiously looked at the pouring rain. He assessed that breaking through the water lizard territory right now was no different from suicide. He believed the only option at present was to set up camp on the spot and hope the rain would stop. Another professor doubted whether this was artificial rain and whether it would actually stop or not. Hector admitted he wasn't sure, but he believed that staying put would give the entire group a higher chance of survival than having to continuously fight the monsters in their current state of utter exhaustion. While one professor was using bright blue recovery magic to heal the wounds of his colleague, he reminded Hector that they were lucky to have no casualties in the last battle just by pure chance. Hector nodded in agreement, but he was concerned that the active range of the water lizards would expand when it rained, and there was no guarantee that this position would not be attacked once again. Standing in the middle of the rain, Hector was dripping with sweat, telling himself that he had to find a path, some way to get everyone out of this perilous situation. Ray approached from behind and softly called, "Professor." Hector turned around in surprise to look at his student. With a startled gaze, Ray decisively proposed, "As long as there is recovery magic, I can fight too. Is there really no way for us to break through?" Hector thoughtfully calculated. He admitted that with Gray's fearsome dark power, the probability of crossing the monster territory was very high, but he worried whether his body could withstand the backlash or not. Seriously, if you can fight a battle, you learn from Shiro again. With so many lizards around, where would you get enough Shiro to keep learning from? Ray tightly gripped his sword, his steadfast glowing red eyes looking at his mentor, and asserted that even if they stayed here, no backup would come at all. He believed taking action was still better than sitting around waiting to die in this place. Hector strictly reminded him that even with recovery magic, Ray would still have to use that power multiple times a day, something Professor Ariel had absolutely forbidden him from ever doing. Ray clutched his aching chest. He casually viewed this as a training opportunity and believed that, as long as they could make it back to the academy, the top recovery mages would be waiting for them there. Hector snapped back in refutation. He asserted that Ariel would not stop him if it were a wound that could be easily healed with ordinary magic, and demanded to know whether he truly understood the severity of the matter. Ray looked straight at the professor and questioned, "Do you have any other way to get the students back safely, Professor?" Looking at the group of freshmen trembling and exhausted under the pouring rain, "But are you really planning to let everyone perish here, just to protect me alone?" "Oh, this student is asking such a tough question. Even my dad wouldn't be able to answer that." Hector froze, sweat pouring down at his student's direct question. In his mind, Professor Ariel's advice came back to haunt him. Ray will willingly sacrifice himself if it is necessary. That is exactly what makes up his strength. Ariel looked into the distance and earnestly said, "So please don't let him do anything that cannot be undone." Hector back then could only quietly reply, "I understand." Back to reality amidst the heavy rainfall, he looked at the students huddling from the cold and fear, then softly uttered, "That's right." Hector bowed his head, speaking with difficulty. "I'm sorry. It breaks my heart to say this, but could you lend us your strength?" Ray smiled softly. He was about to reply, "Just leave it to," when an authoritative voice suddenly cut him off. "Can't you make decisions on your own?" An old professor with a mustache appeared from behind. He coldly criticized. He might have performed well in the tournament, but entrusting the lives of everyone to a single student. Keep that joke to yourself. Hector immediately fought back. He asserted that with Gray's power, he could completely handle the water lizards by himself, as he had witnessed it with his own eyes multiple times during training. Hector looked toward the group and pleaded, "That is why. Why don't we try taking a gamble for once? On his strength? Better safe than sorry. Rather than missing out. We don't really have any choices left right now." Ray stood tall amidst the pouring rain. A glowing red aura of fire began to envelop his body in an overwhelming murderous intent. "Professor." Gale coldly dismissed Hector's intention. "I will not allow that." He decisively requested a subordinate professor to use communication magic to send an emergency rescue request to the academy headquarters, believing that waiting for reinforcements would be much safer than taking matters into their own hands. That professor quickly confirmed that the request had been sent. Even though the magic was experiencing heavy interference, the message had definitely been transmitted. Gale praised with satisfaction, "Just as I expected of you. Always so quick-witted." Looking at the group of students huddling under the rain, Gale continued to apply pressure. "Now do you understand? If we move without permission, the risk will only increase further." He pressed on whether Hector really wanted to push these children to their deaths. Looking at the carcass of a water lizard lying on the ground, Hector could only stay silent in ultimate helplessness. Gale coldly questioned him back. "How many more times will we be attacked before the reinforcements can arrive if we stubbornly keep moving? One wrong calculation now, and a whole bunch of students will be gone, boo-hoo." Hector was about to speak up in refutation, but Gale immediately cut him off, asserting that staying in the safe zone was still better than wandering outside. He requested everyone to keep absolute silence because the monsters could catch the scent of their voices. Gale turned his back and walked away with a mysterious smile, leaving Hector with a gaze full of suspicion and tension. Behind the ancient tree trunk, the entire group of students was still, shivering, waiting in hopelessness amidst the silent night. Ray quietly observed the scene, his glowing red eyes showing clear suspicion. Aimed straight at Gale's back. That professor still casually stood with his arms crossed, a triumphant smile looming in the shadows. But right in that moment of silence, an incident, terrifying and sudden, struck, causing all the students to look on in horror, their eyes rolling back from the shock. Hector sensed the danger closing in and blurted out, "They're here." Ray stood right behind him, his steadfast glowing red eyes affirming, "We are ready at any moment." Hector looked at his student and instructed, "Ray, if the situation gets bad, jump in immediately. Go and beat them until they have no scales left for me." A giant water lizard suddenly rushed out from the pouring rain. Hector immediately swung his sword to meet the challenge. Hector's razor-sharp sword strikes continuously rained down on the wild beast. Hector and his colleague put all their effort into repelling the monsters to protect the injured. The monster collapsed with a pathetic scream. From within the darkness, a series of glowing red eyes appeared again. The water lizards had been drawn in by the noise of the battle. Hector gritted his teeth, realizing the situation was getting increasingly worse. Ray quietly reached his hand out to grip the hilt of his silver sword, ready to plunge into the battle. Hector looked at the students and loudly declared, "Our duty is to protect the students." He flashed a confident smile and ordered, "Watch closely. This is exactly how the professors of the World Alliance Academy fight." The eyes of Hector flared up with a deep blue electrical energy. He, along with the professors, dashed forward simultaneously to attack the pack of monsters. Witnessing the peak display of power, a student shockingly uttered, so strong." Even when having to face two monsters at the same time, the professors still handled everything perfectly, leaving the students standing on the outside completely dazed. So this is the true power of the professors. Hector loudly gave the order. "First of all, thin out their numbers. Focus on taking them down one by one." His colleague immediately replied decisively, "Roger." Hector, with sharp, focused eyes, channeled his strength into a decisive attack, aiming straight at the opponent's opening. A fatal thrust pierced straight through the water lizard's neck. Seeing the monsters fall one after another, the students couldn't hide their excitement and cheered. "We did it." Standing in the middle of the desolate battlefield, Hector mentally assessed that only one last monster remained. Leonhardt quietly observed, and couldn't help but be amazed upon realizing that the professors were almost completely unharmed. After that fierce clash, being a teacher puts them on a whole different level, while the injured professor was still being actively treated with the bright blue magic. Hector and his colleague simultaneously dashed forward, aiming for the final target with intense conviction. "We can truly end this here." Hector, with his eyes flashing with deep blue electrical energy, led the lightning-fast attack at a terrifying speed. The two professors coordinated smoothly like a deadly pincer movement. But they didn't know that behind them, two pairs of malicious eyes were glaring at them. It was Gale and his accomplice, intending to ambush the two. Little did they know, Gray had already realized their intention. Without a second thought, he coldly swung his sword, severing both of their arms. Well, it's over, your arms are gone without saying goodbye. The one hit writhed on the ground in excruciating pain, screaming pathetically, "Ah, my arm! My arm!" Amidst the pouring rain, Hector still maintained an incredibly calm demeanor. He swung a bright blue sword strike, taking down the rushing water lizard, and softly said, "Thanks, Gray." The other professors also quickly got into a defensive stance. They decisively declared, "We will hold off the lizards." The carcasses of the monsters lay scattered across the ground, their blood blending with the rain, soaking the entire area. Hector pointed his sword at the traitor clutching his wound, coldly demanding, "Now start explaining." The sinners could only grit their teeth, sweat pouring down in ultimate humiliation and fear. Hector looked down with a razor-sharp gaze and pressed. "Exactly what were you trying to do?" The traitor knelt on the ground, clutching his severed arm, screaming in pain. "I was just trying to fight the water lizards. Yet he dared to sever my arm. That's right. Arrest this criminal immediately." Faced with that clumsy act, Hector only felt silent contempt. How pathetic. Are they trying to shift the blame back? If I were there, I'd sever the other arm so he couldn't argue. Hector looked straight at the two sinners and asserted, "Most people here have already realized your murderous intent." He turned to the students standing silently in the rain and continued, "These swordsmanship course students are not so blind as to miss such an obvious truth." Hector coldly remarked that assassination or kidnapping plots targeting people from the academy were not rare occurrences at all, because this is an organization with too many enemies and full of valuable individuals. Hector exposed the entire malicious plot. You intended to take advantage of the chaos while fighting the lizards to kill a professor, and then, after the guards were eliminated, you would slaughter all the students or kidnap them to serve your dark purposes. Isn't that right? Hearing this, the students couldn't help but feel shocked and shivered in fear. Hector turned to look at Gray with deep respect and asserted, "We survived thanks to you." "Gray, you really reacted very quickly." Ray smiled softly and replied, "What are you saying, Professor? Didn't you realize it from the very beginning anyway? That these people were trying to kill us?" His glowing red eyes flashed meaningfully, causing Hector to just smirk and admit, "Something like that." The traitor's eyes rolled back in shock. He trembled, questioning himself in ultimate horror. "You realized it already? Impossible. Could our plan have been leaked from somewhere? Oh, how amusing. If it weren't leaked, how would they know?" Nonsensical question. Faced with the traitor's denials, Ray coldly cut him off. "I didn't need to know anything beforehand. But if you carefully observe a person's movements or gaze, everything becomes very clear. The way you moved was absolutely not the action of someone trying to protect the students or other professors." Ray admitted that until the first half of the journey, he simply thought that he was just too incompetent. However, ever since the rain started, Gale's steps became excessively abnormal. Ray pointed out the absurdities. For example, the fact that you intentionally took hits that you should have been able to dodge easily, just to play the victim. Seeing his plot exposed, Gale could only click his tongue in frustration while kneeling at Hector's feet. The professor anxiously turned around to check. "Ray, is your body okay?" Ray sheathed his sword and calmly replied, "I only used that power for a split second, so the damage isn't too severe. Right now, it just feels like a severe case of muscle soreness." Hearing that, Hector breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good then. Otherwise, if you copied Shiro right now, it would be a real hassle." Suddenly, Gale let out a sinister chuckle, causing both of them to look suspicious. Right after that, the old man burst into a manic laughter, echoing throughout the dark forest. Hector angrily questioned, "What the hell is wrong with you? Have you finally gone mad?" Gale looked up with a wicked gaze and smirked, declaring, "It seems you guys still haven't realized it yet. It's already too late." Ray frowned and pressed, "What are you trying to say?" Gale leisurely analyzed the current situation to drive them into despair. "Look at reality. We are trapped right in the middle of the territory of the water lizards under this pouring rain. An extremely powerful teleportation seal has cut off all lines of retreat, and reinforcements will definitely not be able to arrive in time anyway." He leaned in close, revealing a malicious smile, and concluded, "Therefore, even if you have seen through everything, our plan at this point, it's already too late anyway. All of you will have to lose your lives here." Gale growled in a threatening tone, causing the surrounding students to tremble in ultimate fear. However, he suddenly changed his attitude, looking toward the carcasses of the monsters, and declared, "But our goal has never been to kill you. If you come with us, you will understand." He asserted that he had already prepared a way out for everyone. Hector coldly replied, "Then let's hear it." Gale smirked with a sinister grin, fine. But on one condition. His eyes drifted across Professor Rin, Hector, and Gray one by one, and then made a cruel demand. Stab yourselves in the heart. Right here and right now. The old man strained his neck, yelling that they couldn't bring along anyone capable of obstructing the organization's plan. Gale made a completely fake promise. If you do that, everyone else will live. Standing before the line of life and death, Gray and Hector remained quiet in an atmosphere tense to the point of suffocation. Gale laughed mockingly and contemptuously at their silence. What's wrong? Don't tell me you are hesitating. Just because your own lives are too precious, okay? Before he could even finish his sentence, a surge of glowing red dark aura suddenly erupted. His sword was already positioned right next to the opponent's neck, along with a sharp command, don't move. It turned out, he had discovered that within the group, there was another traitor who was intending to slip away. The crowd of students screamed in shock. So fast, he closed in from behind in just a split second. Even though he was being restrained, Gale still smirked with an arrogant laugh. You think holding a hostage will be useful? Even if you do that. Ray looked straight at him with glowing red, murderous eyes and decisively exposed him. You can actually use teleportation magic, right? Sneakily installing jamming and teleport blocking devices into the academy without being detected is an extremely difficult thing to do. Ray coldly exposed the plot. But if the professor in charge of magic is on your side, making communication and teleportation completely unusable would become all too easy. Isn't that right? Right then, Hector also appeared from behind. You really are far too sharp for a student. Hector radiated a chilling, murderous intent. He loudly ordered the traitor to activate the teleportation magic immediately and take all the students and professors here back to the foot of the mountain. If you refuse, I will gouge out one of your eyes. And if you remain stubborn, I will deal with the remaining eye next. After that, I will start cutting your fingers joint by joint, 1 centimeter at a time. Ray, standing behind, added a sharp threat. Please don't have any intentions of taking them anywhere else. And absolutely no one must be left behind. At just a single suspicious movement, I will take your head immediately. Seeing that the opponent was still hesitating, Hector brought his sword tip even closer to his eye and coldly declared, Are you still planning to refuse? Then you leave me with no other choice. The eyes of Hector flashed with a deep blue electrical energy. He channeled all his strength into the sword to prepare for his brutal torture display. Utterly terrified by the decisiveness of Hector, he screamed, hoarsely in extreme panic. He placed his hands on the ground tremblingly and frantically yelled, Teleport immediately. A giant, glowing, yellow magical aura violently erupted, enveloping the entire group and taking everyone away from the danger zone. In a blinding pillar of light, a brilliant yellow magical aura erupted in the school courtyard, bringing the entire first-year swordsmanship course expedition team back to the shock of the guards. The crowd ran over in chaos, shouting loudly. What happened? Is that the first-year expedition team? What's going on, Hector? Immediately report the emergency situation to the officials while training in the water lizard habitat. We encountered an anomaly, extremely dangerous, and had to conduct an emergency evacuation. The shocking news left the guards astonished. An emergency evacuation? Hector growled, revealing the brutal truth. The cause was an assassination plot orchestrated by members of the teaching faculty. The students also simultaneously spoke up to confirm. Enraged, that's right. They tried to kill us. The whole team was almost completely wiped out, but Gray and Professor Hector saw through their plot and saved all our lives. Faced with an unprecedented scandal, the academy officials could only stammer in sheer terror. This is unbelievable. What should we do now? An elderly professor hurriedly calmed the crowd down, asking everyone to stay in their positions, and earnestly asked if anyone was severely injured and needed immediate treatment. Looking at the scene of his painful, collapsing comrades and the mournful atmosphere enveloping the area, Ray quietly observed the scene and softly assessed the situation. It seems things are temporarily under control. To serve the investigation, the officials were forced to take strong measures against everyone present. I am sorry, but I will have to temporarily restrain everyone. The cold sound of magical handcuffs echoed. As they explained, this is to prevent any moles from destroying evidence or escaping, while also declaring that they would thoroughly interrogate each person one by one after this. Right after that, Gray's personal file was placed on the agenda table, and he found himself sitting in a dark interrogation room, facing a high-ranking official under the dim light, to begin the questioning about what had truly happened in the forest. Inside the suffocating interrogation room, the traitors were drenched in sweat, their faces clearly revealing ultimate panic before the razor-sharp questions, no longer able to maintain his calm composure, as usual when the naked truth was gradually being exposed. Outside, hundreds of students gathered in large numbers to witness the most shocking event in the academy's history. Ray and Leonhardt stood with their arms crossed, their sharp gazes following every development. The wooden gavel banged piercingly. An authoritative voice roared, demanding everyone to keep order, enveloping the vast hall in a suffocatingly tense atmosphere. The headmaster announced in a serious tone, "From this moment on, we will officially announce the disciplinary verdict regarding the plot to assassinate and kidnap the first-year swordsmanship course expedition team." He exposed the identities of the culprits one by one. This incident was orchestrated with Professor Goman, the supervisor of the expedition, as the ringleader. Not stopping there, the list of sinners lengthened further. They were also supported by 2 other accomplices who are also teachers at the academy. In a closed, simulated environment that they created themselves, these individuals conspired to murder and kidnap the students. Given the exceptionally serious nature of the incident, they decisively declared that no mitigating circumstances would be considered. Therefore, according to the laws of the academy, all 3 of them will be sentenced. The wooden gavel banged once again, with absolute firmness, accompanied by the sentence of death echoing throughout the hall, leaving everyone present completely shocked and astonished. However, death was still not the end for these sinners. To thoroughly investigate the root of their connections and other accomplices still hiding in the shadows, the council announces that the interrogator will be granted unlimited authority to execute the harshest professional measures. The headmaster revealed a cold, threatening smile. "Don't think that you will be allowed to die easily." Utterly terrified by the prospect of punishment, one professor screamed and begged in despair, "Wait, I've already confessed everything I know. Please spare me from the interrogator." Right in the middle of the hall, an intimidating pressure erupted from the headmaster, turning him into a giant phantom, looming over the sinners. "This aura is definitely final boss style." The old man's tragic scream echoed as he was smashed down onto the floor by an invisible force, leaving the onlookers shuddering in absolute horror. The headmaster coldly ordered the guards, "Take them away." Then he turned to look at Gale with a sharp, cold gaze, asserting that even though this man was equally guilty, abandoning the plan at the last minute to help the students escape had opened up his only path to life. Lucky he made a U-turn in time, otherwise he'd be doomed too. The headmaster declared that was the reason Gale's sentence was reduced, and after the interrogation process concluded, he would have to spend the rest of his life in the penal legion. Gale bowed his head, accepting his fate. "Yes, sir." Observing from a distance, Leonhardt wondered if Gale was the only one to escape the death penalty. But as he watched Gale's back being escorted away by figures in black cloaks, he coldly remarked, "Even so, survival is not always a better outcome." Under the vibrant red sunset outside the academy, Leonhardt let out a tired sigh. "Good grief. You've only just enrolled, and you already had to go through something like this." Ray softly smirked. He admitted that he was gradually getting used to being dragged into consecutive troubles. Ray is exactly the type of main character where every day he logs in, drama automatically finds its way to him. He looked toward the majestic structure of the academy and bitterly uttered, "But I never imagined there would be so many criminals hiding among the ranks of the academy's professors." He lamented the irony that the place considered the greatest educational institution in the world contained such dark truths. Ray confessed that, in all honesty, this place was nothing like what he had imagined before coming here. Hector clicked his tongue and admitted that it was easy to understand. After hearing that description, anyone would think this was a villain server in disguise. He revealed, "Some people even say that the World Alliance Academy is actually not an educational institution, but more like a screening ground. They believe that the students were inherently strong even before coming here, and those who graduate with excellence do so simply because they were always like that. As for the professors themselves, truth be told, they don't possess that much power either." Hector turned to ask, "What do you think?" Ray thoughtfully admitted that sometimes he also wondered about that. Seeing the atmosphere grow heavy, Hector softly offered an apology. However, Ray asserted there was one thing he was absolutely sure of. "I have become stronger since coming here. Much stronger compared to when I was still in the village. It's simply incomparable." He looked at the fallen leaf in the palm of his hand with clear confidence. Ray clenched his fist. He believed that even if he couldn't trust the academy as an organization, there were still mentors here worth relying on. The images of Professor Ariel and Hector appeared as proof of those words. Ray smiled, looking at the professor and asked, "And that is enough, right?" Hector looked at his student and mentally thought, "He really doesn't seem like a student at all." He reminded him that the academy's training program would only truly become brutal from now on, while everything Ray had done so far was basically just light training, merely a warm-up phase. Hector firmly asserted, "You will become much more powerful from now on." Ray softly smirked, his glowing red eyes flashing with an ambitious gaze as he concluded, "That is exactly my plan." A while later, the silver-haired Professor gathered all the students together and praised their efforts during the recent chaotic field trip expedition. He announced that with that trip, the entire class had officially completed their basic physical training course, and now was the time to transition into a completely new phase. However, before explaining the details, he wanted to show the freshmen clearly the target that they absolutely had to achieve. Ray quietly stood in the crowd, his glowing red eyes showing a state of high focus. The professor stepped toward a giant steel pillar with a diameter of up to 145 millimeters. Suddenly, he stomped his foot hard to gain momentum, swinging a lightning-fast sword strike with terrifying power. In just a split second, the rigid steel block was effortlessly cut in half, leaving a perfectly flat cut. Before everyone's astonishment, looking at the steel block rolling on the ground, he loudly declared, "Cut this thing cleanly with just a single strike, and you will be qualified to advance to the second year." He coldly warned, "If you do not achieve this goal before the semester ends, everyone will be expelled." The students asked back in shock, "Expelled, Professor?" He casually revealed, "Every year, about half of the students are eliminated because they cannot pass this challenge." Faced with a female student's anxiety about the future after being expelled, he reassured her that, in reality, very few people actually manage to graduate from the World Alliance Academy, so it is not something to worry too much about. He explained that the path after being expelled would depend on the academic year in which they left. If expelled right from the first year, they will usually transfer to an ordinary academy in their hometown. There, those who are considered failures here will immediately become true monsters, easily skipping classes and always topping the entire school. He presented a very pragmatic hierarchy chart. Those expelled from this place still stand at the peak of the Royal Academies, far exceeding the level of ordinary students or the common populace. The professor explained that if they chose to work instead of transferring schools, they would usually join the Royal Guard as elite swordsmen. A student exclaimed in astonishment, "You can join the Royal Guard right after being expelled?" He affirmed that from the very moment they were accepted into the World Alliance Academy, they were no longer ordinary people in the eyes of the public. Although they might be considered inferior compared to other monsters here, they were still top-tier geniuses. Hearing this, the students suddenly felt like their CVs were shining as bright as headlights. Ray quietly lamented, just like Master Ariel said, "The right place for me is this academy. The gap between this place and the rest of the world is insane." Instead of worrying about being expelled, he requested the students to focus on cutting through the steel pillar in front of them. A student skeptically asked if it was truly possible to cut through this thing, and was encouraged by him to just try and see. He tremblingly received the standard sword and channeled his strength, preparing for the strike. He gathered all his might to unleash a powerful slash. However, the moment the sword touched the steel pillar, it created a terrifying recoil force. The blade recoiled backward, causing him to tumble backward and scream in pain, because his hands were so intensely shocked that they went numb. The professor looked down coldly. He reminded him that failing to cut through, it was already expected, but dropping the sword was unacceptable because a swordsman must always hold on to their weapon tightly, even when facing death. Looking at the steel pillar, Gray secretly wondered if there was any rule regarding the type of sword to be used. He was confident that if he used the sword Professor Ariel gave him, he could cut through it with just a simple swing of his arm. As if reading those thoughts, he affirmed that only the standard swords of the academy were allowed to be used, while also looking at Gray and noting, "However, in your case, perhaps you could pass this challenge right now." Ray told himself that if he used that dark power, he could easily pass this challenge right away. But if this is a requirement to advance, it means it must be achievable without having to rely on that source of power. Ray looked at his hand, a bold idea sparking in his mind. If I can combine the techniques with my own ability, an image of liquid ether, the terrifying destroyer, flashed into his mind. Believing that he could even reach his level, Ray clenched his fist with deep determination. He reminded himself, "I need to become even stronger." Meanwhile, Professor Hector continued the lecture. He guessed the students were wondering if such a steel pillar could really be cut with a sword, or if you absolutely must possess an inhuman strength like Ray to advance to the second year. Hearing this, the students began to suspect they had chosen the wrong game difficulty. Leonhardt and the students listened intently as the professor posed a question. "Have you ever wondered why the professors and second-year students are so much stronger than you, even though there is not much difference in physical stature?" The main reason is the conduction of life force. It depends on whether you can channel the source of life force, which every human possesses, into your sword or not. Ray was shocked upon hearing this concept. He recalled that in his past life, he had heard about it. Life force, also known as ether, was originally used to refine ultra-compressed ether. Ray realized that the World Alliance Academy had definitely developed a technique to apply that to swordsmanship. He nervously wondered if they would be taught how to use it right now. The professor casually announced, "Fortunately for you, in this era, you don't need to understand those complex theories in order to be able to use it." He held the sword high and explained, "This life force-draining demon sword will forcibly drain your life force and channel it directly into the blade. Once you are used to this feeling, you will also be able to channel life force into an ordinary sword." He casually asked if anyone wanted to come up and try it. But the terrifying name of the weapon made the students below tremble. One, a male student fearfully exclaimed that he would never touch something with such a horrifying name, while the girl next to him was also hesitant, wanting someone else to try it first to observe the situation. Ray looked at the sword with a look of skepticism about its peculiar name, but he told himself, "If this thing can help me become stronger, it's worth taking the risk." Ray's eyes light up when he sees forbidden items, brighter than turning game graphics to max. Just as Ray was about to raise his hand, someone else quickly stepped forward, leaving him stunned to realize it was Leon. Leon Hart carried an intense determination. He bitterly recalled his own helplessness when being attacked by the water lizards. Leon Hart told himself, "As the top student, being so pathetic means I will never be able to catch up to Ray." The professor silently assessed that Ray would definitely endure this challenge without any problems, but that won't help serve as a demonstration for the other students. Therefore, he decided to call Leon's name, give it a try. Leon Hart decisively replied, "Yes, sir." The moment he touched the weapon, Leon Hart was shocked to clearly feel the energy in his body being frantically drained away. The professor immediately gave a serious warning. "You must not hold that sword for too long. The moment you grip it, execute a test/ immediately. After that, sheath the sword and let go." Leon Hart gritted his teeth, channeling his strength, and replied, "Yes, sir." Then he stomped his foot hard to gain momentum, unleashing a thunderous slash accompanied by a resounding shout, aiming straight at the steel pillar. The sword embedded itself deeply into the steel pillar, creating large fractures. Leon Hart panted heavily, astonished by the terrifying power he had just released. Although he still couldn't completely cut through the steel block, he couldn't believe that such a powerful slash had come from himself. However, just as Leon Hart began to harbor the intention to conquer this power, his expression suddenly changed drastically. His expression suddenly changed, and then collapsed onto the arena floor to the shock of everyone. Amidst the silent space, a hoarse, worried scream echoed, "Leon." Leon Hart groaned in pain as he collapsed right on the arena floor, his hands still trembling as they tightly gripped the sword hilt. The surrounding students panicked, rushing forward and calling his name in extreme anxiety. The professor calmly stepped over to reassure everyone. "Don't push yourselves too hard. At first, everyone will experience this kind of condition. Just let him rest." A student fearfully looked at the professor and asked, "Professor Rin, what exactly is this about?" He explained that the depletion of life force was only temporary. Just rest for a moment, and Leon Hart will be able to stand back up. He looked down at the student who was gradually regaining consciousness and couldn't help but praise. "You didn't even let go of your sword. The standard of the top student really is different." Right after that, the professor turned to look at Gray defiantly. "By the way, Gray, do you want to give it a try?" Without a single bit of hesitation, Gray decisively replied, "Yes." That decisiveness left the surrounding students completely shocked. He saw that scene and still didn't hesitate at all. It's not just skill, but his determination really is on an entirely different level. Ray stepped forward and gripped the demon's sword. He immediately felt a strange surge of energy, drawing the gleaming blade out of its sheath. Ray mentally assessed, "Yes, it truly feels like something is draining my strength. This is definitely not something a person can endure for too long." Standing before the giant steel pillar, Ray focused intensely and softly uttered, "Let's begin." A shocking explosion occurred when the blade clashed head-on with the solid steel block, creating brilliant sparks all over the arena. The blade sank deeply into the steel pillar, leaving large fractures around the point of impact. Ray tightly gripped the sword hilt, sweat pouring down as he shockingly realized the brutal truth. This feeling is completely different from ordinary sword drawing. It feels as if all the blood in my body is freezing solid. Is this the meaning of having one's life force drained? The professor couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This is truly unbelievable. This is the first time I've seen a freshman who didn't collapse to their knees immediately. It seems there really is a difference in quality among the students. Ray silently felt that he was still doing quite well compared to expectations. He wondered if it was thanks to the professor's harsh training sessions, memories of his body being destroyed and enduring continuous injuries flashed back. Ray told himself, "Perhaps I've grown too accustomed to being tormented, which is why my endurance is so resilient." Seeing his students still standing firm, the professor enthusiastically suggested. Ray, do you think you can do it one more time? Ray decisively replied, I'll try. He gathered his strength, his glowing red eyes, highly focused to execute the next slash. However, the moment he started moving, Ray shockingly realized that his limit had hit rock bottom. It's no use. This is impossible. Pain and exhaustion rushed him like a storm. Ray clearly felt his consciousness gradually fading. He tremblingly gripped the sword hilt, sweat pouring down in ultimate helplessness as his body no longer obeyed his commands. Ray gritted his teeth and told himself, at least let me sheath the sword first. He tried to force himself up, mustering the last bit of his remaining strength to complete the final action of a swordsman. With his hands trembling violently, Ray managed with great difficulty to put the blade back into its sheath. The sound of the sword clicking into the sheath echoed, and that was also the moment he was completely exhausted and collapsed face down onto the arena floor. The professor stepped over, scratching his head with an apologetic look. I was only half joking, you know. I didn't expect you to actually try to push yourself that far. Looking down at the motionless student, the professor thoughtfully admitted, but now I understand why you were able to reach that level of power at this age. While Gray and Leonhardt were still lying motionless to recover their stamina, the professor casually suggested that the class take the opportunity to chat for a bit. He pointed towards the split steel pillar and asserted, as you can see, swordsmanship that utilizes life force possesses an incredibly terrifying power. Even someone holding this sword for the first time can destroy a steel pillar to that extent. He emphasized that the World Alliance Academy is the only institution that teaches this technique, something that you will never find at any other dojo or national academy. The professor suddenly asked a question. Does anyone know why? A female student hesitantly guessed. Is it because if we overuse our life force, we will lose our lives? He immediately denied it and revealed an unexpected truth. No one has ever been killed by this sword. Because once you no longer have enough strength to swing it, the sword will automatically stop draining your life force. Lying flat on the floor, Leonhardt silently speculated. Is this sword really that rare? Hearing that, the professor walked leisurely and continued. It is indeed a rare sword. But that's not the main reason. There are about 30 blades like this in the academy, and there are similar ones outside as well. When humans used to use them for training, it led to countless tragic deaths, forcing outside organizations to stop using them. The professor looked towards the two struggling students and explained thoroughly. If you cannot move on the battlefield, then even if the sword doesn't drain your life force completely, the enemy will still take your life. In combat, standing still automatically makes you a free punching bag. He asserted, to use this power in actual combat, the prerequisite is that you must maintain the ability to move after swinging the sword. Ray forced himself to sit up, his glowing red eyes looking straight at the professor as he concluded. And basically, there is no one outside the academy can achieve that, right? Looking at his student's sharp expression, he softly smirked with full satisfaction. A perfect answer. He sternly reminded the whole class that only being able to activate the power a single time is completely meaningless. Using a skill once and then lying down makes you no different from a firework. He asserted, you can only truly master it when utilizing this demon sword becomes your second nature. He warned that if they failed to do so, the students would be dominated by this very power instead of controlling it. And that is exactly how countless swordsmen have lost their lives in the past. The students began to buzz with anxiety. Do we really have to use something that dangerous? So all the second-year students can actually use this? Sheathing the sword into its scabbard, the professor loudly declared. Therefore, you will have to learn how to use this source of power as a matter of course. He announced that the whole class would begin training with these swords in the next lesson and allowed them to freely practice after hours. The professor didn't forget to leave a sarcastic reminder. Just don't faint and end up being late for your other classes, okay? The students gradually dispersed from the vast arena, leaving Gray still lying flat on the floor. Gray lay stretched out on the ground, his breathing heavy and exhausted. Just as I thought, he told himself, I must find a way to use that source of power in the most normal way. Because if he kept collapsing after just a single sword swing, then he would become completely useless. Ray raised his hand to cover his eyes, his mind flashing with the image of the chain gate leaking, a glowing red dark aura. And the same thing applies to that thing too. My own ability, memories of the times he erupted with power and then collapsed, immediately rushed back hauntingly in Gray's mind. He bitterly realized that if things continued like this, he would always need a recovery mage stationed right by his side. Gray clenched his fist, making a firm resolution. At the very least, I must make my body endure one of those two sources of power. Looking toward the majestic towers of the academy under the blue sky, he mentally affirmed. Coming to this academy truly was the right decision. There is simply no better place to become stronger than this. An ambitious smile played on Gray's lips, his glowing red eyes flashing with ultimate intent. He posed a completely crazy hypothesis in his head. If I can combine this source of life force with my own inherent power. Gray narrowed his eyes calculatedly, secretly wondering, just what kind of terrifying strength will that ultimately transform into? At training ground number 2 under the vibrant red sunset, Ray was diligently practicing alone among the towering stone pillars. Ray let out a sigh of relief after the strike, mentally calculating, resting for 3 minutes for each sword swing. With this method, his life force recovery speed was only just enough to offset the consumption, making the training extremely inefficient. Farming like this would even make the mana bar cry out in agony. However, Ray slightly narrowed his glowing red eyes, clearly feeling the progress. But I feel that I have finally begun to grasp that feeling. He stared at the sword in his hand, wondering if it was time to test it out with a normal sword or not. Ray knew very well that if he kept going without resting, his body would definitely collapse again from exhaustion. But I don't want to lose this feeling while it still lingers in the body. Ray tightly gripped the sword hilt with determination. Suddenly, a voice shouting echoed from behind, causing him to turn around in surprise. A male student ran over hurriedly. Ray asked blankly, "Is something the matter?" He quickly explained that Professor Ariel had requested to be present when he used the life force demon's sword on his own for the first time. The student suggested, "This feeling while it still lingers in my body." Gray nodded slightly, "All right." However, he couldn't help but wonder, But isn't she very busy right now? The image of Ariel, drowning in paperwork, appeared, looking exhausted, leaving Gray skeptical as to whether they could just casually call her over right away like that. The student then revealed, Ariel already predicted that today Ray would grasp the feeling, so she proactively cleared her schedule beforehand. Hearing this, Ray just wanted to whisper, "Did you hack the game, miss?" Ray was shocked to realize his master's terrifying ability to see through the future, so she even predicted the exact moment I would grasp the feeling. Just as expected from the heavenly eye, Ariel stepped forward along with a completely hooded stranger. She softly said, "Sorry to keep you waiting. Please continue with your training." Gray cast a suspicious gaze at the mysterious figure behind her. "Who is that?" Ariel casually explained that because Gray had accumulated quite a bit of fatigue, she brought this person along to be ready to heal him should any incident occur. Ray nodded, "I understand. I will rely on them if needed." He stepped toward the stone pillar and requested to warm up with the life force draining demon sword once more to find the feeling again. Ariel smiled and agreed, "Of course. I will just stand and observe. So just do as you wish." Ray softly replied with a thank you, then tightly gripped the sword hilt, stomping his foot hard to gain momentum with absolute decisiveness. A highly powerful sword swing came down, creating a shocking explosion that shattered the stone pillar to pieces. Ray mentally exclaimed, "This is it. This feeling." He understood that he just needed to replicate that exact same feeling when using an ordinary sword. Standing under Ariel's sharp gaze, Ray drew his standard sword, his glowing red eyes highly focused on conducting the source of life force from deep within his body. Suddenly, a deep blue spiritual aura violently erupted from his heart, creeping through every blood vessel and flowing along Gray's arm. The source of energy was so powerful that it made his muscle fibers tense up and seemingly about to burst. Before Gray could even process what was happening, his body switched to red alert mode. He shockingly widened his eyes as he felt the abnormal transformation spiraling out of control. He could only utter in terror, Ray shockingly realized, the surging source of energy is not ordinary life force. This isn't life force. Is it another power inside me? His glowing red eyes contracted as he felt his life force and that mysterious power blending into each other. From deep within his mind, the chain gate shook violently along with a roar, "Give me more." Strands of dark aura began to leak through the cracks of the door. An explosion of glowing red dark aura erupted, engulfing Gray's body. In chaos, he gritted his teeth and barked, "Damn it. My life force is automatically being dragged out." Gray's face distorted in pain, his veins bulging visibly as he completely lost control. "I can't control it anymore." Witnessing the scene that exceeded limits, Ariel coldly ordered the assistant standing next to her. "I'm sorry, but you know what you have to do." The person decisively replied, "Understood." A giant, demonic arm formed from dark aura extended threateningly, but was immediately smashed to pieces by the assistant's slash. The demonic entity began to shatter and gradually dissolved into thin air under the pressure of the impact. The dark aura finally dissipated completely. Ariel crossed her arms thoughtfully. "Yes, I already predicted this would happen." She noted that special powers inherently do not harmonize well with ordinary life force. The white-coated professor softly agreed. "It seems so." Ariel revealed, even many previous specially admitted Heavenly Eye students also used to struggle to harmonize life force with their own unique abilities. At this moment, the professor slowly removed the hood, revealing a refined face. With long green hair and pointed ears, it was none other than Rafflesia, the professor specializing in recovery magic. Rafflesia began to cast her magic, but she couldn't help but wonder because Gray's recent power was truly too abnormal. The deep blue spiritual aura enveloped the wound, causing the blood to immediately stop flowing. Rafa focused intensely to activate a special recovery magic named Forced Regeneration, forcing the destroyed cells and bones to recover immediately. Under the effect of the grand magic, Gray's arm quickly returned to its original state. Rafa let out a soft sigh and announced that the process was complete. Witnessing that profound medical capability, Ariel couldn't help but marvel. Your forced regeneration spell is always impressive. Every time I see it, Rafa smiled modestly. She admitted that she was very glad she had switched to the recovery specialization, and it was all thanks to Ariel recognizing her talent early on. Before leaving, Rafa told Ariel to call her if any incident occurred, while also predicting that Gray would wake up in a few hours. Ariel softly thanked her. A while later, Gray slowly opened his eyes amidst the quiet space of the infirmary room and shockingly wondered, where on earth am I? Ariel gently confirmed, are you awake? Ray looked toward his master and softly called, Professor Ariel. Ariel was sitting by the bed, leisurely peeling fruit. She calmly asked whether he remembered what had happened or not. Ray thoughtfully recalled that terrifying moment. He shockingly realized that when he tried to activate the life force sword, the source of power in his arm went completely out of control and drained away his own life force. After that, the assistant severed my arm to stop it. He tremblingly admitted that after that moment, he could no longer remember anything. But the miraculous thing is that the arm is completely whole again. Ariel casually peeled the fruit and remarked, your memory seems to still be intact. She sighed, revealing that the exact scenario she worried about had ultimately come true. What do you mean by that? Ray asked while chewing, looking at his master skeptically. You already knew this would happen? Ariel slightly shook her head. She explained that she didn't know for sure, but a similar incident had occurred in the past. Ray asked back in astonishment, in the past? Ariel nodded in confirmation. Yes, that was when Ami White tried to use life force. She revealed, that is exactly why I decided I absolutely had to be present when Gray began practicing this technique. Hearing that familiar name, Gray's eyes widened in shock. Ami White. The image of the heroic sword saint Ami White in her silver armor flashed back in his mind. Even the sword saint had to go through this. Ray asked again, so what happened in Ami White's case? The teacher revealed a shocking truth. Because she couldn't endure this blended source of power, her arm exploded. Hearing this, his face turned pale. Luckily, when my arm got severed, someone was there to help regrow it. Otherwise I'd be one-armed for sure. The teacher continued. Later on, I used a type of contract magic to suppress Ami's power. I gradually loosened the contract magic during training, and ultimately, Ami was able to awaken her life force without needing the contract anymore. However, in Gray's case, it's different. The contract magic is not suitable to suppress his foreign type of power. The teacher held her head and sighed in helplessness. For the time being, she still hadn't found a way for Gray to use life force. His power is too anomalous. Currently, there is no precedent or formula to refer to at all. Maybe naming this specific case after Gray would actually be a great idea, guys. Who would have thought? Gray would suddenly make a shocking suggestion. So what if I have someone sever my arm every time it goes out of control, and then have them cast recovery magic on me? Would that work? The teacher asked back with a worried look. Do you really want to do that? Faced with the teacher's skeptical attitude, Ray made a highly confident declaration. He wanted to become even stronger. No matter the risk, as long as it worked, he would definitely do it. Knowing she couldn't stop a daredevil like him, the teacher had no choice but to agree. I understand. I also guessed you would say that. I will arrange for the recovery magic and find someone to amputate your arm. The teacher carefully gave thorough instructions. I will instruct the observers here to immediately sever your arm. If anything goes wrong, regrowing the arm might extend until the next day or even longer, but you definitely won't lose your life. It will be a training process so painful that it's hard to imagine. However, the way she looked at Gray was filled with trust. I will cheer for you until the very end. The next day, when his wound had recovered, Gray went out to the field to practice swordsmanship again. But after practicing for just a short while, he realized something was strange about the sword in his hand. Gray was shocked as he looked at the steel block cut completely clean, stammering to himself. This isn't some kind of mistake, is it? He stared at the sword in his hand, sweat pouring down in sheer astonishment. Not letting himself hesitate, Ray gathered his strength and unleashed another lightning-fast slash, easily slicing through another steel block, sending it flying, and hovering in midair. After the strike, Ray collapsed to the floor in exhaustion, his hand still gripping his weapon to steady himself in the empty arena. Ray forced a slight smile, mentally exclaiming, "It's much easier than I thought." He realized that instead of trying to focus on that feeling, he just needed to repeat it until his body performed it as a natural reflex. However, Ray understood that it wasn't over yet. He told himself, "I must keep swinging this life force demon sword even more." He resolved to practice until this technique became his second nature, rather than just a special move. Ray jumped to his feet, holding the sword high and shouting with determination, "Let's do this." Witnessing that scene, two students standing nearby couldn't help but feel skeptical. One softly wondered, "Hey, didn't that slash just now look a bit strange?" The other person also agreed thoughtfully, "Yeah, it felt a little different from the professor's version." As night fell over the academy, a banquet table piled high with hearty dishes from steaks and fried eggs to sandwiches was already set, glowing under the lights. Stacks of empty plates began to tower high on the dining table. Ray was devouring the food like a ravenous beast, leaving his classmates completely frozen in shock. A male student stammered out, "How can he eat that much?" Leon Hart crossed his arms, watching with a satisfied smile. He mentally assessed, "That's classic Ray. He seems to have completely mastered the life force demon sword already." The student curiously pressed for the meaning of those words. Leon Hart leisurely explained, "That recovering life force would consume a massive amount of the body's energy." The fact that Gray could pack away such a huge amount of food proved he had successfully executed the technique of draining life force countless times during practice. Looking at Gray devouring a large meat bone, a female classmate suddenly had a shocking realization. She tremblingly questioned herself, "So that means if I keep swinging that demon sword?" Her eyes lit up with intense excitement. She eagerly asked Leon Hart, "I can eat as much as I want and never get fat?" Leon Hart could only break into a sweat and confirm, yeah, basically." However, he didn't forget to remind her that practicing with life force was much more brutal than any ordinary physical training, as it could easily drain all strength and cause a swordsman to collapse instantly. Ray quietly finished his meal in silence. An announcement from Professor Ariel suddenly echoed throughout the cafeteria. "First-year student Rayleigh of the swordsmanship department. Please report to Professor Ariel's office immediately." Ray paused in suspicion. He thought to himself that being summoned by name over the loudspeaker like this was extremely rare. Something serious must have just happened. The moment Gray stepped into the office, Ariel was already waiting with a stern look on her face. "Thank you for coming. I summoned you because there is an urgent matter regarding your training process." Ray asked back anxiously, "An urgent matter?" Ariel handed him a mysterious document. Ray read the lines inside in shock. "Student Rayleigh, you have been selected to participate in the prestigious Heavenly Eye Special Training Course. The detailed schedule will be provided 12 hours before it begins. Please always be prepared to enter actual combat immediately. I pray for your survival and growth." Signed by an anonymous professor of the Heavenly Eye. Ray muttered in astonishment. Special training? Ray hesitantly asked his master, "If they require me to be ready for real combat at any moment, is it truly as dangerous as a real battle?" Ariel clasped her hands together, her eyes flashing with intense pressure as she affirmed, "Yes. In reality, it is only training in name. They will throw the top students into deadly situations without any support whatsoever, then force them to fight on their own to find a way to survive. It is an incredibly brutal event." Ariel revealed that in the past, participants were teleported straight into criminals' dens, places crawling with corrupted mages. They were absolutely not allowed to return until every single enemy was wiped out, without any reinforcements or support whatsoever. Ray asked back in shock, "Teleported straight into a criminal den? Did people actually lose their lives in this, Ariel?" She looked at him coldly and confirmed a brutal truth. "Of course. In fact, less than half of the participating students could make it back alive." Ariel lowered her voice, revealing a horrific fact. There were years when not a single person survived to return. Even among the high-ranking officials, this training has such a bad reputation that it has been suspended for the past 15 years. Yet, for some reason, Gray was selected. Looking at Gray's shocked expression, Ariel made an unexpected offer. "Do you want to refuse this training?" She explained that normally, once you are chosen, there is no turning back, but as the guardian for a specially admitted Heavenly Eye student, she had enough authority to refuse it on his behalf. Ray softly spoke up, "Please wait." Despite knowing full well the danger, he thoughtfully calculated, if something so risky still exists, doesn't that prove it truly yields results? He clenched his fist, his glowing red eyes looking straight at his master as he pressed, "If I get through it, will I be stronger?" Ariel half closed her eyes, coldly advising, "You should give it up." Ray did not flinch. He posed a counter question from her perspective. Do you think I won't be able to survive? He decisively declared that if Ariel believed he would die, he would immediately withdraw from the training. Ariel's heavenly eye flashed with a deep blue magical aura, as she saw through everything and casually admitted, "No, my judgment says that you will survive." She walked with full majesty and asserted, "Anyone can clearly see the fact that, in the Academy's history, there has rarely been a first-year student who reached the level of strength that Gray currently possesses." Gray currently. Ariel lowered her voice. Even so, there were still those who lost their lives. No, it wasn't just death. They truly made sacrifices. Her heavenly eye gleamed hauntingly behind her monocle. Ray broke into a cold sweat, asking anxiously, "Did something happen in the past?" Ariel looked into the distance and began to recount. A very long time ago, about 400 years ago, there were two specially admitted Heavenly Eye students who were selected to participate in this training. She continued, "They also belonged to the swordsmanship department just like you, and both were outstanding geniuses of their first year." Hearing the number 400 years, Ray froze, sweat pouring down from the shock. 400 years ago. He shockingly looked at his master before him and mentally questioned, "Just how old is she?" Ariel lowered her head, her voice heavy with sorrow. "I believed they would be fine, so I sent them off with full confidence. However, the result was catastrophic." She revealed the heartbreaking truth. One died, and his body was never even found. The other, although fortunate enough to survive and return, he lost an arm. With the recovery magic of that era, no one could do anything about it anymore. Ray shockingly repeated, "Lost an arm. For a swordsman, that is no different from a death sentence." He clenched his fist, recalling the time. His arm was motionless during the entrance exam, and secretly shuddered. "I can't imagine having to live like that forever." Ariel crossed her arms, looking at Gray as she continued, "That is the usual outcome." But he was different. Faced with her student's blank look, Ariel suddenly asked, "Do you know about the one-armed swordsman, Waduro Duran?" Ray thought for a moment, then blurted out, "Waduro Duran. That's the extremely famous swordsman. From the past, right?" Ariel nodded in confirmation. "Yes, in that era, he was one of the strongest men in the world. And he was also the one rare student who survived that training." She looked down at her hand resting on the list, letting out a soft, regretful sigh. If he still had both of his hands, there's no telling how much stronger he could have become. Ariel looked straight at Gray with an anxious gaze. "Now you understand how dangerous that training is, don't you? I don't want the same thing to happen to you," she firmly asserted. "I cannot let your talent be compromised, not even a single bit." Ray fell silent for a moment and then softly replied, "I understand how dangerous it is. I don't want to participate in this training." Just as Ariel was about to let out a sigh of relief, Ray unexpectedly hesitated. "But there is one thing that's bothering me." Ariel curiously asked, "What is it?" Gray's glowing red eyes flashed with sharp intent, and he lowered his voice to reveal, "According to what I've heard, after losing his arm, Duran became much stronger, compared to when he still had both of his arms." Ray stared deeply into Ariel's eyes, positing a very bold hypothesis. So what would happen if the actual reason he grew stronger was in fact due to that very special training? His question left Ariel stunned, her eyes widening in sheer amazement at her student's unexpected reasoning. In her heart, she secretly regretted, "Damn it, I shouldn't have mentioned the fact that Duran was the only survivor." Looking at his master's changing expression, Ray smugly concluded, "It seems I guessed right." Ariel fell silent, then she revealed, "Stasia is a highly notorious professor, one who has pushed countless students to their deaths. Participating in his training course is basically no different from agreeing to undergo the body modification surgery of Professor Varian." He recalled that before he traveled back in time, Bella Onbright was the strongest mage in the world, and if you just look at the results, Varian's surgery truly created an unparalleled entity. Standing before the death list, Ray told himself, if there were a safe path to grow stronger, he would obviously choose it. However, if risking his life could help him reach an even higher level of power, then perhaps this wasn't such a bad deal after all. Ray clenched his fist. Even so, he silently reminded himself that everything would be meaningless if he died. So at all costs, he must return alive from that hell. Ariel softly called Gray's name in worry, but the conversation was interrupted by a rapid knock on the door. A mailman walked in and announced, "You have a letter sent from the Central Command." Ariel explained that this is the term used for the most powerful figures who are actually running this entire academy. The content of the letter began to dive straight into the matter. "This is about Gray's special training. I have a feeling you will try to request its cancellation, so I am sending this supplementary text. There are two types of training. One only helps people reach a decent level of strength, but many will survive. As for the other type, out of 10 participants, 8 will die. However, the 2 who survive will be stronger than all 10 combined before they took part in the training. Which one will you choose?" "I choose the latter." The letter continued to deal a decisive blow. Therefore, under my authority, I will upgrade this special training order into a special directive from the Central Command, the independent management authority that you hold over. The specially admitted heavenly eye slots only comes from the principal, the head of the education department. You do not have the power to oppose a special directive from the Central Command. Thus, you cannot stop Gray from participating in this training. But I am very much looking forward to seeing how Gray will grow after this, for the further awakening of the students, and for the future of this world. Anonymous Professor Stasia. Ariel looked at the paper in shock, sweat pouring down as she uttered in her mind. A special directive from the Central Command? What on earth is going on? I have never heard of the command issuing a special directive for a single first-year student before. Why would Stasia go this far just to force Ray into that training? Standing nearby, Ray saw his master's strange expression and couldn't help but feel worried. Ray spoke up, is something wrong? Ariel looked at her student with eyes full of sorrow and despair. She softly uttered, I'm sorry. It seems the only way to avoid this training is for you to drop out of school. Ray quietly took the letter, his glowing red eyes showing clear signs of deep thought. As he looked at those fateful words, he silently told himself that if judging solely by graduation results, this was indeed the best academy in the world. Ariel looked out at the academy landscape under the night sky, her heart heavy with thoughts as she silently told herself, even though this is the best place, it is also the very place that has crushed countless geniuses. She questioned herself whether bringing Gray here under the special admission track was a mistake, because with that talent, he could absolutely succeed anywhere. Ariel had even considered using her connections to find him another master, if he decided to drop out of school right now. However, Gray decisively cut her off. I won't drop out of school. Looking straight at the directive in his hand, Ray asserted, if I die because of this training, then I wouldn't be able to survive in this world anyway. Ariel let out a soft sigh. She realized all efforts to convince him at this point were futile, so she had no choice but to reveal a piece of good news to reassure him. She stated that although Stasia's training is dangerous, the truth is that those who survive all become tremendously strong, and most of the legendary figures of previous generations stepped out from this very hell. Hearing that, Ray smiled slightly and replied, you should have said that from the beginning, Ariel. Ariel glanced at him with a pout. She admitted that if she had said it sooner, he would have definitely rushed into it without a single hesitation, whereas she truly just wanted to stop him. Seeing Gray's determination, Ariel understood that any efforts to stop him at this point had become meaningless. She could only let out a soft, long sigh of resignation. Ariel looked at Gray with a gentle gaze and gave her final words of advice. As long as you return safely, that's all that matters. Gray clenched his fist, his glowing red eyes flashing with confidence as he concluded. That is exactly my plan. The list of students participating in the special training course was officially announced, including Grayson and Leon, Haps of the first year, the top second-year student Lewis, Hutchinson, and Ponsbad, the bottom-ranked student of the third year. Standing before the four highly skeptical students, the official coldly announced that Professor Stasia would not make a personal appearance, and all of his orders would be conveyed through a mysterious representative. The fully hooded representative began to reveal the content of the brutal mission. The objective of this training session is to raid a human trafficking base operated by the Black Drinker organization, since the supply lines had already been destroyed by other units. This base currently had no inventory left, meaning there would be no risk of causing civilian casualties. However, the representative emphasized that the opponents this time were not soulless training dummies, but an actual criminal organization. Naturally, they will rush at you with the most insane, murderous intent. The representative's chilling assertion made the atmosphere in the room suffocating. The requirement of the mission is to eliminate them down to the last person and completely wipe out this facility. Concluding the briefing, when asked if there were any questions, Lewis Hutchman spoke up skeptically. I have a question. Doesn't this seem more like an actual military campaign than a training exercise? The representative casually admitted the academy could completely assign this task to professional soldiers, but the opportunity to fight and eliminate enemies of flesh and blood is extremely rare, and this will be an incredibly valuable experience. This person added another harsh truth, that even for seasoned military personnel, throwing a mirror for people into a combat zone like this means the chances of returning alive are extremely low. Ponsbad tremblingly raised his hand, asking anxiously if any professor would accompany them to ensure their safety. Facing death in an environment without any guarantees is precisely the core objective of this training session. The hooded representative coldly declared that absolutely no safety measures would be provided to the students. He glanced at a student's necklace and stated decisively, the necklace you are wearing has defensive magic on it, right? That is also forbidden. He leaned down, looking at Ponsbad under intense pressure, asserting that a third-year student, far surpassing a professor in combat capability, is by no means a rare occurrence. So absolutely never look at the professors as combat support tools. The entire survival backup system has been turned off using absolute admin privileges. Ray shockingly questioned himself. Students stronger than professors. Are there any more questions? The representative asked amidst the suffocating silence of the entire group. Seeing that no one spoke up, his eyes glowed with a mystical star symbol, and he announced, "It seems not. In that case, you will be deployed to the combat zone in 2 hours." He ordered everyone to make use of this brief window of time to strategize and prepare thoroughly. Lewis, Ponsbad, and the other members all showed clear signs of tension, while Gray clenched his fist, his glowing red eyes flashing with deadly intent as he prepared to step into hell. Ponsbad flipped through the document stack and announced, "This is the data on our destination." As he looked, he anxiously blurted out, "Damn it. We are about to dive straight into the middle of enemy territory." Ray looked at the map and wondered, "That's a criminal gang's den, right? Isn't there an anti-teleportation barrier?" The mysterious representative smirked in appreciation. "You catch on quickly. The truth is, that place is normally sealed by a powerful anti-teleportation force field," he revealed. "The Academy found a flaw and destroyed it from a long distance, while also asserting a barrier of that level will take more than 10 hours to re-establish." With a mystical smile clearly revealing a long scar on his cheek, he asked back, "Sounds like a good training session, doesn't it?" Ponsbad broke into a cold sweat from tension. He hesitantly suggested, to increase our chances of survival even a little, should we discuss tactics beforehand?" Lewis Hutchman immediately countered. He believed that first of all, the group needed to confirm each other's abilities. Lewis explained that although he, Leon, and Gray already slightly understood each other through practice matches, Ponsbad still didn't clearly know what his junior strength was like, and Ponsbad casually read the document and replied, It's fine. I just need a quick look to know." The highly confident answer left Lewis Hutchman wide-eyed in astonishment, blurting out, Ponsbad coldly asserted that he himself was the strongest in the team, and claimed that it would take 2 people like Lewis to stand a chance at defeating him. Ponsbad turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to drop a highly arrogant evaluation. As for Leon and Gray, well, I guess they are on par with Lewis too. Ponsbad continued to arrogantly assert that although Lewis has a slight advantage in solo combat, that difference is negligible, while Gray silently evaluated. This confidence is insane. If he ranks bottom of the 3rd year, his grades must be terrible, right? Not minding his junior's skepticism, Ponsbad coldly challenged, "Want to test it out?" He casually declared that he didn't need any protective measures when facing the 1st and 2nd years, telling them to come at him anytime. But Lewis could no longer suppress his pride. He decisively said, "If you're that confident, then let's see." Lewis drew his sword and rushed forward, unleashing a powerful strike aimed directly at his opponent. However, Ponsbad stood completely still, his eyes hidden behind his hair, revealing a terrifying level of calmness before executing a lightning-fast block. Lewis shockingly blurted out, "What?" as he felt the pressure from his opponent's sword. Ponsbad coldly remarked, "Too light." He thought to himself that even the top ranks of his class, back when they were 2nd year, students could only reach this kind of level. Immediately after, Ponsbad unleashed a sword strike, carrying a massive, deep blue force aura. Lewis could only let out a painful yell, "Arg," before being completely defeated by the overwhelming power. Lewis collapsed onto the floor, his entire body covered in wounds and dust. After the terrifying attack, witnessing the demonstration of power, the hooded representative let out a subtle, amused smile. Ponsbad leisurely sheathed his sword. He turned to look at Gray and Leon Hart with a highly world-weary gaze. "Understand now? Even the weakest person in the 3rd year like me will never lose to you 2nd years." Ray looked at Ponsbad with astonishment, mentally questioning, "This guy is the weakest in the 3rd year. Is the gap between the 2nd and 3rd years truly this massive?" Ponsbad casually twirled the pen in his hand and continued, "Well, what I just said only applies if we are talking about ordinary life force swordsmanship." He looked at Gray profoundly and asserted, "If Gray goes all out, I would definitely be defeated in a single blow." Ray asked back in stunned silence. "I would definitely be defeated in a single blow." Ray asked back in stunned silence. "So you already know about my power, Ponsbad?" Ponsbad asserted firmly, "There is probably no one left in this academy who doesn't know about it. You ended the 36-match losing streak of the 1st years in the inter-class battles. Did you really think people would forget that quickly?" Recalling the image of himself unleashing his power to the point where his body was destroyed in the past, Ray shockingly thought to himself, "Has that story already spread to the other grades as well?" Ray's combat highlights have now climbed to the top of the academy-wide news feed. Ponsbad spoke in a serious tone. Even so, I heard your power has a very severe backlash. So perhaps we shouldn't rely on it too much. Ray looked down at his hand and admitted, if I use it at its maximum, just assume that I won't be able to fight afterwards. Hearing this, Ponsbad instructed, then it's best not to use it, unless it is absolutely necessary. If something appears that even I cannot defeat, while you are already down from earlier, that will be a major problem. Ray decisively replied, I understand. The entire group stood silently in the room, preparing their mindsets for the upcoming life or death mission. 30 minutes before the teleportation process began, maps and pre-plotted operational plans were still scattered across the desk. Ponsbad leaned his hands on the table, intently observing the pile of maps and documents, then spoke up. All right. We have a rough grasp of the enemy's positions. He pointed his finger at the area with the darkest red circle and stated decisively, this direction seems to be where they are most heavily concentrated, so I will take care of it. Lewis looked at the remaining symbols on the map and wondered, in the other three directions, the number of enemy forces seems to be relatively equal. Do we just choose randomly? Ponsbad shook his head. No, not exactly. Based on each person's fighting style, he began to assign specific tasks. Lewis, you take this side. As for Leon, you handle this direction. Despite some hesitation, Lewis still nodded in approval. If that's what you think, Senior, I will comply. Leonhardt also decisively confirmed, understood. Suddenly, Leonhardt leaned close to Ponsbad and questioned him about the final route on the map. By the way, does that mean Gray will take this path? Leonhardt's eyes gleamed with absolute seriousness as he pressed. Is there a special reason why you sent him there? Ponsbad thoughtfully explained that the terrain is best suited for Gray's style. But then he revealed a shocking truth. Especially wanted criminals. Ponsbad's gaze turned sharp and cold. He admitted that they are extremely dangerous individuals, some of whom were even properly trained right here at the academy. Leonhardt shockingly realized the true intention. You plan to send Gray to the exact place where they are most likely to appear, right? Ponsbad let out a helpless sigh. It looks like I couldn't hide it from you. Ponsbad admitted, you saw right through me. I believe there is a specially wanted criminal hiding inside this training area. Lewis anxiously assessed, if that's true, then even if you, Leonhardt and I, joined forces, we wouldn't stand a single chance of winning. Leonhardt looked over at Gray and firmly asserted, the only person who can face them is Gray. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Ray stood in silence, his glowing red eyes filled with deadly intent. The final assertion echoed like destiny. You are the only one who can do it. Especially wanted criminals. He understood that in this world, there exist those who carry a monstrous level of power within themselves. The kind of strength that can wipe out thousands of elite soldiers with their bare hands. And once that terrifying power is used for evil purposes, the results left behind will be horrific tragedies. That is precisely the origin of those specially wanted criminals. Those who walk upon the ruins and fresh blood of countless victims. Ponsbad lowered his voice to explain that even among those ranks, the gap in strength is incredibly vast. However, he asserted with absolute certainty that at the very least, they are still much stronger than the professors who directly manage the first and second-year students. Ray questioned himself in utter shock and horror. Even those professors cannot deal with them. If we truly have to face one of them head-on, we won't stand a single chance of winning. Ponsbad turned to look at Gray with utter seriousness and warned that in the past, there has never been a special training session that went smoothly, and this is definitely not something you can get through if you still intend to hold back your power. I don't agree with this. He was concerned that if specially wanted criminals are truly involved, then splitting up the formation is an incredibly mistaken move. When facing a stronger opponent, the whole team must mass their numbers to gain an advantage. Ponsbad let out a soft, tired sigh and pressed, listen, let's say you witness Ray fighting one of those criminals. Then exactly what do you think you'd be able to do? Ponsbad asserted that when the gap in power is too massive, numbers no longer carry any meaning. He smirked, declaring a harsh truth. Monsters must be faced by monsters. Humans had best focus on fighting humans. Leon fell deep into thought and then offered a different perspective. He reminded them that Ray's power always comes with an extremely severe backlash. Even if Gray defeats the enemy, he will fall into a state of total exhaustion and won't be able to defend himself afterward. Leon looked toward Gray and asserted, even if we leave confronting the criminal to him, once that guy is taken down, isn't that precisely when we can truly become useful? Ponsbad raised his voice to remind them that everyone was underestimating the Blood Clan organization. While the enemies were countless and they were a mere 4 people, He asserted that if they gathered in one place, the whole group would be surrounded and wiped out in an instant. So the only way to avoid being caught together was to split up and act. Another person expressed worry. He believed that fighting alone would make it very easy to be ambushed from behind and suggested they should split into groups of 2 to support each other. However, Ponsbad coldly cut him off. "Oh, I'm sorry. Honestly, I wasn't asking for your opinions." He reminded them of the gap in capability between the grades they had just witnessed and asserted that it didn't just apply to combat, but also to strategizing. Faced with that overwhelming power and dictatorial attitude, Leonhard and Lewis could only break into a cold sweat in silence, completely subdued and forced to follow their senior's plan. Ray quietly observed and felt that this was not a good plan. He questioned whether Ponsbad was truly scheming something much deeper or not. The announcement echoed. Only 10 minutes left until the teleportation magic activates. The hooded representative requested everyone to quickly double-check their equipment and plan one last time right here in this room. Ray narrowed his eyes cautiously. He understood that internal bickering right before deployment was the worst possible move, so he had no choice but to suppress his doubts. Ray told himself that currently there was no other choice but to go along with this arrangement. He spoke up decisively. "I understand." Seeing that Ray had agreed, Leonhard had no further objections either. The whole group quietly prepared their mindsets, while the perfectly round moon outside the window seemed to signal that a night full of blood and fire was about to begin. Leonhard looked at Ray anxiously and asked, "Ray, are you sure about this?" Ray smiled slightly and replied, "It's not like we have any other choice anyway." He suddenly remembered his teammate's mission and instructed, "Hey, Leon, your area includes the medical storehouse, right?" When Leon confirmed, Ray earnestly requested, "If there are recovery medicines, could you steal a few bottles? I want to be able to immediately return to the fight after using my power." Faced with his friend's request, Leonhard clenched his fist, his eyes burning with determination. "Leave it to me. I will bring them to you even if it costs me my life." Right after that, the scene shifts to the inside of the human trafficking organization's base. 2 guards were sluggishly cleaning the gloomy hallway. One groaned, "Man, this sucks." The other snapped and told him to stop muttering, because patrolling the hallway was still much better than having to clean up the warehouse area. The skinny guard whined, suggesting that they should let the slaves clean it themselves, and then curiously asked if there was any inventory left since the shipments had stopped arriving. His companion casually explained that all stock had already been used as test subjects or magical materials, since keeping them fed was too expensive in terms of money and food. He added that keeping those products alive was a major pain because they always tried to escape. The other guard flashed a sick smile, confessing that catching and torturing them on the way was the most enjoyable part. He revealed that normally they were only allowed to use whips, but if the slaves dared to run away, they could directly inflict brutal torture without anyone caring. "Honestly speaking, isn't that the sole reason we work here?" He smirked smugly, while wiping away the scattered bloodstains on the floor. The companion standing next to him also burst out laughing in agreement. "Yeah, I think so too." Their barbaric laughter echoed throughout the gloomy hallway, under the swaying, eerie lantern light. Suddenly, one guy stopped, fully alert. Did you just hear a strange noise?" The other guy also started to sense something amiss. "Yeah, I heard it too. What is that noise?" But before he could finish his words, in an instant, the guard's head was severed from his neck. The remaining guard was wide-eyed, in utter shock as he watched his companion's headless corpse collapse. Before he could even understand what was happening, he quickly followed his friend to the grave. That was Leonhard. He had rapidly closed the distance and finished off the enemies in silence. Leonhard opened the combat with a perfect one-shot kill like a true speed-type assassin. Louis Hutchman looked at the sinners' corpses with eyes full of contempt. "Black drinker. They truly are as vile as the rumors say." Ponsbad coldly followed up, "Good. That means we don't need to hold back when wiping out these insects." Based on what the guards just said, he asserted, with certainty that there were no civilians left inside. Ponsbad decisively swung his sword to finish off a guard who was still breathing and ordered, "Kill everyone in sight." Ponsbad reminded the team in a serious tone, "Just like what I said before we came. Stick to the plan." Lewis responded firmly, "Understood." Ray, with his glowing red eyes, also gave a slight nod, "Understood." Leonhard gripped his sword hilt tightly, preparing for the upcoming life-or-death battle. And Ponsbad gave the command loud and clear, "Begin the operation." Immediately Ray rushed off like a phantom, charging straight into the enemy's den. With overwhelming murderous intent, Ray rushed swiftly through the gloomy hallway, his glowing red eyes flashing with a chilling aura. The guards immediately detected his presence and bellowed, "Found him! There's an intruder." One of them narrowed his eyes with contempt. "Sneaking in here all by yourself? You must really have a death wish." A thug with a sinister smile stepped forward. Let me handle this guy. I've been under a lot of stress lately, and I haven't had a chance to kill anyone yet. However, before he could even swing his knife, the sinner had already lost his head to Gray before the terrified eyes of his cronies. His cronies froze in utter shock, watching the corpse of the previous guy collapse to the floor. Huh, what the hell just happened? Another guy, trembling and dripping with sweat, stammered, why? I couldn't even see. His sword strike with the naked eye. Standing in the middle of the encirclement, Ray maintained his cold demeanor. He silently made a skeptical assessment. They are disappointingly weak. Could this be a trap to make me lower my guard? Hearing the commotion, another large group of criminals swarmed in. The leader bellowed, where is the intruder? Seeing only Ray standing alone, they began to mock him arrogantly. Huh, there's only one guy. Ha. However, a guard, standing at the back, suddenly noticed something unusual. His face turned pale as he pointed at Gray and screamed in utter terror. He's right over there. But before this guy could finish his sentence, he was already finished off on the spot by Gray's sword. A red-haired criminal shockingly recognized the outfit on his body and uttered tremblingly, that's a uniform. The red-haired captain's eyes widened in horror as he realized his true identity. He bellowed to stop his underlings. It's him. Wait, do not approach. He warned that if they kept rushing in one by one, everyone would be slaughtered in an instant. A subordinate wearing a headscarf asked in confusion, what's wrong, Captain? But the only response was the terrified gaze of the leader as he realized, that guy is, right at that moment, a criminal. From behind, frantically rushed forward with a scream. Die. However, Ray remained as calm as if nothing had happened. And in a lightning-fast flash, Ray executed an extremely brutal counterattack. He spun around and finished off the attacker with a single fatal sword strike, leaving him no time to utter a word. The whole gang of criminals was shocked to confirm that he was a student from the prestigious World Alliance Academy. Despite his fear, the guy with the headscarf still tried to reassure his cronies that no matter how strong he was, Gray was still just a lone swordsman. He confidently declared that with such a massive advantage in numbers, they could completely surround and eliminate him. The rest of them also chimed in aggressively. They drew their weapons simultaneously and shrieked frantically. Charge! Kill that guy! Ray stood silently in the center of the encirclement, ready to face the incoming storm of weapons. The criminals rushed forward like moths to a flame. A mage roared, get out of my way. He unleashed consecutive blasts of Agar bullets aimed directly at Gray. Gray agilely dodged by shifting his body, his glowing red eyes narrowing in suspicion. This Agar bullet, it's completely different from the super compressed Agar. He silently questioned whether there were truly only 3 people, himself, Professor Ariel, and Bella, who knew about that magic theory. Witnessing the enemy's unfamiliar attack technique, he silently assessed, they are still too weak, not even worth worrying about. But it doesn't feel like they are holding back. Looking into the wildly glowing eyes of his enemies, Ray realized a chilling truth. That gaze. They are truly determined to take my life at all costs. The next wave of attacks rained down, but Gray still calmly neutralized them all. He recognized the brutality in every single movement of his opponents. They did not hesitate for a second when executing a lethal strike. This way of moving, it's clearly that of people who are all too accustomed to murder. Based on the radiating murderous intent, Gray estimated that every single man here had taken at least 10 lives. A criminal with a white headscarf rushed forward with a barbaric smile, swinging his sword straight at Gray. However, in a lightning-fast flash, Ray finished off the attacker. The criminal was taken down instantly. Before he could even realize what was happening, Ray stood silently in the hallway, unable to help but wonder in his heart. However, why on earth are they this weak? Ray closed his eyes, suddenly realizing his mistake. Every single student in the academy had passed an extremely brutal entrance exam. So comparing these criminals to them was a disastrous mistake. Even the weakest student in class could wipe out this trash in an instant. Despite being outnumbered, he confidently asserted that he, himself, could truly finish this mission all alone. In just a short time, all the sinners had been taken down by him, leaving only the red-haired boss. He panicked and shrieked, wait, I have a proposal. Ray looked at him with a cold, contemptuous gaze. He silently thought that he didn't care about anything this guy was about to say, as it would definitely be total nonsense. However, Ray changed his mind, thinking that maybe he could pry some information about the specially wanted criminal from his mouth. The villain, NPC, immediately switched to emergency survival negotiation mode. The red-haired guy hurriedly persuaded. Right, it's not a bad deal, believe me. Someone like you could become one of the elite executioners of the Blood Clan. Ray thoughtfully repeated, elite executioner? I've never heard of that before. Is it a good job? The criminal, excitedly, asserted that it was the best job ever. Even the finest position in the entire Blood Clan organization. He explained, that most of the time there's nothing to do. Only when intruders who are too strong appear will you need to step in and eliminate them. Other than that, there is absolutely no work to do. He added that elite executioners receive even better treatment than the base leaders. Based on that power just now, he guessed Gray must definitely be a second-year student, and asserted that a second-year student from the World Alliance Academy could easily hold this position at any small base. He narrowed his eyes wildly, promising fine wine and women whenever he wanted, asserting that life here is much better than having to endure those endless, hellish training sessions at that damn academy. He urged Gray, abandon that place and join us right now. He smirked temptingly. There's no point in trying to climb to the top. If your goal is just to torment anonymous, weaklings, then even my power is more than enough. But with a power like yours, you can live like a king in the Blood Clan organization. What else could you possibly need? It's a lot of fun here, you know? He smiled sinisterly, asserting that this place has thrills that you will never find in the world above. Ray coldly asked back, so what if I refuse? The red-haired guy's face immediately darkened. He threatened, if you want to. Killing us is all too easy, but you'll just end up dying along with us. Ray narrowed his eyes cautiously as he heard him reveal, the elite executioner in this den is much stronger than you. After all, he used to be a third-year student at the World Alliance Academy. Back when he was there, it was said that he was even stronger than the professors. The criminal smirked, offering a brutal final choice. Which one will you choose? Choose a royal life in the Blood Clan, or kill me and then die at his hands. Ray stood silently in the gloomy hallway, facing the high-pressure challenge from the enemy. The video ends here. If you guys found it interesting, don't forget to hit like so Bear can release more great stories for you. Thank you, and goodbye everyone.